Thanks for tuning in. So we are both of us celebrating our birthday. So this is a fun little live show celebration. So Joharra, do you have any plans that you think you'll do for your birthday?
Um, I don't think so. I ordered some cupcakes from Walmart. They'll be delivered in the morning. I don't usually eat cupcakes, only on like birthdays and stuff. I'll eat some. There was some cupcakes I really wanted, but I couldn't get, and it was the Marauders map of Harry Potter. But since that one was like a special cake that they would have to like specially make and stuff, you could only do it for pickup and not delivery, and we don't have a car right now, so I couldn't get
Oh
it, and I'm sad about that. But there's always next year.
man, that is such a shame. But I'm glad that you have one that you'd like to check out,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's really cool. I got some good plans cooking up for my birthday. I'm very excited. So, well, I guess maybe I can leave it to when Robin gets here because it's a lot. So, like, I can definitely share that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, I just can't believe, by this time tomorrow, I'm 22.
I'll be 23.
Yeah. Birthdays just keep coming, It's like, oh, we went another time throughout the sun.
Yeah, I can't believe we share the same birthday.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm so excited because I figured today would be a good day to do it, the day before. Because it's going to be a busy day. I have a lot planned, so I'm
Yeah.
looking forward to it. I think it'll be very fun. And then I start my new job. New job right after that. So I'm like, yeah, like my last taste of freedom, I'll celebrate with my book pals,
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm finally lit. You can finally see me. So my lamp's always been here, right? And now it's over here. I have it right here, and I can actually see myself.
Yay!
Yeah, so I finally got my dad's help, because like the bookshelf, the charger was too big. So, but I made it work. We got it out, and now I can use this. So I'm very happy. I'm like, I'll finally be lit on our nighttime lives, And if I ever need light, because usually the sun comes here, and then I'm shaded all the way here, and now I can change that, and I'm like, oh, this is so exciting. Yay.
That's great.
Yeah. So do you know how people do like for New Year's they have resolutions and stuff like that? Do you ever have like birthday goals like for this year that you're turning? Do you like have any aspirations or things you'd like to do differently to mature and stuff like that?
I think I have in the past, but I don't do anything annual now.
Yeah, yeah. I've never done it before, but I've definitely I've definitely aspired to do some things. Like this year, I think with this job, I think I will be more financially stable and like it's more possible that I can live on my own, which I'm very excited about. I don't know if I'm emotionally ready for that, but I'd like to be financially ready for that. So that could be very good. Maybe be more social. I think I definitely want to be more social. Like, I'm really proud of because this time last year, I wasn't really doing BookTube as much, and we weren't really doing live shows a year ago. I mean, we used to do a lot, and then it kind of went away
for a while.
And yeah, I'm happy. Then March of this year came around and I started doing it more, and then we got in our regular lives. So I'm very happy about that.
Me too.
And I kind of wasn't doing BookTube, so I'm glad I changed that. And I'm doing my movie channel. So I definitely have done some good things that I'm proud of, and I'm hoping I can continue that and do some more, life things. Like I'm more of a homebody. Maybe I will, do more things. I will grow up more. I don't know, like, or go out and see the world or something.
Yeah. I'm usually pretty consistent with my booktube videos to a point. I mean, yeah, everyone goes through periods where either they just don't feel like filming or they're too busy to film and stuff. Last few months I haven't been as consistent because, a lot's been going on.
Yeah,
Understood.
no, like this is, time to just be like, enough changes in life, I
Yeah.
totally get that.
So a lot's been going on the last several months, so I haven't been filming as much. Like my main videos I've been doing are like the annual TBR and wrap ups, and I've been trying to do vlogs so I can still upload something. I'm
Yeah.
hoping to start uploading more. Again, if not this month, then definitely starting in January for the new year, uploading as I used to.
Awesome. That's great. Yeah, I'm really gonna have to see what happens. It's gonna be very interesting because I've had a lot of free time this past year, and with this new job, I'm not gonna have so much free time. So I'm really gonna have to see what happens. I mean, maybe on my days off, I'll do a lot of filming. I don't know. I don't know if I really want to do that, because it's like time for some relaxation and stuff. Because it's like you do all that work and then you do more work. It's like, that might not be such a good idea. So I'm gonna have to see how I figure out this schedule. So it's gonna be very much a learning curve to not just maintain one channel, but two channels. I mean, that's a lot to deal with. Full-time job and then two YouTube channels and fun, like that's actually a lot.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Again, I'll share because I saw that Robin said she'll be here shortly. So I'll definitely share what I will do for my birthday once she comes on. But Joharra, have you gotten into any books this month yet?
I mean, I started a book near the end of last month, but I haven't continued it, and I am enjoying it. I just haven't continued it because I think that was right before I got the news, if I remember
Oh,
correctly. So I just kind of stopped. And it's like my reading was doing pretty alright last month, and then I got some bad news, and it kind of went downhill after that. Obviously,
100% understandable. I totally understand that. So last month, a lot went down. Not nearly as much as what happened to you, and very sorry about all that stuff. So I at first was starting the month strong. I had a solid TBR. I was reading a book right away, and I finished it. And then I couldn't read. Really? I kept trying and I couldn't succeed. But then I got a couple picture books, kids' picture books, and then I read a book, like more of a longer book, more of a solid book instead of just being a teeny tiny book, which was nice. And this month, I've already started it off. I started reading this book, Dare to Love. While I'm proud of myself that I already started this month off reading, I think I'll DNF this book because it has some content that I'm not comfortable with. So I'm like, I don't think so.
that's understandable. Yeah. This month I definitely want to read 2 of the Twisted Tales. I think I'm almost done with the ones that I want to read, but a couple of them I can't get at the moment. Or I think I can. I think we have them now.
Ooh.
But I want to read Unbirthday and What Once Was Mine this month, and I definitely I'm not gonna like try to force myself to do too much reading because things are still up in the air and everything.
Yeah.
But I do want to start Heroes of Olympus, which is the first sequel series to Percy Jackson.
Awesome. That's great.
Yeah.
So you're done with like the official Percy Jackson series?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah, I finished the last book about at the beginning of last month, and I loved it. I loved the series, and it was so good, and I'm so excited for this series. So
That's great. Do you have like any gifts you've like? Do you know about gifts you are going to get or want to get? Like, how is it going for gift giving for your birthday?
I think I've gotten most of my gifts already, except I know Alyssa is sending me something, but I think that's gonna be closer to Christmas. It's like a birthday Christmas thing.
Yeah.
And I hi. My mom ordered me new earbuds, which should be here sometime this month. I don't really know.
Awesome.
I also had ordered the Google It Yourself book I was telling Robin about in the Monster
Mhm.
High Discord chat. Um that says Amazon says that'll be here Tuesday. So just a couple days
Yay.
after my birthday. So I'm very excited for that one. Like I've been waiting to get that forever. But yeah, I mean, my sister, when she came visited me, she obviously gave me her gift when she came, which was, I think I showed you in the chat. It was the Harry Potter one and the little Death Eater's mask.
Oh yeah.
And I decided to cosplay as Bellatrix because she's the best Death Eater. But this morning I woke up to my mom telling me that a gift is here for me, and I wasn't expecting anything today. And at first I thought maybe it was my Google It Yourself book because I at that point I didn't know that it was going to be here Tuesday. I didn't check it till later in the day.
Mhm.
But my friend, who I shouldn't have been surprised that she sent me something, she's the one friend that always sends me something for birthdays, holidays, every year, and she sent me Dobby.
Yay! Oh yes, yes, you sent it in the group chat. That was cute. That's
Yeah.
awesome. That's so great. So Robin, I was actually waiting until you came so that I didn't have to like say it again. But
Yeah.
so I was, we were discussing like what we're gonna do for our birthdays. So what I'm gonna do, I have quite a packed little day planned for tomorrow.
Mhm.
So for my birthday breakfast, we're gonna have Burger King French toast sticks. I don't always
Yes.
get those, so I'm like, I gotta have that.
Mhm.
And then we're gonna go to this place. It's got trampoline, virtual reality, rock
Ooh.
climbing. So we're
Yeah.
gonna check out that place. There might be other stuff, but those are like the ones that I'm like, ooh, I have to check that out.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go there. We are going to I really like Just Dance, like on the Wii or on the Xbox. So we're gonna
Right.
do some of that at home. That might be it for like activities, but we're gonna have for my dinner, the birthday dinner, we're gonna go to Portillo's. And I'm very excited because because it's my birthday, I'm gonna get that free slice of chocolate cake. Their chocolate
Yeah.
cake is amazing. So I'm gonna get that. And then at the end of the night, we're gonna go to the club because I have not gone to the club before yet. So I'm
Wow.
very excited. Yeah.
That's really exciting.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very much excited for the day. And what's nice is because usually what I do on my birthday is we go to my favorite restaurant, but it's 3 hours away. And
Yeah.
it's like, I want to do more activities than just going there and coming
Right.
back, you know? So, what is nice is later this month or next month, we are going to go there. So, I'll still get my birthday meal. It's just not that same day. And I think this will be good to have some good fun else, in a different way. And I think it'll be really good because I was just sharing with everyone that I start work right after. So I'm like, I have to have as
Mm.
much fun as I can before I'm
Mhm.
back to work. But
That sounds like you have, yeah, such awesome plans for tomorrow, and
yeah,
yeah, so I hope you have fun tomorrow.
thank you.
Yeah, I don't really have anything special like that planned. I did order cupcakes. As I was telling Tiffany, there were these cupcakes I really wanted. That was the Marauders map,
Ooh.
but I couldn't get to it because since those are like specially made and has to be like crafted and whatever, they were only up for pickup and not delivery, and we don't have a
Mm.
car right now, so
Yeah.
I just had to get ordinary cupcakes. But there's always next year. Hopefully, we'll have a car next year.
Are you getting a specific flavor of cupcake?
Uh,
Do you have a
chocolate
favorite?
and vanilla, like because
best of both
I mean, I
worlds.
prefer chocolate myself, but I think some of my siblings prefer vanilla, so we just grabbed both.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't really have anything too special planned, but cupcakes.
That's all right. Yeah, it sounds like you got like quite a few really nice gifts so far too, which is also
Yeah.
really nice.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that my mom had also bought me books 3 and 4 of Tabby series.
Oh yeah, I think I saw
Awesome.
that on Twitter or something that you
Yeah, I already
posted,
own
which
books
is
1
really
and 2.
cool.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to them yet, but I plan to. And now that I have books 3 and 4, I have almost the complete series except for the one she hasn't published.
Yeah.
5-book series. So I can just go ahead and start it, and then yeah, and then I can just grab the 5th one whenever she publishes it.
Nice.
Yeah, that's really awesome. So the past couple years I haven't been wanting gifts per se, but I'm like,
Mhm.
I'll take cash, you know. But I kept looking at like the Black Friday and Cyber Monday deals at either Barnes and Noble or Amazon or Target. And I'm like, I'm eyeing some of these books, and I decided, okay, I'll get 3 books. And what's nice is they
Ooh.
arrived today, and so I had my family wrap them. So I'm very excited to open them, and then of course I will be doing a book haul
Nice.
to share them. I'm very excited about these books. I think they could be very fun. And what's exciting is yesterday I went over to, because there's 2 Barnes and Nobles near me, and usually I go to this really big one, but sometimes parking is difficult at this place, and then it's loud. You know, there's a lot of people, so sometimes I
Yeah.
prefer more like a more chill environment. So I went over to this other Barnes and Noble, and I found so many good books. And what was awesome was there was a lot of them on Hoopla and Libby, so I don't have to buy them. I don't know where I'm gonna find the other books, but I'll figure it out. And what was really cool about it is a lot of them, most of them, were sci-fi and fantasy. So this
Very exciting.
yeah, so because of that, I'm thinking maybe a goal I will have for 2023 is I will actually, because I am very much a plot driven kind of person, like I understand the appeal of character driven stories and good
Mhm.
characters, I get it, but I want something to happen, you know? So I think I'm going to really prioritize fantasy and sci-fi stories. Like I know it'll be a little difficult to get in at the start, but I think it'll be really good for me to get into some new, more action-packed and new world stories. So I'm very excited about that. I think that'll be a good plan for 2023.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and if you ever need like good books for fantasy and sci-fi for beginners, you know who to ask.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. I need to get going, but I hope that you have a good, happy birthday. Thank you so much,
Thanks
and
for
thank you
joining
for
us.
joining. I actually today was pretty nice too. So I didn't really have plans today. I was like, okay, we have our live show at 7. I'm just gonna chill. And then so there's this driving event that I usually go to with my family a lot, like every year. And so I signed up for it, but I was stuck on the wait list. And I kept thinking, it'll come. And it wasn't doing anything. And then at 2:30 in the morning, I get an email that you're off the wait list. You're set to go. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm already awake. But I was excited. I was like, oh, yes, I can finally do it. So I had to get up really early and make it there. But I'm really happy that I got to do it. You know, I got to drive the car and have some fun. So it was really nice. So it was kind of like just another almost birthday kind of thing. So I was
Nice.
very happy.
Yeah.
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 I'm still looking forward to your thoughts on Child's End, Tiffany. Oh, absolutely. I am just kind of going through a little bit of a reading slump, but I will definitely, I still very much have that on my TBR. So don't worry about that. I definitely have that.
Is that Arthur C. Clarke's Childhood's End?
Maybe. Um,
Okay, I read that this past year. I really like that, but that's some classic sci-fi, so
Awesome. And happy birthday, by the way. Thank you so much. I think this is great to go ahead and celebrate the birthday with book pals. Very
Yeah.
fun.
yes.
And I mentioned before you came on, Robin, I finally am lit up. People can finally see me.
Yes.
I finally because this usually that's where my lamp is, and so the plug for it is thick, and the bookshelf it wouldn't allow me to get it out. So I had to use my dad's help, but fortunately he helped me out, and now I can use it. So I think this is exciting, not only just for our late night live shows, also
Yes.
with the sun comes in and I'm lit here, and then I'm like a shadow. So this is
Right.
very exciting. I'm like, I finally get my lights. So I'm very happy about that. Um, and one thing I had said before you came on is I was wondering what books we were reading already this month. Have you gotten
Oh
anything?
yeah. Yeah, I've definitely been reading a lot slower this month. As I was telling Joharra in Discord, because we're still talking about when we're gonna do our next buddy read for Monster High. Um, so yeah, I've been reading really slow, but I've been reading currently Stone Butch Blues by Leslie Feinberg, and this was, I think it was Jessica's favorite book, from Lady
Yeah,
Lovestick.
Lady
I
Loves
do
Good Read.
not remember channel, but I remember her saying this, and this is the first time I heard of the book. And so it's historical fiction in the 1950s-ish, and the main character is a butch lesbian, and it takes place in Buffalo, which is where I live. And so like I
Oh,
was just like, I gotta read this book, and it turns out it's like a really like classic like LGBT story too. And I was just like, how do I not know about this? And again, it takes place in my city, so um, yeah, it's just been, like, really kind of, like, trippy. She'll, like, mention, like, street names. I'm like, "I know where that is."
oh,
Um, a lot of the places, though, that she mentions don't exist anymore, though, so,
oh.
uh, yeah, well, you're 60, so she'll mention, like, bars, and it's like, yeah, that doesn't exist anymore, but it's been really cool, though.
Nice.
Yeah, Robin Clark's.
Nice, yeah, I really like that book.
There's also a miniseries you can watch for comparison.
I
Well,
do
I
not
will
know the
definitely
name.
check that out. That'll be good to see about. Um, so I was mentioning, so I have started a book this month, so I'm hitting the ground running with December. It's called Dare to Love. So I'm 35% into the book, but I think I'm gonna DNF this book because
Mm,
there's some content that just isn't the right fit for me. I'm a little uncomfortable by it, so I'm like, okay, I'm done. But I'm happy that I am not. It seems maybe the reading slump has taken its toll. It's done. Hopefully. So, knock on wood, but I hope so. I think a read and watch analysis is fun. Absolutely. Very fun stuff. Yeah, I
Yeah.
haven't done a book to movie adaptation in like forever. I think the only one I have up is my Nerve review. And Robin, actually, this was another English project I had to do.
really?
Yeah, it was the year after I had done that World After review. So
That's so cool.
yeah, so it is kind of cool that I'm like, I have a couple book videos before I started booktube.
Right.
Yeah, I figured I was considering editing the footage down, but I thought it'd just be better to just have it like authentically, what is there. And it's like, it's kind of cool, but also I was like, man, I look so tiny. Or just like, you can see the age in yourself when you watch it back, being who you
Right.
are now. It's like, I didn't expect to change so much.
Right.
It's very fun to kind of see like changes and everything. So I just want to give you guys major shout outs and props and thanks for watching the video. I really appreciated it. And also, Robin, I really appreciated that you watched the Wednesday
Yeah.
review. I know you haven't watched it yet, but I hope I hope this convinces you to watch it because this is excellent, excellent show.
When you first posted that video, I was still in LA, so I was kind of like, I'm too busy to sit down and watch
Yeah.
YouTube. And like since I've been back, I just like haven't been ready to watch something new yet. I've been rewatching Adventure Time just because I'm like, okay, they're short. I've seen
I
all of
feel
them before. So yeah, I'm not quite ready to watch something new. And also, I gather from your review that it's more of like I wouldn't say thriller, but like mystery, like
Yes.
plot driven show, and
Yeah.
I'm not like I want just kind of something fluffy right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get
So
that.
yeah, I will get to it, but yeah, it's just not ready yet.
Yeah, no, I totally understand what you mean. Um that's kind of actually what happened after I watched Wednesday. I was kind of like, okay, well, there's not new Wednesday content coming out, but I
Right.
kind of wanted the same vibe. So that's why I decided, okay, I'll check out The Addams Family from 1991. It just wasn't for me personally. And then I made the mistake after I watched that one. I was like, maybe I will watch Addams Family Values because you recommended it. And I couldn't deal with them trying to decapitate the baby and try to kill the baby. I
Oh,
couldn't deal with that. It was just too dark for me. I was like, no, I can't do that.
yeah, that one is a little more Wednesday driven. That's why I asked, if you've watched that one versus the first movie
Right.
that they came out with. But yeah, I remember that being a joke. There's some dark humor in there, but it's kind of done in like a slapsticky way that like no one really gets hurt. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, I can get why that would be a bit disturbing.
Yeah, I just can't deal with that. Like I got my own opinions about babies, but like harm, nope, nope.
Yeah.
Just like any harm to animals, I'm like, nope, no, no, no. Like I'm cool with like, PG-13 violence and stuff like that. The occasional R-rated violence, but not not to those innocents. Nope, nope. Not gonna
Yeah.
deal with that.
Yeah. I plan to watch your Wednesday video soon. I'm finally almost caught up with my book related videos on YouTube. There's just I think a couple more I need to watch. One of them being Robin's Monster High wrap up. It's taking me for
Oh
forever to get to
wow.
it because it's longer, so I was kind of saving it
It
for
is a long
last.
one, yeah.
So I was kind of saving the last, trying to catch up first, and then I can deal with the really long one. But that one I should be doing in the next couple of days, and then I'll start catching up on my TV related videos on my TV channel. I have a new video from a couple different people I'm subscribed to, and then a couple of your videos from your new TV channel I need to watch, like the Owl House one I still haven't got to because I'm like so behind. I'm trying to catch up, but I'll get there eventually.
Yeah, no, I was like, because like I had seen, this is a couple weeks ago. I was like, I didn't see Joharra comment. I wonder if she watched it. Like, I was like,
I'm behind.
did she just decide not to talk about it? No, now I understand.
I'll catch up. Just give me
Yeah,
a few.
yeah. Oh, so that was my point. The reason I said that with what you were saying, Robin, how you were saying you wanted lighter stuff. So that was my attempt. It just wasn't for me. But now I've been watching. I've been going back to The Office, just a good old comfort show, and I've been enjoying it. I'm just disappointed because we have Peacock, and at first all the other seasons we didn't have were on Peacock free, but now it's only premium available, and we're not going to pay for it. So I'm
Oh
like,
my
now I can't
god.
even watch those other episodes. But the nice thing is we have a couple of the seasons on Prime Video, so I've been watching those. So it's kind of nice. There were a couple episodes I haven't watched in a long time, so it almost felt like new Office content,
Yeah.
which was nice. So I'm really happy I've been getting into that. Just nice, light, fun. I should watch the fire one, uh, what is it? The cold open,
Hmm.
where Dwight starts the fire. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Well,
After watching Merlin and Wednesday, I kind of wanted something a bit more light as well, which isn't. I mean, yeah, I like light stuff, but I do love those darker tones. But I was like, let's watch something else right now,
Hmm.
So I finally, because I've been behind forever, started season 4 of Miraculous today.
Oh,
Normal episodes. I am so behind on everything, like my shows, my YouTube, everything. I'm just behind. Like it's been, as you guys know, it's been a rough couple of months, so I haven't really been paying attention
Yeah.
to keeping up with anything. But I'm finally catching up, and I really enjoyed season 4. And even I know Tiffany had issues with it because it's not as consistent, but that's how it is for a lot of kids' TV shows. I mean, some of them are more consistent, like Avatar, but I also feel like Avatar is more for family. Like I feel like it can work for kids, teens, adults, everyone, just
Yes.
because it does have darker themes that a lot of kids shows don't.
Mhm.
I mean, it has some dark themes, okay? But season 4, I definitely noticed that it's getting more consistent with the storyline and everything. And I am, even though I did enjoy the first 3 seasons, I am enjoying it more because of the consistency. So that's fun.
have you seen the finale yet for season 4?
No, I just started watching it today.
Okay, I won't say anything.
Yes, I'm excited but nervous. I know that something goes wrong. I don't know what happens, but I know that something goes wrong.
I won't say anything. The first season of The Office is peak Michael Scott. That was one of the only TV shows to genuinely make me laugh out loud. Yeah, there's a lot of funny stuff.
I could never get into The Office. I always thought it was kind of stupid. It looks
All
stupid.
right, Joharra, time to log you off.
Bye, Joharra. You're getting booted.
Apparently, you're gonna be like the other Tiffany and put me in timeout.
It's like, yeah, you need a little pause. Think about what you've done.
Yeah.
It's okay. I don't like inventing time either.
Oh, okay. Now you're definitely going.
Wait, what did she say?
She said she doesn't like Adventure Time either.
Oh, I won't say anything. I'm sorry.
It's okay if you guys don't like it.
Yeah, I never got into that show, but that does remind me. There was this kid. This was 4th grade. There was this kid. He would always be like, "What time is it? Adventure time."
Oh,
So I never watched this show, but I would always, anytime that show is mentioned, I always think of that kid. Look out, Joharra. Them's fighting words. Yep.
Have you guys ever seen the show That 70s Show?
I think I might have tried an episode, but I haven't watched it,
Yeah. I really like it. It was made in the 90s, but it was obviously about the 70s. That's why it's called That 70s Show. But I mean, it was really good. I feel like the majority of the fans like pretty much despised the last season, though. The last season did not happen. We do not admit that the last season happened. But I've heard a few months ago about them thinking about making a show called That 90s Show or something, but I wasn't sure if it was even real. All those fan made things out there. I wasn't sure if it was even something that was gonna happen. But then I saw a trailer for it the other day. I was like, this is actually happening, and it has two of the original stars, and I guess the other main stars are gonna guest star, except for the guy that played Hyde because he's like in prison. Yeah. But I think the other main stars are gonna guest star here and there. But I guess it's about the main character from That 70s Show, Eric, his and Donna's daughter, and she's spending the summer with her grandparents. Who that's the main setting of That 70s Show. The house, the Foreman house. So they're always like in the basement and stuff. So I guess she comes and meets some people, and they all just start hanging out in the basement, kind of like That 70s Show. I'm a little wary just because I always worry about reboots. Very rarely do I ever end up actually liking a reboot, but I'm going to give it a try because I am curious. I usually give the reboots at least a try.
Yeah. No, I understand that. I did watch the trailer even though I never watched the show. I don't know. I'm not trying to hate on our generation per se, but I don't know, those kids it kind of just seems like they just found them and said work on this show. It doesn't seem like they're gonna be talent, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not saying, because clearly obviously there are good stars. It's just, I don't know, I'm not seeing that many in our generation. I'm hoping we'll find better ones on screen, but I'm not seeing great Gen Zs. But hopefully that changes. Joharra says from her basement.
You live
Yeah.
in the you live in the show.
That is funny. Okay. I see that.
Yeah, I finally got a bed, so I'm moving down into the basement in
I
the
was
next
just
couple of
about to
days.
ask. Yeah, that's nice that you finally get your own space again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perhaps some bias there because of the basement. That's funny.
Well, it's
But yeah,
oh,
go ahead.
sorry. I was just gonna say, my childhood best friend before I first moved to Florida, for a few years, whenever I would go to her house, it was a lot like that 70s show based on the fact that we always hung out in her basement.
Yeah.
Like, we only went to her room whenever we slept for sleepovers. Like, we were always in her basement for
That was
whatever
the
reason.
same for like me and my best friend too. Like that's
Oh,
where
really?
like he had like the computer, like TV down there. We watched movies. Yeah, it was kind of like the hangout spot. I don't remember if it was like carpeted or anything, or if it was just like I don't know, just like
We had
whatever
some
space they had.
active imaginations, and some of the stuff we did, like, we were very imaginative kids. I guess that's the writer in me.
Yeah.
Yeah. With what you were saying, Joharra, with how, it's a little not so, there's not much confidence in a reboot when you find it announced. So a day or so, maybe 2 days ago, we watched, have you guys watched A Christmas Story?
I've watched the original one, yeah.
Okay, we were talking about that
Yeah.
the last sprint, right?
I never seen it. My mom despises that movie.
Okay. Oh yes, I remember you mentioned that. Yes. So I have my own opinions about A Christmas Story. Like, I've watched it. I don't know. There's like something about it. I'm not saying it's like cursed, but there's something kind of like dark to me about it. Or it doesn't have like childlike wonder. It doesn't have the Christmas vibe. It's like, hey, this is a tough life for us kids here, okay? I don't know. That's kind of what it was given. But I watched A Christmas Story Christmas. That was the they came out with, like a sequel, a continuation when he's older. Not so good.
You didn't like it? I haven't seen it yet, but I was planning on watching it.
Yeah, that reminds me. I'm supposed to add that for my November watching. Oh wait, never mind. I did add it. Okay, good. I'm like, I don't think I added that. No, but that's all good. But that reminds me. So for my movie watching and my book reading, I mean, obviously with Goodreads, I can log what I've read and I can know what month I read a book. But usually I like to write it down in my notes. And what I find cute is I was like, okay, I want to put a little something, a little sparkle to like my December watching or December reading. And I'm like, okay, how about between December and whatever word, I have a little snowflake. So I just use a little snowflake emoji and I think that's cute. Even though I know I'm a Florida girl, so now I'm not with the snow, but it still works. It's still December. So
You're appropriating my northern culture by using
I'm
the
a
snowflake.
northerner, okay? I just happen to move here.
I love how she says she's a Florida girl, even though she wasn't born in Florida.
Right, yeah.
Well, I was just talking. You know how it is. I don't even remember what I was gonna say. But one thing for me is so this has now been, what is it now? Hold on. Let me just see one thing. Okay, it has been a little over 2 weeks since I got this done. And I am waiting and very much anticipating getting it back, just brown instead of this blonde. But multiple times a hair appointment has been set up and then it doesn't work out. So I'm really hoping this happens quickly. And I think it'll be even harder with now that I'm starting a new job because it'll have to work around my schedule. And then one of these places said, well, it's going to be busy around the holidays. I'm like, oh my gosh, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
When am I going to get this out? And I really wanted to get this hair done before my birthday, but that's not happening. So I'll deal with it. But I was kind of like, no, I don't want it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I'd suggest like getting dye yourself and doing it, but I don't know if you're into that. I mean, I've dyed my own hair for years, so I kind of like I have no fear about that, but I know it can be quite daunting to someone who's never done it before.
Yeah, there's just so much because now I kind of have like three colors. So
Yeah,
it would, I don't think I could do it. I don't think my parents could do it. So it's like,
right.
we're gonna get a professional here and one who does not botch my hair, you know?
Right.
Nope, not gonna deal
Yeah,
with that.
when I lived in Florida, my aunt who lives in Florida, she moved there a long time ago, and she has been dyeing her hair since she was in high school. So,
Mhm.
and she still does it. So, I know had my hair dyed twice in my entire life, and both times she did it since she's been dyeing her hair her entire life. And I dyed it burgundy both times.
I was
I really
about to
liked
ask what color. Yeah, that sounds pretty.
I might still have pictures I could show you guys. I really liked the burgundy in my hair.
Nice.
I actually
Yeah,
have my natural color right now, which is kind of rare because I started in high school and I like for years dyed my hair until I shaved my head and then I went back to
right.
natural.
Yes.
So, yeah, this is like the first time in a long time I've had my actual hair color.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, my hair is a light brown, but it actually got darker because when I was younger, I had blonde. In
Yeah.
elementary school, it was like a dirty blonde, and then as I got older and older, it just got darker and darker before it turned brown. I mean, my
Yeah.
sister, the one that's a year younger than me, is the same way. Only she's still blonde, but hers was always a much lighter blonde, so it
Right.
turned dirty blonde, and then
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
slowly. So.
I see. Yeah. Your reading journal is very crafty, Tiff. Make sure you hang on to that treasure. Oh, I will. I very much plan to keep that. Actually, that's a point. So I was planning, um, 2 days ago. Start of December. I was like, okay, I'm gonna, finish up my November spread for the reading journal, and then I'll post a video on it. Well, that didn't work out so well. So in October for my spread, I wanted to have a booktube page. So, I post, I have the pictures of my thumbnail, and then I have my ending views for the month under it so that I know, hey, this is how far the videos come since, the first couple days or whatever, weeks. Um, but the printer, ink, it's not looking so great. So I'm kind of waiting. Hopefully the ink gets better. But I did talk to my dad about it, and he's kind of like, just deal with it. I was like, so I think I might just have to like use it as like a for now kind of picture. Even though I was like, but it's not gonna look pretty. The whole thing is looking good. So I'm gonna figure that out for November what I'm gonna do. But I had said in the beginning for the November reading, when I first was making it, that I might change the November beginning page because it's really empty except for just the words. But I think November just kind of was it was a mess of a month. So I think I'm just gonna leave it and just hope for better things for December. Maybe. And obviously there's a lot of like more things to have as little things around the beginning page for my reading
Yeah.
journal.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what I read in November, so I'm actually looking it up right now because I'm like, did I only read like 2 books?
Hmm.
Yeah, I think I did.
Which books were they?
I read Children of Dune, which I started last month. Woman on the Edge of Time, which I also started. I shouldn't say last month, I mean October. I started both of these. Uh, and then I read Adulthood, Rights, and Imago. Um, and that's all the books I've read
Yeah,
that past month. That's like really low for me. I usually read around 8 books a month.
Yeah,
that's
I
so
didn't.
crazy to me. I'm just like, oh, 8 books. That's crazy.
I know, and I'm just like I only read 4. Barely read anything at all.
I didn't read as much as I usually read either. I'm trying to think of what I even
It's
read.
because of the readathon we just did. Like, I feel like when I do readathons, it like really takes a lot out of me.
True.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of binging, you know? It's like,
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, no, the reason that I didn't read as much is because, like, in the middle of the month is when I got that bad news, and then
Yeah.
my reading just was hit pause.
That's
um,
understandable.
yeah, I was able to get a couple more books in the last couple of days, but that's because they were comic books, so they weren't very. And I was very wary about them just because I'm not a big fan of comic books, but I wanted to try them because they're Avatar: Last Airbender.
Mhm.
Um, I know most of Avatar's comics are like there's like part 1, part 2, part 3. Like there'd be a part 3 for an entire story, but the 2 I read were like a bunch of short stories from during Avatar, like during the series, like the Lost Adventures or whatever.
Yeah.
And they were okay. I found myself bored with a lot of these stories. Uh,
Oh. Huh.
at least for the which one was it? The Lost Adventures. I was bored with that. I think that's the one I only rated 2 stars. The Teen
Mhm.
Avatar Tales I rated 3 stars because a couple of the stories did make me laugh, and those stories did involve heavily with Sokka, so no wonder I laughed.
Right.
But I'm hoping I like the ones that are more consistent, not just a bunch of short stories, because I'm also not as big into short stories. But I'm not a fan of comic books either. But I am also wary because I do not like Katara and Aang as a romantic couple. Like they
Yeah.
are cringy as heck, and I'm so nervous because the comics I'm going to read now are after the show, so now they're officially a couple, and
Mm.
they're cringy as heck, and I'm so not looking forward to that. I am nervous, but I'm gonna give them a try because I do love Avatar.
Nice. So, do you guys have any like? Do you want to do or have New Year's resolutions? Like, do you have any goals for this new year?
Ooh, that's a good one. I have a couple reading goals I want to do next year. I really want to start reading a lot more translated works.
Oh,
Because I feel like I did that a little bit. I think I've read 3 different translated works this year, but I kind of realized like, wow, I'm missing out like on like this huge chunk of like world literature. Because all I'm reading is like American or English authors. You know what I mean? So there's like so many other countries. They're putting out really fantastic stuff, and a lot of the time like the science fiction that comes from different countries is just so different because like culture is different, and like what matters to people in different countries is different. So yeah, I want to explore more of that. There was another reading goal I had too. Oh, I think I wanted to read more like trans authors, but specifically trans male authors, because again, that's another like type of writer I notice I don't read a lot of. Um, Even though there's a lot out there, I just haven't really read, a lot of trans male authors. So yeah, that's my 2 goals for next year.
what about you, Joharra?
Um, uh, I want to read more LGBTQ fantasy books because I know there are some out there. It's just I haven't actually read that many, and I'm like, but I want to. So why haven't I? So I want to see if I can find some. And I don't. It's like I don't want them to be heavy on the LGBT.
Oh, did
Looks
she pause?
like out. Uh
I thought
oh.
it was me.
Yeah, no. Uh-oh. I don't know if she'll have to come back. Hopefully she registers that it didn't work. Okay, I'm hoping she'll be able to, maybe she'll have to leave and come back. That
Yeah.
happens. What is up with that? We're just trying to have a stream here. Yeah, I don't really have like any concrete plans yet. But again, like I said, I think I will really aim to try fantasy and sci-fi
Yeah.
books. I think the problem for me is the starting.
Yeah.
starting with it. But then once I start, I'm good to go, I think. So I think I will definitely try that. Yeah, I think she'll come back.
Wow.
Um, Actually, one book that was there at Barnes and Noble. So I told you right that I read The 100. So
Mhm.
there's obviously more books to the series, but because of like the fact that there might be a bit of one of the conflicts with one of the characters is an assault. I don't
Mm.
want to read about that, and I
Mhm.
don't know how the author is going to handle the situation. Like, this character is really good, but if they don't have the right attitude for that conflict, I don't think I could look at the character the same way. So
Yeah.
I don't really want to like um oh, what's the word? Like, twist this good thing that I had for this book. So while I thought it was cool to see the sequel, and I looked at a portion of it, and it did start with that. It was like maybe 150 pages in, and those two were working together. So maybe they figured it out, or maybe the conflict is later in the book. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I am a little like, I don't know if I really want to see them. Like, I can't have that character doing this wrong. I'm like,
Yeah. That's a
but
tough one. I mean, if you know anyone who's read it already, you can always ask them
yeah,
how it's handled, but yeah, that can be tricky, and I'm a similar way with like certain content. It needs to be handled a certain way. And most of the time, I feel like most of the time I read it and it's okay. But
yeah,
I know like how I want that to be handled though. Yeah.
yeah. So just my point was, while that is a sci-fi book I was able to get into, you know?
Yeah.
So, like, I can do it, but I don't. I mean, this happened even in 2021 where I read a lot of first books in a series and I was done. I was like, okay, I'm not going to commit all this time. I think a lot of the reason why I'm not going to commit the time is I tried that with Shatter Me, and that was a mistake. I read 11 stinking stories for nothing. While I
Wow.
am like, while there was one character that was good and some portions of it were okay, it was a waste of my time. I was like, man, I wish I didn't do it. But I did make money off those books, so yay. So that's good. Um so anyway, just the point that I'm gonna see about trying more with fantasy and sci-fi books. That is gonna be my plan. Oh, that's my point. Starting is hard. I'm hoping once I get off the starting point and get more into the book, it'll work out. And yeah, I'm finding some good fantasy stories, and like there's this one book that sounds interesting. Now the cover, I've seen the cover many years, and I figured, oh, that's not going to be a book. It looks a little bit like a cheesy cover. It's called The Kiss of Deception, but actually it kind of sounds interesting. I don't know if you've heard of it.
I haven't. I'm Googling it right now.
Okay, okay. So basically, like, this girl, well, she is about, it's about to be an arranged marriage, but she's not going to let that happen. So she gets out of there. But then she has an alliance with these two dudes, and it turns out it is the prince that she was supposed to marry, and then this other dude. So it sounds like it could be interesting, and it has enough of like an actual fantasy story. So it's plot driven with a romance subplot. I'm thinking, oh, yay,
Nice.
she's
Yeah.
back. She's back, everybody.
All right. I was just about
Sorry,
to
I was,
message you on Twitter to see if you were okay.
I was having internet difficulties and it took a minute to reconnect.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Glad you're back. So as you were saying, you want to read more fantasy with LGBT representation, I believe that's what you were
Yes.
saying.
Um, but I wanted to still be heavy on the fantasy. I feel like
Yes.
I've read some fantasy LGBTQ in the past where it's like it was more heavy on the LGBT and all that, and it's like I do want that representation, but I also feel like it should be more normalized, and you shouldn't always have to make a big deal about it. Don't make a big deal. Oh my gosh, this character's straight. This couple's a straight couple. Like you don't make a big deal about that. So I do want more, but I just want it to be more normalized, I guess. They did that with Six of Crows. Like every time they they mentioned that a character is bisexual or whatever, they just kind of casually mention it, and it's like that trait, that one part of themselves was not how they were defined. They were defined by so much more than just who they were attracted to. And I feel like we don't get that enough, and that's one reason why Six Crows, I love it so much. And it's not just Six Crows, it's the whole Grishaverse. They all did that, and I really love it. I just feel like we don't see that enough. I also want to find more of a balance between writing and reading. It's like sometimes I can go a couple months with mostly writing, getting so much done, and hardly any reading, and then vice versa. And it's like I want to find more of a balance so I can get plenty of writing done and plenty of reading done.
Yeah.
Let's see if that actually happens. I've been meaning to do that for months now.
Yeah.
And I also, one more thing, I have been like thinking about like what kind of job I would want, because as of right now my author royalties don't pay the bills. So until that takes off, or my YouTube channels or whatever, I was thinking of what I want to do. And I when I was really young, I always wanted to be an author, but there was a time where I also kind of wanted to be a teacher, and I'm thinking about trying going for that, to be a teacher. I would like to be a teacher at a special school. Two of my sisters are handicapped, and they go to a special school, and so I know how to deal with like handicapped kids, and I think that would be nice to do that.
Yeah, I think that's a really good job for you too.
Yeah.
So what did I miss with all my internet issues?
Oh, so I was just sharing with Robin that I want, like I'm saying, I want to prioritize fantasy and sci-fi books, and I was saying to Robin, the beginning, getting into the book, starting with the book is the hardest part, so I'm gonna really try my best to kind of like go through it, kind of like what happens, like if you have to do something, like maybe like the traffic, I don't know exactly like the proper metaphor, but or analogy, you kind of got to go through the traffic and then you get to the destination or the exciting thing you have going on, something like that. I have to go through the hard stuff to get to the good stuff. So I think that's what I'm going to aim for. And then I was just saying to Robin that while, as an example, like I did really enjoy The 100, and that's a sci-fi book. Like I was able to get into that. But I'm not all that inclined to read the sequel, and it has to do with, I'm just not sure if if the author is gonna treat this assault conflict in the story properly, and I just don't want to see possibly that character being just totally destroyed, and I can't look at the character the same way again. Like obviously there's, if anything is the way I think it possibly could be, even if the character forgives them, I'm like, I can't look at you the same way. And I don't want fictional characters to be just like real characters, like real people, where some people just ignore it or say, not a big deal, So I don't want it to be swept under the rug or treated really badly. So I just don't want to risk that potential of that conflict not being properly treated well. So I hope I will get into good fantasy and sci-fi in 2023, but that's about it for that part. It's gonna be hard for me. Robin, I was actually mentioning this to Joharra earlier before you got here. I think it's going to be very difficult for me now that not only am I trying to maintain one channel. I got 2 channels. And so the fact that I'm going to be starting work full time,
Mhm.
it sounds like a lot. So I'm really going to have to see how that's going to go. So I really hope I have done really good with having a consistency, you know? So I'm hoping this won't be too difficult. But I'm gonna have to see. So that'll definitely be something I want to prioritize. Being more social, I think, will be good. Maybe getting out of the house more because I'm more of a homebody. So I will try to do that. Yeah, I don't have too many like goals, but maybe closer to the end of the year. And I think also I might have more of an idea once I start with this job. Like maybe I'll have more understanding about my trajectory coming into 2023. But that's about it for what I want to do there. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting.
Yeah. As far as getting into sci-fi and fantasy, it's like when you first there's subgenres for like every genre, and it's like when you first get into reading, you have to try to figure out what genre you even like, and then once you find the genre, you have to try to figure out what subgenre. I think it's gonna be the first thing for you too. You know, I mean, you should probably start with like the easier ones before you get into high fantasy or high sci-fi, because those are kind of heavy for experienced readers, but who knows, maybe those will be the ones you prefer. I think it's just about finding which type of fantasy sci-fi that you really resonate with.
Yeah, like I know I've definitely enjoyed urban fantasy because it's nice to still incorporate the real world, but you're in the fantasy world. So I like when that's included, or things that we recognize is still a part of the world, or things like that. So I'm gonna have to see. I mean, I don't know. Have you guys read Throne of Glass?
I
I have
definitely not.
Okay, okay. I don't know if it's considered high fantasy for YA, but it's definitely pretty fantasy. So, and I was very intimidated by that book. I'm like, it's third person perspective. It's a fantasy book. It's long. It's got its own made up things. So I'm like, ooh, that sounds like the worst combination for me. But you know what? It did all that crazy stuff, like some sort of like chemistry potion, and it came out successful. And I gave it 5 stars. So
Nice.
I think there are definitely plenty of awesome sci-fi and fantasy books. I just have to find them. And I hope this coming month this coming year, that I will do that. Because that's how I've been feeling while I've been getting into contemporary and romance books. That's primarily what I've been reading. I'm getting a little bored, I'm getting a little like there's not enough going on. So
Mm.
maybe I will try some contemporary mysteries, or I'll get into more plot driven sci-fi and fantasy books. So I think I'm gonna keep myself engaged with this kind of stuff. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, definitely. And what you say about plot driven and character driven, I do really love plot driven because I do like when I do love the fantasy element. That's why fantasy is my favorite genre, because the fantasy element. But every so often, and I like it whenever there's more of a mix. Like there's plenty of plot, but you actually get to know the characters, because I fall for these characters. I want to get to know them too. But then every so often there have been a character driven that story that I get into, like Six of Crows. That's more character driven and I love it. But yeah, I definitely agree with the whole plot driven thing, because I love the fantasy element. And high fantasy is my favorite fantasy, because I do love the whole other world where it's not in our world at all, and there's all these things you don't completely understand until you get to know their world and become
Yeah.
part of their world. And I absolutely love it.
Yeah, for sure.
Robin, what's your favorite sci-fi type of genre?
I like most. Like I will genuinely read most science fiction. I don't know. I think like hard science fiction is the only one that I don't tend to read a lot of. I'm a little intimidated by it still.
Yeah.
But I definitely like stuff about aliens and robots is kind of probably like if a book has that in it, I'm very interested in it already, you know.
Yeah, I enjoy low fantasy and urban fantasy as well. I think those are the main three fantasies I really read.
Yeah. I do think it is a little crazy to me that I don't read that many or watch that many mystery shows or books, because I really do enjoy that, that genre, and cracking the code, seeing what it's all about, and like knowing that that's kind of the point of the book, that this author or this writer created this. That's what you're looking to find. You want to find the answer, and you know they worked hard on that answer. Obviously, there are then and again disappointing mysteries. You're like, that's the killer, or that's how you solve it. That's a resolution. Sure, there are things like that, but I do think it is just interesting. What's nice is I've never watched Knives Out, but what's nice is I'm one of those AMC Stubs members, and so they do a nice little birthday thing. So there's like a free popcorn and free drink, and we have to use it by the end of the month. So I think we're gonna go for the sequel to Knives Out. So we will watch the first Knives Out, and then we'll go to the theater to watch the next one. So I think it'll be nice to check on, watch another mystery movie I've never seen before. So I think I'll try my best to find some mystery stuff, but nothing too crazy. Like I don't know what would be considered too crazy for mystery, but like I have to be interested, But I
Yeah.
think I will try that more. So maybe that will be my another goal. Mystery, sci-fi, fantasy. Those are my goals. And guys, I give you full permission, if a couple months pass by in 2023 and you see I'm just doing contemporary and romance, shame me. Try to convince me to do it. Like, tell me, it's like, oh, well, we can't do any more live shows with you if you don't start.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be
I was
banned.
like, okay, fine, I guess I'll do it. And then I'll end up having a blast with it. So, that I give you guys full permission for that. So
And we will too.
yeah. Oh, I know you will, Joharra. You're just like,
Yeah, a while ago I did a video on my booktube about uh fantasy books for beginners, and I was thinking about doing that again because that was a while ago, and there could be people like you that want to get into fantasy but don't know where to start. I'll be like, here's my guide from someone who's been reading pretty much only fantasy her entire life.
Right, yeah.
yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. That sounds like a good video to watch when you post it. That could be good to check out. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to see what happens. I do think the books that I have found and the books that will remain nameless until I put out my birthday book haul. Those books seem pretty interesting. They're one is it contemporary? One is maybe contemporary, but not the kind of contemporary I usually read. It's a little bit darker. There's one that's a sci-fi, and the other one's a fantasy. So I think the books I've selected are a bit out of my comfort zone and more of a challenge. So I'm gonna check those out.
So what videos will be coming to you guys' channel soon besides your book haul you just mentioned?
I think last time I talked, I said that I filmed a video of Did I Read My TBR, and I still haven't finished editing it, so there's that one. I'm gonna do my top 10 reads of this past year, which I still haven't picked all my books I'm gonna talk about for that. My year wrap up I'm gonna do. And then I want to do another short book haul that I did a book haul. I bought books when I was in LA, and I bought too many books when I was in LA.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do a very short book haul of those because the covers look amazing.
Yay! That's awesome.
Looking forward to those.
That one I'm gonna do hopefully tomorrow. I wanted to film it today, but I just got so tired. I was napping before we did this, so that's why I'm yawning.
Yeah. I want to do my reading wrap up, so I'm hoping I will post that. I just kind of feel like for this transition into the new job, I don't think I'll film a new video. Obviously I got my birthday tomorrow and then I start work. So I think I'm really gonna take it easy. I still plan on posting it, filming and posting it very soon, just not like in the next 2 days. So, but I do want to do that. Like I said, I want to make my reading journal spread flip through, so I'll finish my November reading journal spread. Maybe I'll set up my December reading journal spread. I don't know. I think I'm gonna give it some time. I don't know. Possibly. That is possibly what I'm gonna do. I could have sworn there was something else I was gonna make for this kind of channel. Maybe not. Maybe it was like for some like movie. Yeah, like for my movie channels, I'm gonna do reacting to my 2022 Spotify Wrapped, what I watched in November. Yeah, and I want to post this video, but I don't have enough content for it. I want to do the Owl House incorrect quotes because I have a few of them I really like, but it's like I only have like 3, and 3 incorrect quotes is not enough to warrant a video. So I'm like, gotta give it a little bit more time to think of something. But I definitely want to do that. So there's a few I have. Oh, hello, the book haul. Birthday book haul. I'll probably do a video, just either birthday book haul and another birthday thing, or like this week, maybe I'll do something like for the start of December. I don't know. Like I definitely will include. I think I'll like have a clip of us when we waved at the beginning. Oh, actually, if you guys want to just wave here, we could just have that be the part of the video. Okay, so so I definitely want to have a clip of this because that's part of my birthday. I think I'll definitely do some good recordings, like get all the moments that I talked about that I want to do for my birthday. And then maybe when I start this job, obviously, like I'm not going to film the actual job because I'm sure, company-wise, not so good. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So I'm hoping I'll get more vlogging. I think it is a little intimidating to do a vlog because I really haven't done one of those before. Like I've done my bookstore vlog and that was intimidating in itself, but I'm really proud of myself for doing it. It shows really good editing that I did, and it's the best performing video on this channel. So hooray!
Oh, nice.
I've done a couple of reading vlogs. I don't know. Vlogs are just hard. Like it's so much easier to just have one little, one moment where you're filming and in one spot and you're good to go. But obviously a vlog's a bit different. So it's like a little nerve-wracking. And also that's one thing that I enjoyed about going to Barnes & Noble the other day was I didn't have to worry about being like, oh, what would be good for the camera? No, I'm vibing and enjoying thing for myself. So while I understand the appeal of vlogs, I don't think it's quite the thing for me. I just remembered, okay, another 2023 goal, I will do the Battle of the Sexes video. I just haven't read Eve of Man, the XY, or City of Beasts, but I still very much want to do it. It's just reading's been a little hard, but I do want to do it.
Yeah.
So.
Nice. Sounds like you have a lot of plans.
Yeah. So I'm hoping I can get those. Robin, that book idea that you had as when we were talking about Eve of Man, how's that going? If it's going. No.
Not going out. No, I've been so busy I haven't been able to write at all. But yeah, it's still in the noggin, so hopefully eventually. And I want to try it as a short story. I don't think it's going to be a full-length novel.
Yeah, that sounds fun and also more up my alley because now it's like my attention span is so you know?
Yeah.
Not so good. Not so good. And it's crazy that they are saying, obviously not everyone, but more the average of attention spans now is less than a goldfish. That's pretty bad. It's like 7 or 8 seconds.
Wow.
I
Well,
blame the internet.
I have 3 YouTube channels.
3?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my
Forgot.
gosh, Joharra.
Well, one of them is like an activist sort of thing, and I don't upload in that one as much. For that, I think I only have one thing planned, which I just came up with the other day, which was to basically talk about TV characters that I think should have been canon as gay or bisexual based on whatever happened on the show that was very not hetero. um and that could actually go up on my TV channel as well. And then for my TV channel, I have several things planned. I've just been procrastinating, and it's like for a while on my book channel, I had no idea what I wanted to post besides the annual TBR and wrap up, which I still need to do. But for the TV channel, it's the opposite. It's like there's several things I know I want to do. It's just which one do I want to do first is the question.
Yeah.
But I think I decided because I have this ongoing series right now on my TV channel, where I rank the styles from the main Monster High ghouls, the one that has like several different styles throughout the original franchise, like how many times they changed their hair and clothes and stuff. And I'm just ranking those. I only have 2 ghouls left, Abby and Draculaura,
Oh
saving the best
wow.
for last sort of thing. So
Yeah.
I want to do that. I also have 2 top 10 lists planned, both for Harry Potter, and then 2 top 20 lists planned because I just couldn't choose just 10. One is for Roswell, New Mexico, which I got into recently, and then one is for Merlin, which I got into recently.
Nice.
And yeah, I think that's it. Besides edits that I make, but for my book channel, I have the I mentioned I want to do the fantasy for beginners, fantasy books for beginners. Then I have a haul coming eventually as well. It's not just gonna be a book haul though. It's just gonna be everything I got for my birthday. I want to wait until I get receive the Ghoul It Yourself book first.
Yes.
I'm gonna do show that. Plus, Robin suggested after I finish the Ghoul It Yourself book, do a video on a flip through, and now I really want to do that because I didn't even think about that. So I'm definitely gonna be doing a flip through of that once I do all of the activities and whatever is inside it. And I have my TBR and wrap up I still need to do, but I'm procrastinating. And I have an ongoing reading vlog for the Twisted Tales books, which I'll upload whenever I finish the Twisted Tales books. I don't know when that will be.
Nice.
So, yeah. I've just been procrastinating a lot.
Yeah, there have been a lot of like feelings of like since I made this new channel where I'm like, maybe it wasn't the right call to delete it, or this is the right call that I didn't delete it, but I left and I'm doing this channel. Where I was just kind of like, was it the right call to leave the channel and create this new one? But I think I've found some like new people, and like there's definitely ones where I'm like, oh, and it's clear to see like some of them are booktubers, and you can see they haven't been active since 2020. It's like, well, that's not really a subscriber that's going to be continuing to watch your channel.
Right.
You know? And my channel wasn't, I mean, I know a lot of it had to do with my consistency and whatever, but it was a little like, the channel's not growing. Now, obviously it could have, but I think it works out, and I think I needed that like change to like get into stuff. Like my thumbnails have greatly improved. I'm just doing things better, and my consistency is going. But I was gonna say I'm really proud of everything I'm doing for this book channel. But another thing I'm very happy about is my movie channel. I'm very proud of my movie channel. I know, Robin, like you said, you checked out the Wednesday review. I don't know if you were looking at the channel at all, but I'm very proud of my best performing video ever. It's my funny Bambi shorts. 2,600 plus views, which I'm like, oh my gosh, yes. And this this has only been not even 3 weeks yet. So I'm pretty proud of it. And my overall views on the channel, it's a little under 1,000 views till I surpass my overall views on my other channel, on my bookstore channel, my
Wow.
own channel. So I was like, look at me go! This channel is working. So I'm very proud of that. And another funny thing, the Funny Bambi short was another school project.
Really?
Writing project we had to do. So there was something where I involved Lion King before and after, and then I did Bambi before and after. Now, unfortunately, when I edited it and I used, so this is StreamYard, there was an app we had to use, Screencastify, and for some reason the audio was a little botched. It didn't work. The only one that worked was the Funny Bambi short one. So I think I found the audio. I remember editing it last year, but then I gave up, I guess. I don't know what happened, but I'm hoping I can find that other stuff so I can still include that, because it's like, well, if I get another repeat like this, I want this, I want another one that performs this well. Like, I was getting 300 plus views in 48 hours. I was like, yes, let's keep it going, So I'm very proud of how the movie channel is going. And it is really nice because since I started my BookTube channel in 2020, I've been cataloging and logging every single movie and show I've watched, but I didn't talk about them. So I'm glad I finally am able to do both talking about the movies and TV shows and the books. So yay! All the entertainment, my kind of thing. Yay.
Nice. Yeah, I forgot to mention for my book channel, I also plan to do a Q&A very soon because I surpassed 250 subscribers. So I want to do that. I tweeted on Twitter asking for reading or writing related questions. So hopefully I'll get some more because I think I've only gotten like a few so far.
Yeah.
One was from Robin, I think, right?
I did see. I gave you one question so far. If I think of more, I'll comment more.
All right, thanks.
Awesome. I was just gonna say, like, with what you were just mentioning with subscribers, that's one thing I was really happy about. So even though I was getting okay views, certainly my Owl House video got good views. It almost beat what used to be my highest viewed video, which was our fifth wave discussion, Robin. 600 something views.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it got that many views.
Yeah, it did pretty well. YouTube was promoting it like a lot, I guess. So 500 plus views I got on my Owl House videos. So I was like, hey, this is good. And it was kind of bringing more people to my channel. But once I posted my Funny Bambi short, it exploded. Like, I went, like, at the end of October, I was either at 7 or 8 subscribers. And now I'm at 20. So I'm pretty proud of it that, like, it's finally growing. Like, I had the views, but no one was subscribing. But now I'm getting some good subscribers. Like, I got a few from the Wednesday review. I got some from my Bambi short. And I think of another video or two. So I'm hoping, stay in the course. I'm really hoping this stuff works out. Like, I know growth is not the most important thing, and YouTube is fickle, so I can't like put my worth and value in YouTube, but I'm still really happy with the performance and everything,
Yeah, nice. Yeah, for my TV channel, I felt like for the longest time, no one was subscribing. Like, I was stuck on 35 subscribers forever. And I had that YouTube before my BookTube, I think, like shortly before. And that one just wasn't kicking off. And I don't know what changed, but I mean, Twitter changed my life, honestly. I got more sales after I joined Twitter. I got more subscribers on both channels after I joined Twitter. So, and now I have 80 something subscribers, and I'm like, wow, this year my TV channel's finally started to take off. Like, I'm so close to 100.
Yeah,
Nice.
awesome. Yeah, I'm definitely noticing though, and of course it makes sense, but if I do a video that more talks about something that's in pop culture or is something well known, certainly with the fifth wave discussion, like that's one that's like actually mentions, and my Shatter Me review that got a lot of attention. Then Wednesday and The Owl House and Bambi, and it's like, yeah, if you talk about something people already well know, and search can be pretty successful in getting the proper audience there, that's really nice. So, yeah, good stuff. Yeah, I think there were a lot of faults with November, but I'm thinking I can have some good stuff happening for December. So, yay.
Nice.
Hey.
So, I don't remember if I did ask you, Robin, when's your birthday?
February 12th. So we
Nice.
got a
Right
little
before
time.
Valentine's Day. Oh yeah, you
Yep.
said like yeah,
Complaining about that.
yeah. Because we were talking about, I was like, yep. If it's within the holidays, think of people and their whole. Oh, don't you want a combined gift?
Yeah.
No, they're
No.
separate. Come on.
Right.
Like honestly, like some people, No, honestly.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely.
yeah, no, that'll be good. And maybe if you want, we could do this for your birthday.
Yeah, I'm hoping to do so, yeah.
Yeah. So, do you guys like have any plans for like what you're gonna do for family or friends for Christmas?
No. I am like so like uninspired to get gifts this year, so
Oh
I
yeah.
don't quite know what I'm gonna do for Christmas yet.
Yeah. Um, I don't think so. I mean, just who's here. Um, yeah, I mean, it's not like I was never really close to many relatives anyway, so the only thing would have been my dad coming down because he lived like an hour away, but so yeah, this sucks. I mean, this is my first birthday without him, and it's gonna be
Yeah.
my first Christmas without him since I was like 4. I think I was 4 when he came into my life, and I think I was 5 when he married my dad or my mom. Yeah, but my dad married my dad.
He married himself.
But yeah, so I mean he died shortly before Thanksgiving, so I definitely wasn't feeling very thankful during
Yeah.
that. And yeah, that's why I was a little unsure about if I was gonna join this live show because even I've always loved my birthday, but I'm a little sad now because this is my first birthday without him, at least for as long as I can remember.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, so it's hard, but I have my mom and my siblings, so
Yeah. Well, on a lighter note, I am glad that you joined. I think we've been having a lot of fun. So like, do you guys have like anything that you want for Christmas? Like, do you have anything on your list?
Most of what I'm asking for is like socks and books.
Nice.
That's all I really want right now is socks and books. Yeah, because anything else is like, oh, like I want a house, or
Yeah.
like things that like I'm obviously not gonna get. Um, so yeah, even like on like the gift receiving end, I'm not super enthusiastic. It doesn't feel like Christmas right now
I
for me
know.
either, and there's not really any reason why, for me at least. Um, so yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
I think 2020 is 2022, not 2020.
you're a couple years behind.
2022 is it's a weird year. So I totally agree
Yeah.
with you, Robin. But what is nice? So my mom's gone full out. She's like been going crazy with the purchasing for Christmas decorations and stuff. It's looking really nice. And even though for the past couple of years I haven't been feeling like the Christmas spirit when it comes to Christmas, because of my mom's decoration, I'm feeling a little bit more of that cheer. So I'm hoping that
Nice.
gets a bit better, but I still don't feel it. It still feels like Christmas. And also,
Right.
like, I used to really be into Christmas music and Christmas movies, but that just really isn't the thing anymore. And I feel like there's really old Christmas songs, and I don't want to hear oldies. And just things I've seen and heard that I don't want to hear anymore, And
Mhm.
I don't know, like some of the stuff kind of makes me feel down. I don't know the reason why. I mean, I know Christmas isn't the same as when you're a kid, but at the same time, it just is a little like, it's not feeling. So I totally understand what you're saying. And I already forgot what my point was with what I was talking about. There's so
Yeah.
much with like the brain is working, putting out those words, and then it's like short circuiting. Like, what
Yeah.
was I talking about? Oh, what about you, Joharra?
What was the question again?
Do you have anything on your list, or you want?
Oh yeah. I don't know. I know Alyssa's sending me something closer to Christmas. I don't know what I helped her figure out what to get my siblings and my mom, secretly. But for me, she asked me to send her 3 different things, and she will get me one of them. So it's somewhat of a surprise. I sent her the links for 3 indie books. One is the prequel of A Daughter's Ransom, which came out recently. Another one is the 4th book in the Shadowrun Chronicles, because that came out recently as well, and I've already read the first 3. And then the other one's called Malediction, which is the first in the series. I don't think book 2 is even out yet, but yeah. So I sent her those. I mean, Victoria said she was gonna send this to me later for Christmas, but with everything going on, she wanted to cheer me up, so she sent it earlier for my birthday. And yeah, I really don't know about gifts. I mean, my 2022 has sucked. I'm just ready for this year to be over. I mean, the first half of the year was fine, okay? It was alright. It wasn't bad or anything. And then I feel like the trouble started in September when my house burned down.
Yeah.
And then my dad died last month, and I'm just ready for this year to be over. Like, I'm done with this year.
Yeah, I think your Christmas present, Joharra, is the end of 2022.
Yes, that's my Christmas present. Let's get this year over with.
Yeah.
It's been a devastating few months, and I'm over it.
Yeah. The reason I asked you guys, like, besides wanting to know and like caring about my pals here, is presents, I haven't been like wanting that many stuff as like presents. Like, I'm like, cash, I'm good. I actually I got this body pillow for Christmas last year, so that was nice because the pillows, it was like, okay, I don't have enough support to sleep or chill, so I'm glad I got it. But yeah, I just didn't get that much stuff. I mean, because I turned 21 last year, my dad got me these those things, those like tubes where like there's like sometimes like there's candy in there and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So my dad got me these tubes full of like those teeny tiny alcohol bottles. I only tried a couple of them. It's a little strong. But I'm hoping when we go to the club tomorrow, I am hoping I will check out a drink. Maybe one of your recommendations, Robin. I don't know. But I will definitely let you know if I pick one of yours or like what I think of whatever drink I pick.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna have to see. And I hope it's not so much where I'm like like I can't handle it, Like, that tequila shot was a mistake. I should not have done that. That was a mistake. I was just like, bad, bad. Like my throat was literally dying. But
Yeah.
but that was about it. Like I got cash, I got my body pillow, I got the shots. That was kind of it from what I remember. I mean, maybe I got like tiny little like candy or stuff like that. Oh, my brother got me like a Red Robin gift card, so that was nice.
Nice.
Oh boy,
Row.
this better work. Okay, good.
But
I
yeah, I feel like people usually just assume to give me either books or something Harry Potter related, which they're not wrong. Like
Right.
I swear people just end up getting me books or Harry Potter or something. I mean, I'm not even kidding. Like that's usually what people end up getting me unless they specifically ask like, "Hey, do you want something different or something like that?" You know? I mean, like I said, my friend that sent me Dobby, who always sends me something, and I swear she usually sends me something Harry Potter because we both love Harry Potter. It's something that we talk about a lot and stuff. And I know she sent me was it last year or the beginning of this year? I don't remember, but she sent me Fox.
Mhm.
And a year ago, last December, she sent me a Harry Potter 25 Days of Christmas.
Mm.
So yeah, I mean, I own all the Harry Potter books, and the first book was actually given to me by her. So that was something book related and Harry Potter related in one.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, people usually just end up getting me some books or Harry Potter because anyone who knows me knows that those are things that I will just love.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been considering. So actually, I set up a plan for like my birthday. I set up a plan. I first created my plans for my birthday 4 months ago. Like, I was really wanting to be like, okay, I want to make sure this is not another day of, man, this kind of stunk. So I made sure I had a lot of events and stuff and plans and whatever. And one thing I had as a possible present was Kindle Unlimited. Because of how fickle my reading is, I'm not too sure if that's a good idea. So I think I'll just stick with Hoopla and Libby, see what happens. I mean, it'd be nice to find more books, but only once I'm really out of a slump and my attention span gets better, maybe then I'll consider. So I don't know if I really have like gifts. I mean, maybe I'll get some more books because I have been finding some good ones. I'm gonna have to see. Yeah, I don't really have too many plans for Christmas. I'm hoping, it works out and everything. And I think that's the worst thing though, when it's like I have 365 days to think of a gift to get. And then when it's like, what do you want for your birthday or Christmas? I don't know.
Right.
It's the worst. Like as a kid, you know exactly what you want. Or if you get surprise presents, you're super happy about it. But any surprise almost never works out. Except for me this year, my mom got this for me. Just a girl who loves books. And
That's adorable.
she customized it. So it's got it was supposed to be brown. I see it as more of a red, but it's still nice. And she had the glasses, and I think she picked the outfit. So it was a very fun thing. And
That's so cool.
Yeah, it took a while for it to come in, but yeah, I'm really happy with it. So it's definitely one of those things that I was like, oh my gosh, yay! So I think one thing, a video I'll do is to kind of like go through and reflect on 2022, talk about some of the good things like that acting and modeling thing I told you guys about. Certainly my booktube and movie channel. I mean, so many things have changed. At the start of the year, I could be wrong. It may have been more or less. I can't say for sure, but I was at 131 subscribers and I had like 30 videos. I was still Masquerade Chick, and eventually I became the book skeptic. I came up with like my what is that? The banner and my music and things like that. like there was so many things that changed, and I'm glad we got back into our live shows because I was saying, wait, were you there, Robin? I can't remember. Okay, earlier in the sprint, I was saying that I wasn't doing that much with like live shows or booktube in general like a year ago. It just wasn't that much. And I'm glad it finally got more of a pace and I improved. And I think this is good that now I've got my new channels and everything. So I think there's a lot that I'm going to have to say. And certainly with getting this job and other things, I'm sure there's other positive things I just can't remember off the top of my head. But I think it'll be a good video to have, you know. Hi, Tina. Hi. Happy birthday. Thank you. Also, not to say any. Okay, thank you. I was about to say, I was like, that's not my name. Thank you very much. Yeah, we've been having a good old time talking. Joharra and I were talking about what we were doing for our birthdays, presents and stuff. We're going to be doing book hauls and, you know, sharing things like a video about our birthday stuff. We were talking about Christmas and New Year's resolutions, and also what books we've read so far this month. So if any of those appeal to you for questions or like answers, things you want to answer, definitely let us know, you know, in this chat. Yeah, anyway, like good stuff. So even though there's been a lot of problems and issues and struggles and conflicts for this year, I'm really proud of the good stuff that's happened. I think I've done a lot of maturity this past year, so I'm really proud of that. And I got better with like interacting with Twitter people more, like book Twitter and stuff. So I'm happy about that. And doing better with like promoting my channel and stuff. So good stuff.
Yeah. Which also helps with gaining subscribers because
Right.
Twitter's real. I mean, Twitter's the best place I found for marketing, whether it's for my books or my YouTube channels. It's just about finding those circles for book Twitter, writing community, whatever. And I found it, so that's good. Mostly for the writing community. So I feel like sometimes my YouTube channels might get thrown away a bit because I'm mostly on the writing community and Twitter. Because I think that's mostly what I talk about. I talk about books here and there, but then I mostly talk about my writing. So my book-related tweets just get thrown out a little bit.
Yeah, with what you're talking about of good promotion using Twitter, I definitely agree. I don't know if you guys know on analytics, you can see like external promotions, like, you know, it could be Google search, Facebook, Twitter, other things. And yeah, primarily, so it is good that I'm promoting on Twitter. Like I get a good amount of viewers from Twitter. Obviously more people on YouTube, but I was happy to see it. I'm barely on Twitter. I had an account, but I just stopped using it. No, that's good. That's good. The Twitter addiction can be a little intense.
I love Twitter. I mean, Twitter's how I first connected with people for the writing community for BookTube, how I started the live shows in the first place, you know?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's how Robin and I met, and and some of the people I talk a lot to through Twitter, so I'm very happy for Twitter.
Yeah. I don't plan on reading a lot this month. I don't know how much, probably only like 2 books. Wow, for you, Tina, that's so small because I know you read so many. But hey, that's awesome that, you know, you have a couple plans for what you're going to read. If you're going to read. No, I mean, with how many books you talk about that you read, like time to take a break. You know?
Yeah.
Like chill.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I don't know how much I'm going to end up being able to read, but we shall see.
Yeah. What about you, Robin? If you had to decide overall good, overall neutral, or overall bad, how would you consider this year?
This year was rough.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, as rough as it is, like I don't envy your year, Joharra. I think like yours has been really traumatic. Um, but yeah, I've dealt with some losses this past year as
Oh,
well. And then I had my breakup in the beginning of the year, and it's kind of heading towards the anniversary of that. So kind of that's probably why I'm also a little sad during Christmas. Is I think that was the beginning of the end for us.
oh no.
Yeah, so yeah, most of this year was pretty rough. Reading wise, I had a fantastic year. I read
Yeah.
so much. I've never read this much before, like ever in my life. And I discovered so many new authors I really like, and I've befriended a couple new authors like
Oh,
Tabby, um, and a few other sci-fi authors as well, and some sci-fi booktubers. And so yeah, like there was definitely some like really sad stuff I went through this year, but I can recognize that good stuff happened too. So,
yeah, absolutely. Tina says for me this year was better than last year, which was horrible. Well, I'm glad, Tina, that this year was better, but I'm sorry last year was bad. I would say for me, 2021 was really, really bad. So while there was a fair number of unfortunate situations in 2022, I'm glad for a lot of other things that happened this year.
right.
So I think there were a lot of good things. I would say overall neutral, I think, because I did have like it is like a good amount of good and a fair amount of bad. So it's kind of like they kind of balance it, you know. Not
Yeah.
in a great way, but in a you're living, you're surviving, and that's what's most important. Looking forward to tomorrow. Glad this worked out. Thank you very much. Awesome.
Yeah, you probably know where my rating is for how the year is.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You wrote a book though this year. That was cool. Wrote and published a book. At least
Yeah.
one.
Uh, I'm trying to think.
You did
Um,
Realm of Monsters. Did you do any more this year?
uh, trying to think.
We'll go on your Amazon page.
um, I think
It was in my search history, so.
I think the Witch of Light might have
I'll
been
be
the
right
beginning
back.
of this year. I think it was at the very beginning of this year because I think I got most of it written last year.
Yeah, that
I
sounds
think
about.
it ended up being 2 books. And I actually wanted to get a third book published today because it's a book that I had actually worked on a lot earlier in the year. So I was like halfway done if I just, but I took a break on it because I got really into the Realm of Monsters and I
Yeah.
wanted to get that done. And that got published on Halloween, which is perfect for what the book is about. Um, but then everything happened and writing just kind of took a back seat like everything else in my life. So, and I was like, I'm not going to try to force it
Right.
because with everything that's going on, like I haven't been writing as much or reading as much, or doing much of anything. It's been a really hard time. Um, but I'm starting to write a little bit more again, so that's good. I've been working on the sequel to Realm Monsters. Um, so I hope to get that done sometime next year, which I think I can do with how I write if I
Yeah.
my normal writing. Um, but I'm also trying not to force it, because I have this issue where I think I always need to be either reading or writing and getting a lot done. And it's like, no, it's okay to just take a step back when tragedy strikes. So,
Yeah.
but I did kind of take a little break from writing and reading for like the end of last month, but I'm starting to get my mojo back a little bit. But I feel like it won't come back completely until next year at least, especially with like my birthday and then Christmas and first year spending them without my dad. So, yeah. I know my sister was just came in from Florida, and so we went through my dad's trailer, and um so that was hard. And
I don't know if it's me that's for.
Oh, it seems you are, Robin. Seems something's happening.
Yeah, I froze. Sorry.
Okay, we're good. All right.
but yeah, so we went through his trailer and his stuff. So it's been hard. I did see baby pictures or younger pictures of my dad that I've never seen before, and I saw a picture of him when he was a senior in high school, and I was like, "Are you sure this is him? This looks nothing like him."
That's so cute.
But yeah, my mom gave me some of his stuff that because my dad and I had some things in common. Like we both loved. I'm not big on comedians usually, but I love this ventriloquist Jeff Dunham, and he had some
Mhm.
bobbleheads of some of Dunham's dummies, and one of Jack Sparrow because he loved Pirates of the Caribbean. So I have those. I
Nice.
haven't set out yet, and then so yeah. So I have those stuff to remember him by, but it's been hard. So I'm not really feeling the Christmas spirit, and I just want this year to be over with.
Yeah.
Um, so I'm not focusing on writing and reading as much as I usually do, but I'll get back to it eventually.
Yeah, you're allowed to take a break if you need to. I mean, if it's too much for you right now, just you don't need to be constantly writing or
Yeah.
reading.
I honestly, there's this part of my brain where it's like I always need to be writing. Like my writer brain never wants to shut up, and I'm like, stop, okay? Can I just take a break? My writer brain's like, no.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I haven't been writing as much, not since I got the news. So but so yeah, I've gotten very little writing done since, but I'll get some more done eventually when the writing mojo comes back.
Mhm.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, Robin, when you were talking about how even though this year was really rough for you, you did really well with reading. That's actually something that happened to me. When I was
Nice.
in 7th grade, I was just going through like the worst time I was at that point, and then I was reading like crazy. Like in math class, I would secretly read, and
Yeah.
I would like read like crazy. Like there was required reading, 30-minute reading. You know what I did? I log all the minutes I spent reading instead, and I'm like, I went to this and blah blah blah. Like I read a lot. I still wonder how many books I did read at that point. I don't know. I'm guessing it's not as much as 2020 and 2021 for me, which was 57 and 66 books. Who can say? But I know it was a lot, and that was certainly a good time with finding one of my favorite books, The Fifth Wave, and stuff like that. So, happy times there. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
Do you guys know what year was your most successful reading year?
This is literally probably my most successful reading year. I mean, I didn't really keep track of how much I read when I was younger. But for as like counting the years I have kept track, this is by far.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I could probably check Goodreads and see what my successful year was in the years I've had Goodreads, but before that, I wouldn't know. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I could check Goodreads and see.
It was either last year, 2021, or 2013-14, like in that 7th grade span. That's actually what happened. So I did not know about reading slumps yet, but I definitely had a reading slump after 7th grade. Getting into 8th grade, like I couldn't read, I couldn't pick anything out. So, I kind of dealt with that too. Like you go through a binge of books and then you're like, you need to take a break. My most successful year is probably this year. I know, Tina, you said you read a lot, but I can't remember what number. What are you up to now? Like, it's got to be a lot. An awesome job, by the way. Great job that this is your most successful reading year. It's great.
I'm not really sure how to check between different years, but I do know that I did a lot better this year than last year. I know for reading. I know last year, I had a job, this job that I ended up doing a lot of overtime for at one point.
Yeah.
So I was doing very little reading done. So I did very little reading last year. It feels like. But this year I didn't get as much as I wanted done, but I still got a good amount. I'm almost done with my challenge, so just a few more books.
Yay.
Yeah, so I have a challenge that 64 books. I had changed it because I wasn't going to get what I originally had it at. And I mean, I feel like I could have done that if all this tragedy hadn't started in September, and all these bad things just kept pushing reading back. And
Yeah.
but at the beginning of the year, I was doing really well, a lot better than I thought I would. So I was very happy with myself. So, and I'm still happy with myself. I say I still got a good amount of reading done. I read 61 out of 64 books, and I think I can read the other
Awesome.
23 books I
That's
need.
great.
So
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at you go. That's awesome. Tina says I read 140 this year. That is
Wow.
amazing.
no wonder
That's
you need a
amazing.
break.
Wow. Which is the same as 2020. Wow. Wow. I'm assuming I'll read a couple more this year. Awesome. Man, that is super impressive. That's the thing for me. Music, I listened to 38,452 minutes this past year with all that Spotify logs, because they don't log the whole year, they log majority of the year.
That's weird.
But so that's a lot of listening. I watched so many movies, so many TV shows, so many YouTube videos. But the books, especially this year. This year did not go very well with reading. But I still read way more than I usually do. So it's still a success. It's just not maybe what BookTube considers a success. And I know it doesn't matter what other people think, but it is one of those things where it's like, well, I was trying. And the good thing is, like, I did not push myself further. I gave myself the time to pause, reflect, and try short things that would more build me up. What is that considered? Kind of like what they talk with like alcohol tolerance.
Yeah.
I kind of had more like tolerance for like short stories that kind of end, and then I could build my way back up to more of the solid books that I can do. I mean, I guess that's kind of what reading comprehension is all about with when we teach kids. You start from the bottom and work your way up. So I kind of had to do that for myself.
Yeah, and I mean, I read like fantasy, and I feel like not all, but some of the fantasy I read can be kind of thick, so I can't read as much as some people who read
the pages is what's important for
yeah,
that.
true. Because I do read a lot of pages with those thick books.
Yeah, like reading is one of your hobbies, not the only one, and that's a good thing. Right on. I want to have more than one hobby. Just started a new hobby yesterday. Ooh, tell us. Now you have me very intrigued. Joharra, what was that thing I was gonna say? Oh, thick books. That's right. Okay, so like I said, I had gone to Barnes & Noble the other day. Now, I've heard about the book. I have no interest in reading it. I'm pretty sure it's high fantasy, but I had seen Priory of an Orange Tree. Have you seen how big that book is?
It's like 900 pages.
That's how thick it is.
Yeah,
and I can't believe I opened the book. It's 800 something pages. Not to discount 800 something pages, but I'm like, dude, this looks like it's 2,000. Like, I mean, I know it's like longer here, it's thicker pages, but like,
yeah,
if you attack someone with it, you could do damage. Like,
have you seen how big Harry Potter and the Order of Phoenix is?
I know it's big, but it's not as severe as Priory of an Orange Tree. Even though it's like the same amount, you know?
It's over 800 pages.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though, that it's like, that's just crazy that, like, that's what I mean, though, that it's like, I know it's thick, Harry Potter is thick, but that thing is gigantic. I'm just like, I mean, I don't know, like, if it was in the same format with like sizing that way as Harry Potter is, it could have been over 1,000. I don't know. So how do you say that? Is it croqueting or crocheting?
Crocheting.
Okay, all right. I have crocheted something. Don't know what it is, but it's a bag maybe. Ooh, exciting. Or a really tight beanie, or like a cozy for a plant holder.
Cute.
Nice.
That's
Very cool.
exciting.
Well, that's so awesome that you're finding a new hobby. But I did remember another exciting thing about this year. So I just never got into skincare throughout life. Even when I tried to do it, like at the start of like being a tween or whatever, I was kind of like, oh, this takes too much work. I'm just not going to do it. But this year, in August, I've been being very consistent with skincare. So I'm hoping I would prioritize that more. And an exciting thing too, because I'm a little like, okay, I've been doing this for like 3 months. I want better improvement with them when I'm seeing. I mean, I'm definitely seeing improvement, just not as much as I'm hoping for. What's exciting is my mom actually knows someone who will give a consultation for skincare. So I'm very looking forward to that. That could be good to get like the proper treatment I'm looking for. So I hope more good things happen there. So I guess that'll be another 2023 resolution. Keep doing that. I just remembered. So my dad had gotten a yoga mat for himself, and I was like, wait a second, I'd like to do that too because I want to get into exercising and stuff, you know? So he finally got me a yoga mat from Amazon, and the other day, I was watching some YouTube videos for yoga for beginners. So I'm starting yoga, so I'm hoping to do more of that, but I gotta say, the first video I watched for beginners, I was like, okay, fine, not breaking a sweat, doing the thing, easy peasy. The other one, for beginners, woo, I was breaking a sweat. I was feeling a little sore. I was like, ooh, that is tough stuff. But you know, it is rewarding to get that kind of stuff. So I hope to get more physically active, socially active, and mentally active. I don't know, you know, but I'm
trying
really
to be more active.
Things. What were you saying?
You're just trying to be more active, period.
Fair enough. I was just making sure to clarify all those things. But yeah, so I'm hoping for some good stuff. And what's good is, so this won't be for a while, but whenever I move out, at some point after I move out, I really want to get a dog. And the dog I want is a golden retriever. So I've been doing a little bit of research. You know, when I was a kid, I knew a lot about dogs, so I had a fair amount of research, but not full-on research. And now I'm getting more research and finding out things that I need to know whenever I do become a dog owner. So, you know, some good, exciting things, and I'm like getting proper education. While I think it would be good to have a more nutritious food palette, I'm such a picky eater. I don't know if I could like make that a resolution. I just know I'll probably fail. But I'm hoping to do good things because I used to be all about drinking pop. And then once I got into strictly doing water, now I almost never drink pop. So I know I can do it if I set my mind to it. So I really want to do and try some really good things for 2023. I really think and want 2023 to be totally different from 20, 21, and 22. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of this stuff was COVID. A lot of this stuff was moving to a new state. A lot of stuff was other things. So I'm really hoping for really good luck. I'm hoping if I put the effort in, hopefully I will get a good year out of 2023. What about you guys? Do you guys have any solid plans? Or what you want to see for yourself a year from now, maybe?
I don't have solid plans, but I am trying to make next year be like the, picking myself back up year. Yeah, I definitely want to work on like an attitude change and especially to like how I like talk to myself, like I
Yeah.
I don't want to be so defeatist anymore. It's just like, oh, like why isn't my videos getting enough views? Like this
Right.
sucks. Like what's wrong? Or like why am I not selling any stories?
Mm.
Yeah, I want to change my attitude around that. Uh and just be comfortable with myself again, after getting out of a long relationship, it was kind of weird being single again. So
Yeah.
trying to, learn to like myself as a single person again. So yeah.
Awesome. Those are some great little insights and things you want,
A little
as a user.
abstract, but yeah,
Yeah. What about you, Joharra?
Um, I I don't know. I mean, I'm hoping it'll be a better year. I mean, this year was crap, but I know a year from now I'm gonna be sad again because it'll be like a year since my dad passed, and I'm like, I'm
Mhm.
not ready for that. Um, but I really don't know. Like, it's hard to imagine a future without him. I mean, he's been in my life basically my entire life. And I mean, he chose to be my dad when he didn't have to, when he married
Mhm.
my mom. And so it's weird to think about what my life's going to be like this next year without him.
Mhm.
Um, I'm hoping to focus on my writing because writing always helps me, when I'm sad and stuff. Writing helps me. I know we all have our little things that help us, and writing's my thing. I actually plan to, I think, for the Vampire's Creation, since that's the one book I know I want to get published next year, to dedicate it to my dad.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good.
So yeah, I don't really know how this year's gonna turn out. I just hope at least no more tragedies. Let's put it
Yes.
that way.
Yeah.
Tragedies would be great.
Enough. Enough. Seriously. Tina says, yeah, I'm turning 18 in 2023, and I have a lot of things to prepare for. Nice. I want to get back into school and learn how to drive. Ooh, those are some exciting things. I wish you the best of luck, Tina.
Yeah.
I wonder, do you have a plan for do you have any reading goals yet for 2023 or any other things you want to see a year from now? Like all the progress from 2023 going into 2024. I don't know. Actually, these past couple of years, it keeps boggling my mind that time keeps going.
Oh my God, don't
But
even talk about
but time but now, like this year, I think I'm more adjusting to the 20s, the 2020s.
Nice,
And
yeah.
now it makes sense, like now that I'm going to be 22, the fact that there will be a 2036 and a 2040, and I will be there and stuff like that. Like it used to boggle my mind. Those sounded like futuristic timelines times, and
Yes.
now I'm kind of like, yeah, that's however many years from now, so I think at least, I don't know if it has to do with this year or maturity in general of being an older 20, okay, older in comparison to what I was when I was first becoming 20 years old. Now I'm kind of more like accepting things, I guess. Maybe I was more in denial about things in the past, but I think I'm more accepting things, which is
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, I forgot to mention about what things I want to do for 2023, but I mentioned earlier how I want to learn how to become like a teacher, and so
Yeah.
that's definitely a goal I have. So let's see where that goes.
Yeah, absolutely. So Tina said, yeah, I have some reading goals, but honestly, I'm so scared to turn 18. You know what? I actually have a story for that. So I was 17, and I think it might have been right before senior year, or it could have been close to when I was turning 18. I can't say for sure. But I had internalized this belief, it's more common in Western societies, but there are people there are a fair number of Western parents that kind of kick their kid to the curb when they turn 18 or they're out of high school. It's like, go live on your own, do the thing, not keeping their kid around. And I, like, full blown was panicking that my parents were going to do that to me, that I didn't feel prepared at all. Because for a while when I was a teenager, I was preparing to be out of the house, living on my own at 18. And that's just not realistic. And I couldn't handle college. I couldn't deal with college. College wasn't the right fit, and working is. So I'm glad I figured that out. But there was just so much of like this whole, I have to do things. And, so I totally understand how you're feeling, Tina, because I went through the same thing. And trust me, you're gonna see yourself as such a kid at this age in a couple of years. Trust me. Like, it is a rough time, but you'll get through it.
I understand about the whole college not being right for me. It wasn't right for me either. But I don't remember being. I think I was a little nervous about turning 18. I'm sure everyone is, but I feel when I remember back to it, I remember mostly being excited to be 18, like to be able to do my own thing and whatever. I remember so my friend came over. I walked to and from school throughout high school because I only lived like 20 minutes from the high school, so we a walking distance. So my sister and I would always walk, and then sometimes I would get a ride from my friend who had graduated the year before me, and sometimes she would walk with me home, and she would hang out at my place, and so for my birthday we obviously went to my house, and then I told her my plan of what I wanted to do, and she was all excited. She wanted to be there when I did it so she could record it. But I had this is ironic that I'm saying this with Dobby right here, but I placed a sock on the floor and convinced my mom to hand it to me. I jumped up. I was like, Master gave Dobby a sock. Dobby is a freedom. And I ran out.
That is so cute.
It's adorable.
Oh my gosh.
And then my mom locked me out.
That's so funny.
That is really good. Oh my gosh. So Tina says, I don't think there's a reason for me to be afraid because like my parents are totally fine with me staying home, but I'm just scared. No, I understand. I really understand. And I'll tell you, Tina, there were a lot of things I learned when I turned 18 and like left high school. Like I had to deal with the fact that majority, if not all my friends went to college in different states, in different areas where I didn't get to see them. So there was a lot of dealing with like more loneliness because there's so much proximity with school and you don't deal with that anymore. And even while working, sometimes you don't have too many people to talk to. Sometimes you just got to do the job. So just be prepared for that. And I know that sounds like a pretty rough situation, especially if you want to be social. But just hang in there. Trust me, like it's rough, but you'll get out of it. But I learned some things like that. Being 18, once I got out of high school, I tried a dating app for the first time. Mistake, at least I learned some things, but I also like came more into myself and more accepted myself for who I was. Like a lot of the time, whether it was as a kid or as a teen, like a younger teen, like maybe 13, I felt like I was an ugly duckling and super awkward. And like I thought I was like this unlikable, like no one could love me or something silly like that. And once you get out there, and especially if you're straight and you meet the guys, you're not going to have like questions like that. Like you should see them. Okay, you shouldn't see them because they're bad, but just know there's a lot of really bad guys out there and there's a lot of really good guys. So hopefully you'll find the good ones if you're straight. But it's a lot and there's a lot to learn and there's still so much I'm learning now. Like I think this year I feel a little bit more semi-adult. I definitely feel that age category of new adult because there's so much I still don't have. I'm not living on my own. There's so many things I have not done that is the typical 20s experience. But, hopefully I'll get there. And obviously I don't want to experience every single thing because there's a lot of people that experiment with illegal things and negative things and unhealthy things that I don't want to engage in. So I'm hoping I will discover and do things that are healthy, but also new experiences. So that was my little good luck advice for being 18. I hope that helped, Tina. So that was mine.
There's something I was gonna say, but then I forgot.
I know.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Oh. What about you, Robin? Do you remember how you felt when you were 18?
I remember being like, I feel no different when I turned 18. I was
I
still in high
know.
school when I turned 18 because of the way my
You
birthday
were
is.
you were in high school or out
I
of high
was. I was in high school still, and that was
school?
the
Okay, yeah.
first time my
Yeah,
friends to
same
turn
here, same here.
18.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, for me it was kind of like nothing has really changed. I agree with like that you will look back at that time and be like, "Oh my God, I was so young." Because yeah, I was so young and stupid back then. Not saying that you're stupid, Tina. I just I personally needed to mature a lot more at that age.
Yeah.
Um and like looking back now, like even now, like I won't date 18-year-olds, like I won't date anyone
Yeah.
under 21. Like to me, that's just it's too
Yeah.
young. Even
Right.
like 21, 22 is kind of a little like, you know,
Yeah,
even though it's
totally
not a
different
big
age.
age gap, it's like different stages of life too.
That's what I was trying to say. I just couldn't think of the word. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, and definitely, yeah, I'm definitely feeling like that. Like I'm slowly crawling to my 30s now, which is kind of freaky to think about, but it's also kind of exciting to leave behind my 20s. Because 20s are kind of a hard part of your life, I think. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I think yeah, you'll find that a lot doesn't change when you turn 18, Tina, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. And if you're worried about getting older, I don't know, like I've been so blessed to like befriend a lot more like older friends, not like ancient people, but like, you know, like people in like their 30s and 40s and like you don't lose your personality when you grow up, you know. My
Yeah.
one friend has a 18-year-old daughter, and I've been to his house before, and he has a whole room that's just like anime, like
Yeah.
figurines and like comics and all of his like nerd stuff. Um, and yeah, like having friends like that just like makes me realize like yeah, you can be an adult and still have your interests and you know
Yeah.
still have hobbies, and so yeah.
Yeah.
It
No,
makes it
those
feel a little less intimidating when you
yeah,
Yeah.
no, those were really good things.
I mean, oh
Yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
I kind of remember what I was gonna say, but I don't. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm that different than when I first turned 18, you know? I mean, I still love to write. Now I'm actually published, which is nice.
Mhm.
Um and I still love to read. I mean, my reading taste hasn't changed since I first got into Harry Potter. That was like second, third grade. So
Yeah.
there's that. Um yeah, I feel like I'm more or less the same person. I feel like there are certain things that are different. Obviously, no one's gonna stay the same person forever. You know, there's
Right.
things are gonna change and stuff. But um, I mean, I don't feel much different than when I first turned 18, but I do feel very different than when I was in elementary school. I just,
Oh yeah.
I mean, when I look back in there, um, I feel like things got to me more like emotionally. I mean, I'm still a very sensitive
Mm,
person. I can still be very sensitive, but I feel like I have no idea when this happened, but at some point in middle school or high school, I think it was more middle school, I just ended up growing this I don't care what you think of me attitude. Like,
nice.
I mean, I was bullied a little bit, but but the bullies hardly ever lasted because I just didn't care. And so since they couldn't get to me, they moved on because they couldn't
Yeah.
get to me. I remember in middle school, I would ride the bus. This is when I actually met Alyssa. And because we lived in like the trailer parks next to each other, so we rode the same bus to and from middle school. And I know that before I really started talking to her, I would pretty much sit up by myself, and I would have my earbuds in, and I would be jamming out to music, and I would be rocking in my seat by myself, mouthing out the lyrics, and just, and I know there are these two girls that would be laughing at me and stuff, and I'd see them, and I didn't stop. I didn't let them get to me. And I don't remember exactly when that part of me, like, when that happened, like when I just stopped caring about what people thought of me, but I did. And so yeah, I mean, I don't care what people think about me. And um so yeah. And but for me, from when I was 18, I don't see that much of a difference. I feel like most of my interests are still the same and stuff. um but yeah, and like I was saying earlier, I don't remember feeling that scared for when I turned 18. Like, um I had my mom, I had my dad, and they were very understanding people. I mean, they're very supportive for any decision I have or for who I am. I mean, my mom knew I was a lesbian when I was 5 years old. I still don't know how she knew all that, but I was 5 years old. But I mean, I came out when I was either 14 or 15, and I met Alyssa when I was 13, and she knew, like, shortly after we met. And I'm like, is there just something about me that screams lesbian? Just like, seriously. But it was when I was 20s when I mean, I am one of the very few people that, like, knew who I was at a rather young age. Like, I feel like a lot of people don't know who they are until they're much older. And I feel like from middle school, I just figured out who I was, and I was unapologetically myself, no matter what anyone else thought. And but when I was 20 is when I realized I was asexual. And then it was beginning of this year when I realized I was also aromantic. So there's a lot of, like, figuring out my sexuality the last few years as well. But my parents have always been very supportive, and I never really had to have this whole coming out thing because I just had to, tell them, and they're like, great. So yeah, and my mom is trying to understand because, like, asexuality, aromantic, non-binary, trans, those are things that weren't really mentioned back in the day, kind of like gay and lesbian. Like, it was a thing, but nobody was really allowed to talk about it. So she's trying to understand that stuff more to help me since I am LGBTQ. So, and the fact that she's trying says a lot. So yeah, that's my little rant.
So just wanted to read what Tina says. So yes, that was very helpful. Well, I'm really glad that you, took our advice with 18. I really hope that helped you out. That's that kind of conversation. I wish I could say that to 17-year-old me about to turn 18 or was gonna turn 18. What was good was when I freaked out, fortunately my parents had a conversation with me and were like, we're not gonna kick you out, you can stay here. Like,
Oh.
I just had like such a freak out that like there's all this independence and you have to live on your own, you have to do everything yourself. Yeah. So Tina says, yeah, I've considered going on dating apps once I turn 18. Let me just tell you,
Good luck.
don't do it. Just don't do it.
I'm
Like,
gonna say it's worth doing it to get out of your system, but it's not as glamorous as you think. There's a lot of muck you have to wade through to, like, find
okay.
anyone.
I'll give one warning, Tina. There's a lot of older dudes that will like you. Okay? Like, stay away from them.
Oh
Don't
yeah,
engage.
Tina,
Don't engage.
do not date anyone 30 or older. I don't care what they say to you. There's something wrong with them.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
I actually made a mistake, not that extreme, but I didn't fully consider, I don't know why I was thinking in my head 4 years for some reason. So, I was 18 and this guy was 24. So we went on one simple date. It was so like I didn't fully think, hello, that's 6 years. And like he was out of college and we were trying to talk and we had nothing to talk about. And It was like I don't know if he was condescending per se, but I felt like such a kid talking to him. And it was good that he wasn't for this conversation either. Like he wasn't trying to engage with it. Like we chatted for a bit. It was like clear. It was clear this wasn't the right thing. So it was good that he was a good guy and not someone who would want to be with someone who isn't in the same point of life. That was good, but it was a big shouldn't have happened. But whatever the case, so just be careful, be really really careful, and try to find an app. Like I would recommend Hinge because they can't send pictures on that, and dealing with guys, if you know, um don't get that kind of stuff sent to you. It's bad. And besides just pictures, there can be really gross messages. So be very careful. And here's what I'll say. Being 21, I'm about to be 22, but being 21, Robin knows this. I last month downloaded a dating app again. Now it's not going great. I feel like at first it was kind of like, okay, cool, but it's kind of hard to find someone that you get along with, want to build a rapport, have similar interests. It's hard. It is definitely hard, but I feel so much more emotionally ready for something now than I did at 18. So I'd say be very careful. Don't just try to find something. Like if you feel negative about yourself, don't do it. If you want to get like milestones out of the way, don't do that either. Like those are really bad reasons to do it. Like I wish I didn't touch a dating app at 18. So I don't know, it's obviously up to you, but I would just say be warned. It's pretty rough.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't think I ever would at my age. I also know to be careful about unicorn hunters.
Bane of my existence. There are couples that are looking for three-ways, and they tend to frequent LGBT spaces.
saw
I get
that one.
harassed for it all the time.
Oh,
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
was so bad one time. So there was one, that was like what the profile was. And it was like obviously like, to acknowledge someone's beauty, that doesn't mean any romantic whatever.
Right.
But like this was like one of the prettiest girls I've ever seen, and then the ugliest dude ever. I was like, are you kidding me?
It's always the case. Every time I see someone who's like, yeah, I'm looking for someone for me and my man, and like, okay, what does he look like? I'm scrolling through the photos real fast. Like, what does he look like? I bet he's not cute at all. And he never is. And then there's also, because I tend to do just lesbian apps now. I don't do Tinder anymore.
Yeah.
But there'll be like guys on there sometimes that are like they're into like lesbians and think that's for some reason they're gonna like convert me or whatever. But their photos are always so ugly. It's always like this is their profile picture.
Yes.
And I'm like, I'm supposed to like, you think I'm gonna look at that and be like, yeah, I don't date guys anymore, but oh man, this guy, like, oh, that angle, oh man, like, how can I not screw this guy? Like, what is these people thinking? Every single time I run into a guy on a lesbian app, it's always like the worst photo. I'm like, at least try, you know what I mean? Like, it's so ridiculous.
Yeah, no.
I've never been on a date.
Sorry?
I've never been on a date.
But are you aromantic, or are you like still interested in dating, you just don't want a sexual relationship?
I'm aro ace lesbian because
Okay,
both
so you
aromantic and
are.
asexual is on a spectrum. I don't know how much either of you know about asexuality or aromantic.
My best friend is asexual actually, but he has a boyfriend. So I don't know where he falls on that, but
Well,
yeah.
some people can be both aro and ace. Some people are just ace. Some people are just aro. And ace, you basically have little to no sexual attraction, and it doesn't mean that you don't even not like sex. because it's a spectrum, so there's different types, you know. Some
Yeah.
people like sex and some people don't. I don't. And it just, the only thing all asexuals have in common is the fact that you don't have a sexual attraction. So even if you like it, you just don't crave it for yourself.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
then for aromantic, it's more or less the same thing, but with romantic attraction. So you have little to no romantic attraction. And so for the ace, I have no sexual attraction. I don't want to have sex ever. I'm sex repulsed. But with
Mhm.
aromantic, I do have romantic attraction. It's just more on the minimum scale, and that's where the lesbian
Oh,
falls in. I am attracted to women for the little that I am attracted to, but it's just dating and romance has never been a forte on my mind. And
yeah.
I mean, I don't like pure romance in movies or TV or books, but I don't mind like getting really all like, oh my gosh, I love this couple on this fantasy show, you know? But for myself, it's just something I've never really focused on. I guess I've always focused more on the career front. I've always known I wanted to be an author. I've always been more career driven, I guess, than romance driven. And so I do have that romantic attraction. It's just not very big. So someday I might meet a girl and I might fall in love and I might get married and whatever married people do. but um,
Right.
but that also may not happen. It just depends if I even find a girl that I like enough, you know?
Would you want to go on dates with someone, or is it mainly like until you meet that person, you're not really interested in that?
Yeah, I think it's more of the latter. I've
Okay,
honestly
respect.
wondered if I was demi romantic.
Right.
Demi romantic means basically you don't have a romantic attraction to like anybody you just meet. Like, oh my gosh, that girl's so hot. It's basically where you form a strong bond through friendship or something, and then you start to develop romantic feelings because you already have a strong bond with this person.
Right.
I've wondered if I was semi-romantic because, like, I don't see me just, clicking like on a girl on a dating app and then let's go on a date. I feel like I have to at least get to know the girl a little bit before I could get a romantic attraction towards them. But yeah, so it's very complicated. So, um, but yeah, so that's kind of where I fall with my sexuality.
Nice.
I'm really trying to consider with the whole dating app thing. So I don't remember if I told you guys, but there was this dude that I used to talk to a lot, and I had met him on the dating app the first time I tried. So
Mhm.
18, and we knew each other for a while. And the last time we talked was right around when I first turned 21. Now this was like an on again, off again friendship, but it was not the right call. Like he was really interested in me and I didn't really like him. And it was
Mhm.
more about having someone to talk to and it was the wrong call. Just a very toxic situation all around, tried to guilt trip me because I didn't feel the same way and other whatever stuff. But I was really proud of myself because even though multiple times I tried to kick him out of my life and then I'd be like, oh, I want to talk to someone, you know, finally at the end of 2021, I was like, nope, no more. Like, this is it. I'm not going to talk to this loser ever again. And I've been staying with that streak. So 2022, that's another
Good.
very exciting thing for me. So I'm very proud of myself for that. So just like that's kind of like a little segue into what I'm saying. So I'm really trying to consider like, do I really want to have dating apps be part of my 2023? Like, should I just consider this part of November, part of December, and I'm done? I don't know. Like, I don't know if I'm really wanting to get into something, you know? Like, I've been watching and reading very sweet romantic relationship stuff. And even though sometimes I'm like, oh, relationships, whatever, other times I'm like, man, I want that for myself. So I definitely have that FOMO feeling that desire for a relationship, but
Mhm.
maybe while I feel like I'm more open to it, maybe I'm just not ready yet. And I think too, I think it'll be a good thing. Like it could be that I find someone when I'm working at this job. Who knows? But maybe more being social out in real life
Yeah.
might be more my speed for finding someone to get with. So I think maybe that is what I will do. I'm gonna figure it out for this month, but I think that might be what I consider because I'm kind of, not really feeling up to it. I mean, I think it's good that I've been putting myself out there and having these other conversations, but maybe dating right now isn't isn't the time. So I'm kind of figuring out for myself, just like you're saying, Joharra, figuring out for myself what I want if I want a relationship at this point. And definitely what you're talking about with like focusing on career, that's the most important thing. So
Yeah,
definitely
definitely.
companionship, but you can find that in friends. So,
Yeah,
definitely don't go into a relationship just for companionship because you could find that without having to have the whole relationship thing.
true. And I mean, honestly, you don't have to have a romantic relationship. It's okay to want to be single, even if you're not arrow ace or whatever. It's okay to have those romantic attractions but want to be single and focus on yourself. I feel like this world is not only just very sexual, but it's also very romance
Yeah,
is everything.
yeah.
People make you think that what every little girl needs or wants is to get pregnant, have kids, have this
Oh,
family,
ugh.
get married.
Yeah.
I mean, I do want kids. I don't want to get pregnant, but I do want to adopt and
Yeah.
stuff. But I don't know about the marriage part if that'll ever happen. And I know, or the romance, and I know I don't want the sex part. So, and it's okay to not want those things or not to even feel those things.
Yeah.
But the world sometimes makes you think that something's wrong with you because you don't. I mean, every asexual and aromantic have been told that either, something's wrong with you for not wanting them, or that asexuality and aromantic isn't even real because everybody feels those things. And no, that's not true. And it's just people, telling you what you can and can't be, but it's not up to them. I mean, you know who you are better than anyone. So you just have to shut out those voices and be like, um, maybe I'll have a relationship someday, but right now I want to be single. I want to focus on myself and just be happy by myself because I feel like that's a very underrated thing because
Yeah.
it's very important to be comfortable with yourself and be happy with
Mhm.
you without the thoughts of a romantic partner. But it's just never talked about enough because the normal thing is wanting that romantic relationship, wanting that sexual relationship, but what's really normal, everybody has their own ideas of what normal is.
Yeah. And certainly for uh romantic relationships or whatever, like whatever relationship that more involves something more than friendship, that kind of thing, for some people, they have it in middle school, which doesn't really count. But people
Right.
have it in high school. They have it in college. They have it many, 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 many years after that. Like there's not a time frame. And for some people, they want um, the marriage, the kids, the white picket fence. And there's a lot of people who don't. And
Yeah.
that's just fine. So I don't know. I really don't know for myself because I definitely don't want, like, I mean, I'm sure you guys all know sexism, and sexism is hard to deal with. And, some guys, even now, are not very understanding and that sort of thing. So, one of those things, like, it's a sense of self preservation and also just prioritizing myself. I don't want to, like, I would never want to be the kind of girl who would, um, uh, what would it be like? Lose her identity for a man or dote on a man and, ridiculous stuff like that because it's not, that's regressive and I'm not going to do that. So, like, it's just a little like, how could I do a romantic relationship while still standing by my values and prioritizing myself. Because it's like they talk about compromises, and almost no one ever talks about compromises for the dude. And I'm like, don't think I really want to sign up for that. So it's a lot of, even if I want it, the problem is, the biggest thing is how romance is idealized in fiction. It's so healthy. Okay, sometimes. Obviously, there's a lot of unhealthy things, but there is so much healthier romance in stories, in fiction, compared to real life. There's so much toxicity. And I don't, I'm not saying every single romantic relationship, if I ever attempted, would be toxic. No, but maybe I'm just not at that stage of wanting to find out, So I'll just read off what Tina says. Everyone's 2023 goal should be don't talk to losers.
Yeah.
Right on. That's a good one. 2023, don't talk to losers. That's a good one. Yeah, I don't know where I am on the spectrum. I'm pretty sure I'm more closer to the end of it, like 80%. Yeah, like I want to be ready for a relationship and not get into one because I should.
Yeah.
70% sure I don't want to have children, and you can still have family without having children. Yeah. And that's still such a silly thing. The fact that the older generations right now are like, millennials aren't having children. Gen Z doesn't want to have children. What is the world come to? And it's like, you know how many people, even in our generations, in other countries, are still having children, and there's still people who want to have children, just because it's not as much as it used to be. And thank goodness for that, because more people are able to be free and live their lives without having to deal with kids.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, back in the day, women were basically forced to because women had to bear children. That was like the only thing they were worth.
Right.
So yeah, there are some people that don't want children now that we actually get a choice. And that's okay. It's okay to want children. It's okay to not want it. It's okay to want to have it the traditional way, and it's okay to want to have it other ways. And it's all valid. I mean, we're all different people. We all want different things. We're all different. We're just all different. So like,
yeah.
And I'd just like to say that even though we're doing just this Celebrate My Birthday With Me live show and not one of our sprints, we still managed to have our serious talk of the show.
Oh, yes! There we go. No, we literally should put something like okay, obviously at live show there's not intros, but we should be like, hello and welcome to another live show. Stay tuned for the serious conversation, because we always have one of those.
We do. Almost every live show we end up having some sort of a serious conversation, I swear.
It's funny. It is funny. I'll provide another example of maturity. So I had a video, I had my It's Not Summer Without You reading vlog. Now, I made this in May of 2020, so before I moved to Florida. So it was a while, right? And so it was about June when I edited it and posted it. And there was one point where I don't even remember what it was, the subject in the book. Maybe it was the main character was at a party and she wasn't talking to anyone. She was by herself. And what was I, 19? Okay, I was 19, and I was saying how relatable that was to me, because whenever I'd go to parties, well, it's usually family gatherings or family friend gatherings, I would be by the dog, or solo by myself. So that was so what I was so much about. And so much of the time I still say, I have said in the past that I still feel like a kid. I'm feeling a little bit more mature, and so much so that now I actively want to be more involved in conversations at these family gatherings. I've always felt like, hey, these are the adults. I gotta let the adults talk with the other adults. Those are their friends, whatever. But now I'm kind of becoming a part of that. Obviously, I'm on the younger, younger age bracket, but I'm still part of the adults. So that's really good and good for me because I am have been such a socially anxious person. Like it used to be when I was younger, like 16 or something. I couldn't solo ask go up to say like the concession stand at the movie theater and ask for a hot dog. Like I couldn't do that by myself. Like I couldn't handle it. And like
Mhm.
I do still struggle with like talking on the phone, but once I'm on the phone, I do pretty well. So there's still things I'm getting into, but a lot of maturity has been happening for me. So I'm really glad that has happened, and I'm hoping that continues. So I'm hoping to, by the time I'm hoping, 6 months from now, like that's a good number. I would hope to see some really good improvements. Would be nice.
Yeah, definitely.
What about you, Joharra? Do you think you hit some maturity levels over the past couple of years?
Um, huh.
It's like, well, let's think.
um, well, I don't know. I guess I mean I'm not really that close to any relatives, like I said, but last few years it feels like my okay, this is weird. Okay, so I'm not close to my mom's side of the family, not really, except for my aunt, who's her sister. She's like the only part of my mom's family that I'm really close to. And then there's my dad, the one that raised me. I'm not close to his family. I don't even really know his family. Like he had
Yeah.
his own issues with his family, and so did my mom with some of hers. But I don't have any contact with my biological father. Haven't since I was 1 years old.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But some of his family try to stay contact with me and invite me to some gatherings here and there, and I'm trying to get to know them as well, to have some family that actually, make an effort, because they're the only ones that make an effort. They don't even really like my biological father.
Yeah.
um, Someone, I don't remember who, but someone from that family told me that the only reason why they'd even deal with him is because of Grandma Rose, who makes sure everyone stays in contact. Like that's the only reason why they even deal with him on
Yeah.
gathering. But yeah, since I've been back in Illinois, they invited me to a few gatherings or whatever, and they make an effort. Sometimes they even message me on Facebook to check on me and see how I'm doing. So, and I know whenever I do go to a gathering, I will I'm actually, starting to make conversation, because I would be like you were saying, kind of by myself at gatherings. Like I would just be off, doing whatever, just because.
Yeah.
And I feel like when I first moved to Illinois and they asked me, I was very awkward, because it's like I haven't really spoken to these people since I first left Illinois. And
Yeah.
even then, I don't think I really talked to them that often. So I felt like I didn't really know them that much. And I was very awkward. But the fact that they're making an effort and actually want me in their lives helped me, with the courage to actually, talk to them and conversate with them. So that's nice. So there's that.
Yeah. I know, Robin, you're 26, right?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I know it's not the same as me about to be 22 and Joharra about to be 23. But what about you? Like, like, what maturity changes can you think of in the past couple of years, or maybe when you were at our age? What do you think?
Um, yeah, I feel like a lot has changed since I was your guys' age. I ended up
We're
you're
babies.
so baby. A lot of it was situational. Like like had fallen out with like one of my really good friends at that age. yeah, and now like we're like friendly with each other, but it's still kind of like, dude, you were really rude to me at this point in my life, like so yeah, we never really like made up to be like the way we were before like that falling out.
Yeah.
Like that was like super traumatic at the time for me. Like it really impacted me and I was really
Yeah.
upset, especially because like you were saying like after high school, like it gets kind of lonely. You don't make as many friends, and so that was kind of I was on like the downswing of like friendships. So I was kind of like, oh my god, I'm gonna be all alone. I just lost like this really great friend. We're not friends anymore. Like I kind of had to like step back because it's like for like 6 months she was just kind of like really not being cool. And I gave her time to change and she didn't.
Okay.
Um, so yeah, that happened. Like I got in my first very serious relationship. So that I think like came with a lot of maturity. Um, too, to kind of like learn how to have an adult relationship almost. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's like two of the main things. Although like now I'm kind of on the upswing. I've been making more friends now at this age, which is really
Woo!
awesome. And a lot of that is like thanks to like the writing community and like booktube. Once I started making friends. So yeah, I'm kind of surprised that happened at this point in my life. I'm not complaining, but things, yeah, are really different than when I was your guys' age in a good way.
Yay. No, that's so awesome. But what you were just saying about like losing some friends, like even like really long-term friends, I
Yeah.
can totally, unfortunately, relate to. Um, I actually had a similar situation to what you were talking about, like kind of a jerky friend that was not the kind of friend you want to keep around, but can still be really hard because you had this friendship for so long. So I definitely dealt with that. I would say this year, like, I guess we all had a loss somewhere for ourselves, like someone we were connected to, we all had lost. So I dealt with that. Um, but I feel like maybe there was more than one. But I feel like someone I used to consider like a best friend, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's gonna be a friendship to continue, you know?
Yeah.
And obviously that changes. And also what you want in a friend. Sometimes that changes, and sometimes proximity is really the reason why you're friends. And
Right.
sometimes it's if you're the only one putting effort in and they're not, that's not really a friendship. That's you talk and sometimes they talk back,
Oh
you
my
know?
god, yeah. Yeah, honestly, that friendship was just like all about her at the end. And it was like, I remember she got like really mad at me at one point because I didn't know she went vegan. And I'm like, girl,
Oh,
last time we hang out, you were a vegetarian. And like my dog had died at that point and like I had a relationship like during that whole time and like that fell apart and I'm like she didn't know about any of these like major life things in my life and yet she's like mad at me that I didn't know she
right.
doesn't eat like
Wow.
dairy and you know what I mean, so I was kind of like dude, like that's not cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
had
all about you, man.
yeah. Wow. That's wow. But I had a falling out with a really close friend. I mean, um I guess we kind of had this friend group. It was more towards after high school though. It wasn't like a
Yeah.
high school friend group because one of them I met in high school, but I met a couple of her friends after high school because we really just hang out. And I think the other two were a bit older, so they had already graduated, and then she graduated before me. I was the youngest in the friend group and the newest one. But one of them is actually the one that sent me Dobby I was telling you about, always sends me something. So yeah, we're still close. I'm still close to the one I met in high school. But then the other girl I met in between them, um, we we were really close. I mean, um we both liked some of the same stuff. We would constantly hang out if the other two couldn't for whatever reasons, and we'd still just hang out, just the two of us. But um it was a few years ago. I went to Florida for a couple weeks. My sister was graduating high school, and Yeah, high school. So it was only like a year or so after I moved to Illinois. So I went back to see her and graduate, but I also wanted to visit a couple of my friends, obviously, while I was in town or around, since I don't get to see them very often. And since we're all basically in this little friend group anyways, I was like, this is perfect. I can hang out with all of them at once and then
Mhm.
still have plenty of time with family. And so I could, it's a win-win. But then she she decided that she wanted to take me to Disney World.
Okay.
And I never really cared about going to Disney World, honestly. I mean, I never really cared. I'm not much into rides or anything.
Yeah.
But that's why I prefer Universal, because even the rides they have there are more simulators, or at least the ones I went on, and I
Yeah.
like those better than actual rides. I'm not big
Okay.
on rides, and I was like, and I didn't want to be rude because she really wanted to take me and show me because we both like Disney, and she honestly she kind of guilt tripped me into it because she ended up buying the tickets and stuff, and I just felt bad, and then um but and then what turned out to be a 1 day trip to Disney World turned into a true two trip, and then she kind of excluded our other two friends because she didn't have the money to take all of
Oh no.
Oh.
us. And I know one of them got really mad at her because she wanted to hang out with me too. And she was like, "Oh no, you guys can still see her like 5 minutes before we leave." And I'm like, and we're all like, "Seriously? Like they want
That's
to
trash.
don't get to see me every day. It's not like I live in the same state with them like I used to." But and then things started to fall through because she was going to invite another person that I'd never met, but she wasn't going to find the two people that we did know, both know. He was the ride because she didn't have another ride. Her parents worked or something, and um, but then something happened. He ended up in the hospital, and I think he was okay, but um,
I think he was.
I don't entirely know because we kind of stopped talking
Yeah.
after this, but so I don't really know what happened, but I think he was okay because but she said and then she wanted me to get my mom to take us, even though that would be a few hours away. My mom was here solely for Fantasia, who was graduating. Like that's the only reason why she was here, and she didn't want to drive us all the way there, take time out of seeing her daughter graduate and all that. And um and I didn't even want to ask. Like I didn't even ask her. She didn't even know about this until afterwards because I first of all I knew her answer was gonna be no. Second of all, I didn't want to ask her because that's I don't want her to drive us two, three, however long that was.
Right.
She got mad at me for something that was out of my control, and um it was just this big huge mess, and we were fighting, and then she said she wanted the last word, and then she blocked me. And
Oh no.
yeah, and then I was talking to one of my friends afterwards, one that we had that we shared, a friend that we shared, and she was like, yeah, this is something she does all the time. She will throw these little tantrums, get mad, you guys will stop being friends for a little while, then she'll come back running, and then you just do it all over again in a few years. I was like, no. I mean, the two of them have been friends since because she actually lived in New York when but she moved to Florida, and that's when they met. And she said that they've done this several times where she would do something like this and be awful, and then they would just become friends again, and then would start all over again. And I was like, no, I'm not going to go through this a couple times a year or whatever. I'm not going to
Yeah.
continue being friends with someone who's like that. So I just cut her off after that. I don't know if she wants to be my friend again, and even if she did, I'm not going through it again. I finally saw her
Yeah.
true colors, and I didn't like it.
Right.
Yeah. I guess we've all dealt with our fair number of toxic friendships. But I'll say one thing that I think is also a good thing of maturity for me is I used to like I feel like there's like a lot of societal like this need for the appearance of being cool or something like that. Like you
Yeah.
have to be cool. You can't show weakness or whatever. And one thing a lot of like that is more common for society to frown upon or judge is a friendless person or someone who doesn't have that many friends. And so because of sucky people being sucky and kind of the trash taking itself out, sometimes I wasn't sure if I should really share that kind of thing because it's like I don't want anyone to think I'm a loser or something, you know? Like I don't like it's not like it was my fault. It wasn't like a personal failing, but still there's some sort of like societal way of like I don't know if it's like social engineering or what, but there's such ways of like people frown upon it and then you don't really want to talk about it. So I'm glad that now like I'm mature enough that I can be like, yeah, I've had a couple of sucky friends that it's good that they're out of my life, you know?
Yeah.
That's not a failing on you. That's them just being bad friends and they can't give a good thing, you know?
Yeah.
So
I feel like I never really did do that whole thing where it's like I feel like I have to be cool, like and then with the loner people and whatever. I mean, I know in elementary school I won 2 awards. One was the determination award, and that was because school wasn't easy for me, but I always tried really hard to do better. And then the other one was I think the diligence award, and it was because I showed unwavering kindness. I know apparently I don't remember this, but the letter of recommendation for why I should get this reward said this, and also apparently one of the teachers told my mom this, which she remembered. But apparently, there was a time when some kids were bullying this other kids, and I stepped in, stopped them, and took the kid to the nurse's office. So
good.
I don't remember any of that, but apparently I did that.
Yeah. Tina says, yeah, I'm kind of going through that now. Oh no. I started going to homeschool 7th grade and then kind of stopped doing in a couple of years ago. So I haven't interacted with people other than my family in like 5 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Well, if anything, to me, it sounds like maybe while we dealt with a lot of proximity with school kids, maybe you'll get the opposite effect where we had a lot more loneliness after high school. Maybe you're going to find some really good friends, you know? Could be very nice. I wish you the best of luck, Tina. Hopefully you have a very smooth 18 plus transition, you know? You know what? One thing that I think would be cool for us. So I know we like to do the live show, and obviously we're doing this super awesome fun chat. I think sometime I don't know what movie or show we could decide on, but I think we should do like some sort of watch along. Like, do you guys have Netflix?
Yeah.
I do.
Okay, maybe we could do like one of those Netflix watch party things. I know there's like some
Yeah.
sort of like app you download and
Yeah.
it connects, and we can like chat while we do that, and maybe we could have just like some sort of chat and we talk about it afterward. I just think that could be really fun.
I think there's something like that for Disney Plus too.
Yeah, do you guys have Disney Plus too?
I do.
I
Yeah.
do.
Oh,
Yeah.
look, we could do either one. Nice. So I think that could just be a really fun thing. 'Cause I kind of feel like this is kind of like a little birthday party, you know, that we're doing with this live show. And I think that's really cool because, you know, being so far away from home and obviously things change, you know, high school friends, they sometimes don't stick around post high school like we were just talking about. But I think that's so cool that we have this way of still having friends and chatting and stuff. And I just think it's really cool because I actually haven't had a birthday party, like a friend birthday party in a while. So this kind of is its own little form of it. So I think this is really cool.
Nice. I'm glad, yeah, that we could do this, you know?
Yeah. So, I don't know if you guys like have a watch list or like something you want to start watching. Like, are there any things that are coming out in 2023 or things you've been meaning to watch that you just haven't yet? Do you guys have any things like that?
I have to look because
Yeah.
I have a watch list. I usually put things in there, and there's a lot of things in there that I put in there because they seem fun at the time. I really need to go through them and see if some of those things I still want to watch.
Yeah.
Right,
So
I just pulled up Netflix and most of the stuff I've already watched.
One point it'll be Wednesday, but obviously when you can take the time, you know.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't actually watch as much TV as I used to. In
Yeah.
elementary school and middle school and high school, I think too, I was really big into TV. I mean, I've always been big into reading, but I was also really big into TV watching. And last several years, I still love TV and I still love some of my shows, but I find myself not watching TV nearly as much as I used to, except for the last several months with everything going on. I don't have the energy to write or read or anything, and all I want to do is watch TV. So besides the last couple of months, these last few years, I haven't been watching as much TV. So I'm like behind on everything for TV.
Yeah. No, I get that. So Tina says there's really no new shows I'm interested in starting, but I'm planning on starting ER this month. That's awesome. I've never watched ER, but medical dramas, I did watch Grey's Anatomy this past year, and I'm really glad I got into it. I enjoyed this show a lot, but I only watched from season 1 to season 10. I tried season 11. I just couldn't get into it, and I think I'm done with the show. But I was very impressed with that show. I had a lot of fun with it.
I feel that because I stuck out a lot longer than I should because I basically watched all of it except for this new season. And the only thing that was getting me through season 18 was because the finale was supposed to bring back 2 characters that I loved. And so I forced myself to finish that season to see them again. And they were still hardly on. And I was like, oh crap. I watched all the season just to get 5 minutes of the 2 of them, really? But yeah, especially now that Meredith Grey, the main star who the show is
I
named
know she's
after, is
leaving.
she left after 5 episodes of season 19, and they're still continuing Grey's Anatomy without Meredith Grey. And I give up. I'm done with this show. I can't do it anymore. I was hanging on by a thread, and that was her. I can't do it without her. I won't survive.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Tina says, honestly, I think season 10 is a great place to stop, so I'm glad I did. Because season 11 has, in my opinion, that's some downfall major.
Yeah,
Major
I feel like that is
what you're talking about. I used to watch TV more than I read. Yeah, it changes. I don't think I've ever surpassed my reading compared to my watching. Like, my watching will always come first. Like, movies are my life, you know. But I am trying to get more into reading again. One movie I have on my watch list that I do want to watch soon is I want to do a rewatch of Finding Nemo. I don't even remember what happened, like what reminded me of Finding Nemo, but I definitely want to do a rewatch of that. Like I said, Knives Out 1 and 2, I'm going to watch with my family. We're going to watch the Weird Al movie. Have you guys?
I want to watch that, yeah, but I don't think I have. I think it's on Paramount.
I thought it was a Roku original.
Oh, I don't have Roku either.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it said it's free. My dad was able to find it online, so I think it is like available for everyone. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
I do want to watch that though, because it looks like it's gonna be really funny.
Yeah. So, at some point I'm gonna watch that with my family. You let me know whenever you watch it, Robin. I'd love.
Yeah.
We can like chat and share our thoughts on it and everything.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna finish up here. Downfall of major characters, like I thought, like Derek. Yeah,
oh my gosh.
This is actually what happened. So a while ago, I was watching. I don't even remember what his name is, but there was some doctor YouTube channel, and I used to watch his stuff. And he reacted to Grey's Anatomy and a couple other shows, maybe House. He reacted to House. Anyway, so he reacted to. Do you care about spoilers? Okay. So in season 11, Derek dies. So I didn't get to that part yet because I still was thinking I would continue to season 11. But I saw he had a reaction for that episode. So I'm like, okay, let's just watch it. And I felt like that was so disrespectful to his character. I'm like, no! I thought that was a disappointment to see how it ended, where it's
But
like,
the fact that it was such a stupid thing. I mean, first of all, he did die a hero because the only reason why he was where he was because he was saving a
Yeah.
car crash victim. So he did like go out big. But the fact that the only reason why he died, he's a neurosurgeon who died from a brain injury, which could have
I
been
know.
stopped. It could have been stopped if the doctors that were working on him was competent, because they seriously did not give him a brain scan because they claimed there was not enough time. But if they gave him a brain scan, he could have survived.
Yeah. Dr. Mike, yes, that's who I'm thinking of. Yes. I was watching his stuff a lot. He also did The Good Doctor. He did some reactions to that. At first, I was considering watching that because I was still watching Grey's Anatomy, or I was done with Grey's Anatomy, but then I was like, I think I have enough medical drama stuff. But I definitely learned some things, like some now medical terms I kind of have, or at least I would recognize it, so I think that's cool.
So you said you don't care about spoilers, right? Since you're not going to continue?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't really like the COVID storyline. But there's not many. There's some scenes I like in the later seasons, but as of overall stories or storylines, I don't really care. It's just these funny moments here and there that I'm like, hey, that's not that bad. But one thing I did like in the COVID storyline was that when Meredith did fall for COVID and was in a coma for a while. Oh yeah, she was in a coma for a while because of COVID. Almost died a couple times. But what's new? She almost dies like 5 times the season. Let's be real.
No, you're right.
But yeah, it's just another Meredith almost dying season. But when she was like dying, so she was like in the place between life and death, I guess.
Wait a second, she already did that with drowning.
Yeah, but see a lot of characters that have been dead for a while and see her.
They did that already.
True, but a lot of those characters you saw then, they didn't really have much meaning. They weren't there very long, like the bomb guy and stuff. But here you got to see Derek again for a couple episodes. You got to see Lexi, Mark, George. Yeah. You got to see all of them come back, and that I did like. I did like that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, that's what I mean, like with shows that last too long. See, they repeat episodes. They just do it a little differently, but it's the same episode.
True. Like, I mean, there's only so much you can do with 20 seasons.
Yeah. I mean, like, just let the show go, man.
Right?
Yeah. I stopped watching Grey's Anatomy right before 2020. So I saw the trailers for the new season with the COVID storyline and didn't watch it really. Mainly because of Amelia and Lincoln breaking up. I love them so much. I have no idea who those characters are.
Amelia is Derek's sister. I almost said brother. Sister.
Okay.
One of them, because he has the law. But they broke up all the best couples. I mean, Meredith and Derek, well, that was because of death, but Derek still shouldn't have died. Then there was Callie in Arizona, Lexi and Mark, and then they both die right after.
Yeah.
We're like
they're gone
together. Like they broke up all the main April and Jackson. They broke up all the main couples, like all the couples that everybody loved. Like seriously.
Yeah, they're like, we'll kill your dreams, but we'll still be in your nightmares by continuing this show. Man. I am happy that she's happy with Kai and like discovered her sexuality and the future she wants. But I like Link.
One thing that I will never forgive Grey's Anatomy for, this is the worst thing they ever did, even more so than killing off Derek, which is what they did when they wrote off Alex's character, okay? I will never forgive the show for that because Alex was the worst character in season 1, okay? He was a jerk. He was a sexist pig.
Alex Karev!
Yes.
For a second I was like, who's Alex?
But he grew
Why'd
up
you
to
say
be one of
Karev?
the best characters, so kind and nice and amazing with children. Like, he was nothing like he was in the very beginning. But then the actor wanted to leave abruptly because of family issues, which I get, he could leave, but they could have come up with a better storyline than him, because they had him write a letter to his wife, best friend, and just basically say, yeah, I'm gone now. I decided to go back with my ex because she had my kids that I didn't know about. And it's like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
We're talking about Izzy. And I'm like, he legit fought for Jo, almost went to jail for her, beat up her abusive ex-husband, and he did so many things to prove his love for her, only to go back to his ex he hasn't spoken to in a decade.
Yeah.
I know the actor wanted to leave, but they could have done such a better way of exiting this character out. Like, I don't know, say he got a different job offer that's just around the corner, so it's like him and Jo are still together and happy, but he can't be on anymore because he's not at that hospital anymore.
Yeah, like there could have been something. I totally understand what you mean. Shoot, what was it? Oh, yeah. I definitely think this show does a really bad job. The writing is so bad with saying farewell to a character. The only one that was okay was Christina. Like, at least with that makes sense that she wanted to, do something else and that she was going for this other opportunity. It makes sense. I would have rather him die.
I mean, I would have cried my eyes out even if we didn't see it. Like, if we just hear about it, I still would have cried because I love Alex. But at the same time, I kind of agree because at least he would have went out on a high note. But I hate his exit. Like, it's the worst exit out of any exit. And there's some bad exits.
Yeah.
I will never forgive the show for that. I swear.
Mm-mm. That is so weird. I saw Robin left a private chat and I can't even type. Oh no. Hold on. Did my Bluetooth... No! It's still there. So I don't know why the keyboard's not working for the chat. Oh well.
Weird. I just said okay.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Because I'm like, I don't know what happened.
But yeah, that was my little Alex Karev rant because he went from the worst character to the best character only to get that exit. I'm done.
Yeah, no, that's one thing I really have a problem with. Like, I understand actors wanting to leave a show, whether they want to leave acting, better opportunities, maybe they're just sick of it. I totally understand. What gets me is bad writing for why they left.
Yeah, exactly.
Really irritating.
I mean, with Meredith, I haven't actually watched season 19, and I don't think I want to. I mean, I'm a little curious about what happens to make Meredith leave. All I know is that the house burns down.
Burn down. Yes, I knew about that. What's up with
that? Apparently, she ends up saving the Post-it note from her and Derek, and then just leaves with her kids. I'm like, really? Is that really how it's gonna end? What?
Yeah. Yeah, like the Vampire Diaries. I never watched it all the way through. Like, I think I kind of rewatched it once or twice, but I know about like Elena and Damon and Caroline and Stefan and stuff like that, and I was like, And also what they did to Elena, the fact that because she left the show, they're like, she's dead.
Well, she wasn't actually dead. It was basically a sleeping curse. Basically, a warlock put a spell on her and Bonnie so that Elena was asleep. She was alive, but asleep. And she couldn't wake up until Bonnie died. It was his way of tormenting the both of them, so the two of them could never see each other again. But in the finale, Bonnie finally was able to break the curse.
Oh, wow. I mean, okay. I thought it was like she was really dead. I understand what you're saying, but hearing it like that, thinking the whole time that they did kill her off, now I'm a little like, okay. It's like, okay, fine. But also, I understand the frustration there as well,
I mean, I have some really unpopular opinions about the Vampire Diaries. First of all, I mean, I don't I mean, I don't think that writing. I think that writing could have been better to explain her absence, but I do kind of like the last two seasons better because I don't really like Elena, and I think the only thing that could have made it better was if Damon was gone too, because I despise Damon, and that's
I know.
their opinion. Everyone loves him, and I despise
know.
him.
I hate him too. Like, it literally makes no sense. And I'm tired of people being like, why do you like Stefan? Why do you like Elena and Stefan together? It's like, because I do.
I don't like
yeah.
Elena and Stefan together. I like Stefan and Caroline. She was the only one that actually, he could count on, the one he could trust, the one that was always there for him. And he made her feel special, which is something she never really had before. And I really like them. I feel like they're such an underrated pair, but they are my favorite ship from the Vampire Diaries, Caroline and Stefan. But I do prefer Stefan wholeheartedly over Damon because Damon is a jerk and I hate him.
Argentina, time to boot you out. We're walking out of the chat.
Well, I'm so glad to meet someone that hates David too, because I swear 98% of the fandom love him, and I'm like, but I hate him. Where am I supposed to go?
Right. No, I totally understand that. Okay, I am so confused. My Bluetooth, it says the keyboard is at 60%, but for some reason it's not working. So I guess I can't type. So, well.
And one thing that annoys me, Caroline is my favorite character. What really annoys me is that it's like everyone was always so obsessed with Elena. Like, oh my gosh, Elena is hurt. That's what matters. Not, oh my gosh, Caroline's hurt. That's what matters. And I mean, everyone got so upset at Caroline when she was attracted to Klaus, even though. And it was supposed to be this big act of betrayal because Klaus hurt Elena and her family. But everyone literally forgets what David did to Caroline in season 1. He compelled her, he manipulated her, and he erased her memories and slept with her. I don't care what anyone says. I consider that rape. I consider him raping her.
100%. No,
and nobody talks about that. And Caroline's made out to be the bad guy when she hates Damon for everything he's done, but then makes her out to be the bad guy again because she likes Klaus when Klaus hurts Elena. And I'm like, oh my gosh, Caroline deserves better than pretty much everyone on the show, okay? You're right.
Yeah. Do you like Klaus? Absolutely not.
Yes.
Hated him.
I liked him.
Yeah. Oh, question. Did you like Caroline and Klaus or Caroline and Stefan? I never watched when it was Caroline and Stefan.
I do like Caroline and Klaus. They are cute. They're probably my second favorite overall ship, but Caroline and Stefan will always be number one. They have this epic best friends to lovers and this epic slow burn. Like, the producers even admitted that they started building their relationship up since season 2, episode 2, when Stefan helped her in the bathroom from that scene when he was trying to help her control her vampireness. They saw potential from that scene, and they just started slowly building up to the ending. So that is one storyline in the Vampire Diaries that was well thought out, if you ask me, their relationship.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Okay, something we agree on, Caroline, is the best. Okay, am I the only one who shipped Nora and Bonnie? I don't even
never
know
actually heard
is.
She's this heretic, right? Heretic from the last couple seasons.
Yeah, I never watched that far.
I ship Bonnie and Enzo.
I don't know where I stopped at. Maybe it was when Bonnie and Damon both died or whatever was going on with them.
They were like dead but not dead.
Yeah, one of those things, kind of like a loophole. Yeah, what he did will never be okay. It was SA. Yep.
Great.
I don't understand why people deny that or try to excuse it.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say, my first time trying the Vampire Diaries, I was either 13 or 14, and like, I was watching like the first episode or something, and then what what happened? What happened? Oh, the end part when he does that thing to her. Like, it was just so sickening to me. Like, I didn't understand what was going on in that way of SA, but like I was just really grossed out by it, and it was kind of awful and gross and yikes. No, I don't remember that. That's awful.
I don't remember that either. I don't think I remember the first season very much, honestly. I don't really rewatch that season, except for maybe a couple episodes. Like, I think whenever I start my rewatches, I go to season 2. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah.
But I'm not a huge fan of Tyler either. And I think that Tyler is like controversial. It's like you either love him or you hate him. Like I think the fandom's pretty split on Tyler, honestly.
Yeah.
It's not like Damon where it's very unpopular to hate him.
Yeah.
Well, Tyler was kind of a jerk in the first episode, wasn't he? He kind of
he was not a nice individual.
Yeah, he grew to be a better character, you know? And I mean, his death was so pointless.
Sorry, I missed what you said there. Who was a better character?
Wait, what?
What you were just saying. You were talking about Tyler, then you were mentioning someone else?
Oh, no, I was still talking about Tyler. I said he became a better character.
Oh, okay. I see.
And his death was so pointless. Like, they only did that to show that Damon was off the rails, to get Elena to never forgive him, I think, or for them to get mad at him because Elena was asleep or something. I don't remember. But it's like, we already knew that he was off the rails. Did you really have to kill off Tyler? Like, he had been gone all this time, and then you just kill him out of nowhere? Really?
Yeah.
Really? Like, what was the point of that? You just brought it back to kill him? His death was so pointless. Like, they had already basically written him off. He had been gone forever. And then all of a sudden, he comes back, tries to talk to David. And I don't understand why they try to have Tyler talk to David, because it's not like the two of them were close in the first place. Like, the only person besides Elena that could get through to David would be Stefan or maybe Enzo, okay? Or Bonnie at this point, because they got pretty close. But I'm sorry, but Tyler's probably one of the last people besides Matt that you would ask to talk to Damon some sense. Okay, so bring him back just to talk to Damon, and then I don't know.
Yeah.
But with my hatred for Damon and what he did to Caroline, honestly, so you like Once Upon a Time, and but I have another unpopular opinion on that, is that I hate Hook, and I hate Emma and Hook together. I am Emma and Neil shipper, but
hold on. I just have to say real fast. This is your 1,000,000th strike. It's time to block you out. Time to remove you. Get out of here, Joharra.
But
shame. You don't like Gravity Falls. You don't like this. You don't like that. You don't like Hook and Emma. What gives, man? Why are you even here? No. But go ahead. Your opinions obviously are valid.
But Hook, by the end of it, I mean, Hook and Damon have this one thing in common from where I look, which is the fact that they both hurt my favorite character a lot. Hook hurts Belle a lot. I mean, he tried to shoot her, he hit her and tried to kill her in the Queen's Palace. He tried to attack her in the library. He didn't hurt her as much as Damon hurts Caroline, because I do still consider what Damon did sexual assault. He did try to kill her and abuse her multiple times. But in the end, I feel like by the end of both shows, I had more respect for Hook, because Hook eventually apologized to Belle in season 6. He actually said, I cannot forgive myself for what I did to you, because that was not okay. And he actually admitted that, and that actually made me respect him a little. Which Caroline even mentioned at one point in the later seasons that she forgave Damon. And the entire time she's saying how she forgave Damon, I'm like, why? Just because you both lost your mom, who he was close to? I'm sorry. He never apologized to you. Did you forget? I feel like everyone just completely forgot what Caroline went through, including the producers and writers and stuff. And I feel like that's bad writing, because she went through something traumatic and nobody discussed it. It's like she never got the chance to deal with what she went through. When Elena gets every episode to deal with her traumatic life. There's my little rant.
Welcome back.
Hi.
Yeah, I just had to get food real quick, so.
That's fine. I just went on a little rant about a character I hate, so that was fun.
Okay.
Also, Robin, Joharra hit another strike, so she's in danger of 100%
One more left.
being banned and removed.
One more left, and then you're out. We don't care it's your birthday tomorrow. We'll kick you out.
Don't worry, Tina. I'll get to your messages. I was just gonna say hello, new viewer. We're doing some good old chats because Joharra and I are celebrating our birthdays, so we're doing some fun chit chats. Where was I? Hold on. Okay. I think it was in the first episode or something like that. Yeah, that's right. That's what happened. She and him, Vicky and Tyler, are together, and he's trying to do something to her, and she says no and walks into the forest, and then that's when she was attacked. Do you remember? That's kind of like how the first attack in the yeah. Okay, well that's what happened in the beginning of the Vampire Diaries.
I haven't watched the first season in like forever.
Yeah, I did really like Tyler's character. Later, obviously.
Yeah, later he became better.
Especially with him and Caroline, I liked them.
I didn't actually like them.
While I watched the Vampire Diaries a lot, I gotta say, I didn't like many of the characters. There weren't too many that I liked. So it's kind of weird sometimes when you watch a show, but you don't even like the characters. It's kind of hard.
I mean, I honestly watched for Caroline, Stefan, and Bonnie. They're the only 3 characters I really care about, to be honest.
You know what I liked? I know he probably didn't like himself then, but I liked Stefan. I liked Silas, and I liked Stefan when he, had his humanity off, or like when he
Ripper Stefan. How dare you like Ripper Stefan?
No, was it that one? Or
yeah, whenever he.
I remember the one when he has to drink blood, and he's been doing so good, and so it kind of changes and stuff. Maybe not the Ripper, but something similar. I can't remember for sure, but it was something like that. Oh, I forgot. Tyler acted like an insane person when Caroline and Klaus were together. Oh boy, I would kind of relate though. I'm not to give validity to Tyler, but me, I'm like, come on, Caroline could do better.
I mean,
Love Silas, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand why Tyler was upset, just because Klaus had killed his mom, and I mean, I wouldn't say I would be. It's not that I'm surprised people didn't like that Caroline slept with Klaus and had an attraction to him, because he did like kill a lot of people. He did hurt a lot of people, including Elena and Tyler. But I'm sorry, but no one, at least Elena especially, does not get to judge Caroline, because I still will never be over the fact that she was with Damon when Damon hurt Caroline, and that's supposed to be okay.
Yeah. No, that is so seriously,
And the fact that the writers and directors and people never let Caroline actually deal with the drama Damon put her in season 1. Like, she went through some traumatic crap, and then by season 2 it was forgotten.
No, you're right. Yeah, I think he has a right to be upset, but he almost bit her.
Yeah, that was a little too far, but
if he bit her, Klaus would have to come back and she would feed on him. So many things I'm like, I don't think I watched that far into it,
Basically, the only if a werewolf bites a vampire, they will die unless they can get a feed off of. Basically, Klaus is the only medicine for that, because he at the point he was like the only hybrid. He's the original hybrid, so his blood is the cure for werewolf bites.
Yeah, interesting stuff. So obviously that's kind of like a cult show. Like, so many people are into that show. Robin, can you think of any shows that like are popular, or something that like just some shows that you just loved and like, you know what I mean?
Kind of, yeah. So I'm not like a big TV person though. Like I have heard of Vampire Diaries. I watched some of it because my sister watched it, and I would watch it with her. But like I used to watch Glee in high school, and like looking
I
back,
watched
that show kind of sucks. But I really liked it back then for like the music. I rewatched a bit of it during COVID, and I was just like, my brain cells are dying.
People
Yeah.
say that the Glee cast or whatever is cursed because Finn died during the show. Then
Yes.
Puck died. Well, he killed himself because he was like a bad person. He had what, pornography or child
Child
pornography?
pornography, yeah.
So he killed himself before he could
Well,
go to trial.
very gross.
Then
Oh no.
like a year or two ago, Naya Rivera died to save her son. She drowned because her son like almost drowned, and she ended up saving him. And they had to find her son on a boat.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that one really upset me, to be honest, just because, yeah, she was trying to save her son and she drowned. I honestly thought they were gonna find her alive, but
Aw.
no, I think they found her body, didn't they?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Corey Montauk, I think is his name. The one that died during the show, he died of a drug overdose.
Yeah.
He was engaged to Liam
Michelle. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, but the show itself is a little bogus.
Brazil here. Hello.
hi.
Oh wow, thanks for joining us.
I'm not too. Wait, what time is Brazil?
I have no idea.
Yeah, let us know what time it is for you. I'm kind of curious. Yeah, I used to watch Glee. I never watched Glee, but I did used to watch the Pitch Perfect movies. That's the only
I've
like
seen
acapella.
those.
I've
but
seen
I'm
one of
not a
those,
big
yeah.
fan.
Sorry, what did you say, Joharra?
I said I've seen those, but I'm not a big fan.
I don't think they're. Yeah, like I watched them, but not like. I'd probably give them like a 5 or 6 out of 10. I'm like, you know.
They're a fun thing to watch if they're on, but to just turn them on because you want to is another thing.
Yeah. Can you think of any other like popular shows that you've been into before, Robin?
Oh, that I haven't yet mentioned is kind of the qualifier I'm putting here because, like, obviously Avatar, Joharra, and I've talked about before. That one was really popular. What else did I like to watch? Yeah, I don't know, because when I was really into watching TV, it was probably when I was in middle school. So back then I watched SpongeBob, I absolutely loved. Um, I was really into iCarly for some reason.
iCarly, yes.
Yeah, Drake and Josh
iCarly,
too, I really loved.
Yeah, me too.
Oh my God, what
Victorious.
else? I didn't watch Victorious. I watched some of Phineas and Ferb, but not all of it.
I've seen all of it. I'm actually currently rewatching it.
I
I
should
love Phineas and
rewatch
Ferb.
that actually, yeah, because I haven't seen most of it. What else did I like in middle school? Fairly Odd Parents I would watch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but like that was the age where I was really watching a lot of stuff. So of course like my tastes were like a little bit like younger, the
Yeah.
preteen kind of taste because yeah, I was a preteen. And then like in high school I watched Glee. But other than that, like I don't think I watched a lot of TV in high school. I think that's kind of when streaming services like Netflix was kind of becoming popular. Um, so yeah, I didn't really watch TV. But mostly like right at that point in my life because I would do like forum-based role-playing games. So it would be like, okay, like I write what my character does and someone writes the response to like what their character does. Like that's like was my entertainment when I was a teenager. Like I would do that for hours. So yeah, no, that's the only like TV show I really remember watching in high school.
Oh, That's So Raven. So that's one for you.
I haven't seen
Awesome.
that one either. I heard of it.
I could
I
never really get into that.
Yeah, there's a few shows you mentioned, Robin, that I haven't really seen. Like I tried Drake and Josh a couple years ago. Fairly Odd Parents, I knew of it. Maybe I watched an episode or two, but that was one thing. My parents didn't let us have cable, so we'd watch whatever was at home. So
Yeah.
I did binge watching before it was cool.
Yeah.
But that's a Raven. I think I tried like one or two episodes, but I don't think it's really my show. What's weird is this was many years ago, but I would watch Raven's Home. It wasn't good. It was like so clearly not good. It's like the spin-off to That's So Raven. So it's
Yeah,
like continues. Oh, you already know about it?
no, I figured that's what it was, but I never heard
Yeah.
of it, you
Yeah, just
know?
making it clear.
I think it's still going on. I
Yeah,
might be wrong.
I know they said they brought the mom and dad back. Either a reunion or they're gonna have them there. I don't know. But yeah, definitely shows like that. Um, yeah, it is interesting. Like, there's so much media, so many movies and shows I've watched, and certainly repeats. Certainly done a lot of repeats. I do wonder, like, how much of my life has been videos or movies and TV shows. I think a good amount. Obviously, productive stuff that probably takes out more, maybe sleep, but a good portion would probably be that entertainment. Um, that's So Raven. Carly and Drake and Josh were ending like when I started watching preteen channels. So I've seen some of them, some of it, but I was never like obsessed with them. Oh, I see. I It was for me because I wasn't allowed because we didn't have cable and I wasn't like we didn't get to watch it. It was always so exciting to me. Like if I'd be at a grandparent's house and they had cable and I could go watch the Disney Channel or Nickelodeon, it was like so special to me. And then once we finally got cable when I was 11, oh, I was ecstatic. I was freaking out. I was like, oh my gosh, yes! And then we had Xfinity, so what's the thing they used to have? We're on demand. So I would definitely watch a lot of on demand. Man, it was like so special to me. But that's kind of how it goes. Like when you don't have access to something, now it's even more special. So that was a big thing for me. I'm like, I gotta watch all the things now. But I definitely was into Hannah Montana, Victorious, iCarly, probably other things, but I can't think of it. But those are some.
Yeah, I feel like with Nickelodeon shows, I would casually watch, and I was more of a diehard fan when it came to Disney shows.
Sure.
My favorites were Sweet Life and Wizards of Waverly Place, obviously.
Sweet Life.
But I also watched Good Luck Charlie and Hannah Montana. Sweet Life and Wizard of Place I still rewatch constantly. And Farm's another good one. And then the other shows I will rewatch once in a while if I'm bored, but I don't watch them as often. But I find myself actually watching some of those older Nickelodeon shows more than Disney these days, or at least the old Disney shows. Like there's still some Disney shows I'm still really into, but a lot of the ones that I was heavy into back then, I've seen myself watching more Nickelodeon now, which is weird. At least a couple shows like and some of the more underrated ones that I didn't even hear about back then that I got into more in the recent years, like Every Which Way I'm really into. And I feel like Zoe 1-1 is kind of popular but kind of not at the same time, and I like that. So yeah.
Yeah. When I watched at that age were Jesse, Liv and Maddie, Good Luck Charlie, Austin and Ellie. Yeah, those were definitely ones I watched.
Yes, I did definitely watch Good Luck Charlie and Liv and Maddie. Loved them both. Jesse, I cannot stand to this day. Austin
it is not a good show.
Yeah, Austin and Allie I wasn't into back then, but I am into it now. So
yeah, I think some of them it was for the time, and it was also something to watch.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what I was gonna say. Oh, so I sometimes watched Victorious, and again, I didn't have cable, so I wasn't able to watch too many of them. But once Victorious was on Netflix, I binged the show and I finished it. So it was nice to watch, you know. The only episode I don't have that includes that was included was the one that was on iCarly that had the Victorious cast. I never got to watch that
Party
episode.
with Victorious.
iCarly. Yeah, yeah.
That was fun.
Brazil loves American series. Congratulations on the life. Well, thank you.
Oh.
No, I still do find it crazy that the internet and things like that, like things were so small, like so many smaller communities in society, and now we can communicate with people all over the world.
Yeah.
It's still so crazy to me and really cool, you know?
In high school, I had like one of my like role play friends lived in Germany, and she would actually give me recommendations on American TV shows that
That's
she
so
liked.
Wow.
Like I feel like she like had better taste in American TV than I did. I think part of it might have been like, you know, the stuff that would make it to Germany is like the real good stuff, and you don't have to wade through all the crap that we have on TV. So, but yeah, I'd always be like, okay, what's good? Like, what are you watching?
Oh yeah. No, that's really cool. So do you guys ever still watch like things that are like more kid or family oriented type shows, or like do you prefer more age appropriate shows?
I love
Movies?
cartoons so much. So that's why again, like I'm been rewatching Adventure Time, which that I watched in high school too. Sorry, that was another one. Um yeah, I love cartoons. I love Adventure Time. I love Gravity Falls, as you and I've talked about before. Um Steven Universe.
Shame for Joharra for not liking Gravity Falls.
I'm surprised because it's got that magic in it. Like
Yeah.
I would have thought you would like it, but that's okay. And like one of my favorite things from childhood that I still will like rewatch every now and then is Arthur.
Oh, Arthur! That's been a
I
while.
love it as a kid.
I never really watched that.
It it was like probably my favorite show as a kid, and I rewatched it recently because there was like an episode where one of the characters wants to be a writer, and I just remember that influencing me so much as a child, like kind of like the advice that she got, and like I really love that episode. So like yeah, that's like the one thing from my like really young childhood that I still love.
Yeah. I feel like. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, for some reason, you talking about Arthur reminded me of a couple shows I remember watching as a younger kid.
Yes,
I remember watching Roly Poly Oly
I
and
remember that one.
VeggieTales. Those
Yes.
are good things. And there's just so much with like so many things that you don't think of consciously, and then you see that stimulus, and it's like, oh, I remember that
Do you
childhood.
remember the song from VeggieTales that was Barbara Manatee? It was from Silly Songs with Larry.
I don't think I
It
remember
gets
that one.
stuck in my head sometimes. Larry's like watching a drama TV show and he has like this plush manatee with him, and it's like it's so fun. He like breaks out in the song, he's like dancing with it, and then like Bob like walks in on him and he's like
Some shows I watched when I was really young are these I don't think were talked about as much. At least I don't remember hearing about them. But crap, what's it called? The Imaginary crap. It's like Imaginary Friends something.
Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends.
Yes,
yeah,
that one.
I watched
And
that
then
one too.
I remember the Grim Reaper one, like the Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
I never watched that one because it kind of scared me. But I remember that being on TV.
I've been watching like horror movies since I was at a young age, so I was okay with the scary stuff even at a young age. But yes, I never hear anybody really talk about those old shows. I was like, I vaguely remember watching them. Like I don't even remember what they're about. I just remember that I watched them. Like
Yes.
seriously, they were forever ago. But as of like, do I watch more family shows or more darker themes? I think for me, it's kind of split in the middle because I obviously love a lot of darker things. Like I love horror movies, as you guys know, And I love shows like Shadow and Bone and things that have that darker undertone. So I do love those, but I also love plenty of cartoons like Avatar: Last Airbender, obviously. Phineas and Ferb,
Yeah.
Casper Scare School. Like I like all these cartoons, so it's kind of weird because I like these dark things, and then I like these really light and fluffy things, and I just go from one to the other with like nothing, and it's like really weird. But
No,
it's
I understand that. Sometimes I can definitely relate to that. Certainly, like when I watched that TV show, you know, that certainly was with us serial. Oh, yeah, I mean, it was. On TikTok, I see a lot of clips of, I think, Norwegian rom-coms, and they seem like the best thing ever. Well, that's cool. I do not like watching shows that are for 15 and younger. You're like, no. Enough of that. I'm growing up. Maybe you'll find it again. Maybe you'll find that love for it again, though. We shall see. Obviously, there for anybody. I just prefer like teen dramas or older shows. I gotcha. Like when I got into reading at 14 pretty quickly, I moved to adult books. And I never liked watching like age appropriate shows. I watched The Vampire Diaries and Glee and Grey's Anatomy at like 11 or 12. Wow.
You know, I feel that because I would watch shows that was before my time. Like, I mean, I wouldn't watch like really old shows like black and white shows or anything like that, but I would watch shows that were at least before I was born at some point. Like Buffy and Tom started before I was born. Walker was from the 80s. The oldest show I think I watched was Soap, which is basically a series that's a parody of soap operas. The first couple seasons were really funny. The last 2 seasons suck, and they do not exist in my book, okay? The first 2 seasons I loved. They were hilarious, and they make me laugh like every episode. But that show was from the 70s. And then there's a couple older movies. I mentioned The Faculty, which I think was I think that was the 80s. And then there's The New Kids, which is a horror movie, but it's not that scary because it was made in the 80s. You have to remember because the time period and stuff. So that had Lori Loughlin in it as a teenager.
Cool.
And yeah, and The Lost Kids, I haven't seen that in forever, but I've watched it a few times. So yeah, I like some things that were definitely before my time.
Nice. Yeah, it is interesting, you know, different media and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know what it's similar to what I said earlier with the whole, not that I care about what other people think, but sometimes there is like that societal pressure of like being cool and not being kiddish or whatever. And honestly, it doesn't matter. Also, if adults didn't like cartoons, there wouldn't be cartoons.
Yeah,
you know?
adults have to make them.
Just like the whole thing of like people saying everyone should be a doctor, everyone should have X, Y, and Z important job, whatever they designate as an essential job. But it's like then all these other actually essential jobs or fun jobs, no one would have them if we were all the same. And there's so many comforts in life that we wouldn't have. And yeah, it just, you know, some of that logic is a little messed up. It's like, we should not all be the same, you know? It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. And I mean, a lot of these cartoons are nice comfort shows for when you're having a hard time, because everyone goes through hard times here and there, and it's just a fun little show to watch. And whenever you are just, you know, sad and need something light and fluffy to keep you warm.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. I just still cannot believe, to get back to the whole reason we did this live show, I still can't believe that in not too long, I'm going to be 22. 22!
I'm going to be 23.
I know! This is crazy! The age, it just keeps on happening. I mean, I know this year has been so stinking long, but when you get to a point where you know, one of those annual things, it's like, oh, this already happened? It's like, yep, you know? Yeah, like my dad only watches cartoons. Very nice, very nice. And that's one thing too that I don't care what other people think, because sometimes what they consider uncool is just nice, light, innocent stuff, and the most brutal, disgusting, kind of wish they were criminals for the kind of content they consume, they consider that cool. So it's like, no, I don't subscribe to what people consider cool. There's a lot of bad stuff. Yoel's birthday is December 4th. That's right.
Mhm.
Yep. We're so
We're
close.
birthday twins.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to send that, we're twins.
Yeah. Twinning.
I still find that so funny. Like, so my dad has a childhood friend. They've been friends or high school friend? I can't remember. Maybe middle school friend. Anyway, Brandy's known a long time. They were born on October 19th. So same birthday. And his so both my dad and this friend, they both had a daughter, aka me, aka his kid. Both of our birthdays December 4th. So kind of one of those kind of funny things. It's like, oh, look at all those birthdays. Same thing. But I was about to say I haven't met anyone with my birthday, and it's like, okay, that's not true. But most of the time, I don't meet someone with my birthday.
Yeah. You guys want to hear something funny? So my birthday, my mom's birthday, my dad's birthday, and Christmas are always on the same day of the year every year.
Oh, yeah. Well, I definitely know about the Christmas one because I could relate. But that's so funny.
Oh.
That's so crazy. All those coinciding. Wow. Did you guys ever do anything for your golden birthday?
What's the golden birthday?
For you said it's the 12th, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So your 12th birthday is your golden birthday.
I missed you by like 14 years, so
Yeah.
I found out about this way too late.
Yeah, I kind of felt a little salty. While I'm happy that my parents celebrated my golden birthday for me, I was 4 years old. You know what I got? An American Girl doll Beanie Baby. Like a Beanie Baby. No, not a Beanie Baby. That's the other thing. No, was it a Beanie Baby? Hold on. Wait, I can't look it up because my stupid computer's not working. Wait a second, I have my phone. Let me look this up. I'm trying to remember. Is it a Beanie Baby? Am I thinking of the other thing? Hold on.
So while she looks that up, I had this childhood friend who's turned 12 on 12/12/12.
What?
Yeah,
That's so cool.
I had a friend like that too. Babies. Okay, not Beanie Babies. Okay, what's the other thing? Well, babies, they had American. Okay, hold on. What were they called? American Girl doll. No, they are. Wait. No, hold on. This internet is giving me difficulties. Hold on. American Girl. Baby. What were they called? Bitty Baby. Okay. They were Bitty Babies. I didn't know that. I guess this whole time I've been calling them Beanie Babies and they're not. That's crazy. I was a little I'm fine with my birthday, but for many times, once I found out about the golden birthday, I'm like, man, why couldn't mine have been a little bit later?
Right.
Like my brother's is the 9th, so he got to celebrate that more, a little bit later in life. It's like, come on. I mean, what 4-year-old kid picks a good gift for their golden birthday, So
I mean, you probably wouldn't be happy if it was later in the month because then it'll be closer to Christmas.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Yeah.
At least you get to spend every birthday how you want to a point. So.
Well, I could have had I was a late baby. I was supposed to come. I was supposed to be a Thanksgiving baby, but I ended up being a Christmas baby. So either way, it worked out. I like being a December baby, but it can be a little. It was definitely lame sometimes when it'd be really brutal, cold snow, kind of stuff like that. But you know. So, oh, this is what I wanted to ask you, Robin. So, you know how we were giving Tina advice for like turning 18?
Mhm.
What do you think, like any lessons you can think of that a 22 or 23-year-old should know?
It sucks.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, what a vote of confidence from our
That's
friend.
really helpful.
No, it's if you feel like it's really hard right now, it's because it is, you know. But it's not forever.
There we go. See, light at the tunnel. There we go.
Yeah, I don't know.
She
Yeah,
just threw us down the dark rabbit hole.
right.
Doom and gloom.
No, I mean, I know you said like, okay, like you feel very lonely and like, it's hard to make friends. It is hard to make friends at your age. That is valid. Relationships are hard at that age. Like I didn't get along with men like in my early 20s at all.
Yeah.
Um, so it all changes though eventually. So yeah, just
Hang
if
in
you're
there.
feeling like, hey, this is really awful right now, I'm like, yeah, it
It's
kind of
like
is.
wow. It's like in Harry Potter when they were doing the tea leaves and he's like, you're gonna suffer, but you're gonna be
Right.
happy about it.
Yes.
Right. Literally. Oh my gosh. Actually, this just reminded me, since we're talking about age and the fact that I was like literally, oh my gosh. So I used to sometimes say oh my gosh a lot. I don't really do it as much. Like I find that interesting how as you age, you just have different mannerisms or
Oh my God,
repeat
yeah.
phrases. I find that so interesting. But I remember, so like I said, how I was so surprised how different I sounded and just certain whatever with that first book review that I posted. I remember this video, like it was actually for my 14th birthday. So we had a party and everything, and we were being all silly and stuff. Now the phone I had at that point, it wasn't like a good solid phone. It definitely did not have good quality, like with the visual or the audio. But whatever the case, my voice was so different at 14. Like it is so like, wow, I was so young sounding, you know? Kind of crazy. But
Yeah, definitely.
if you guys had to pick an age or a favorite age that you've been in your life so far, what age would you pick?
I wouldn't choose any of them.
You're like,
Wow.
I hope I find good ones.
Be
No,
more
yeah.
positive.
I mean, like if I could like redo certain parts of my life and do them differently, like yeah, I think like I probably would try to do high school a little bit differently and college. But yeah, as far as like, oh yeah, this was the best year of my life. I really hope I haven't had the best year of my life yet. That would be
Yeah,
really
I understand
sad.
what you mean.
Um,
I definitely get what you mean, because it's like it doesn't get better.
right.
Like this is the best it's gonna get, which is
Yeah.
not at all. Yeah, like that's like the worst.
Yeah, I don't know if I have like I can't really think of something that I like. Oh yeah, I love this year, but
Right.
I feel like most years, except for a couple that were just stand out as terrible years, like this one's going to. I'd say the only 2 years I actually consider like terrible years would be this one and then when I was 17. That year sucked, okay? For different reasons. I mean this year is more devastating, but
Yeah.
that year sucked for different reasons. And it's just like my mom had this boyfriend I couldn't stand. He was awful and a jerk, and he hated me because I was the only person not afraid to stand up to him.
Good for you. Yeah.
And I lived with my friend for a few months, which I enjoyed living with her because, you know, we're still close now. But I just needed to get away and do me and stuff. So I needed to get away from him because I couldn't stand him. He was the only person I ever actually say I would hate because I just can't stand him. So, but and then you know what's wrong with this year. So, but I'd say I'm usually a pretty happy, positive person, so I feel like I usually look towards the positive more. I'd say right now is the hardest time I've ever had to find the positive, just because of everything going on. Um, so, but because I look towards the positive and I'm pretty happy, I'd say most years I have a good outlook on them when I look back from what I can remember. I don't remember saying, oh, yeah, this year sucked because of this reason. I just really have these 2 years that were just really bad for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, I'd say I don't think there was like a whole year that just stood out in this like amazing way, but I'd say I was a pretty happy kid. I'm still a pretty happy person for the most part. So, yeah.
Yeah. No, I get that. I don't even know how I thought of asking the question because I don't really have an answer. I mean, I know that I would totally repeat childhood. Like, I want to go back to childhood. And here's what gets me. You can think, you can remember, you can recall a memory of childhood, but it's not going to have the same perspective of childhood. Like, it's so colored by what you think now, and it just doesn't have the same effect. Like, I had a pretty positive childhood, and I don't know, like, in comparison to how life has been since I was 12, I mean, I don't know. It was just like a magical time or just really good. And it's just like life is just not like that. Now, there are plenty of positive things that have happened since I was 12, but there's just a lot of negative things that have happened since I was 12. So it's like, it's hard. I know one of my favorite years was 2012. I think a lot of it had to do with sixth grade. I think it had to do with a lot of like maturity. You know, this is the first time going to sixth grade. So, you know, you're going to classes on your own. And I think that was the first time I had a crush. And so it was a lot of like growing into who I was and stuff like that. It was a nice time too because I was always a tall kid. I just find that so lame. I thought I was gonna be a tall kid, but I am not. I thought I was gonna be a tall person, and I'm not. I'm very salty about it. But I was always so tall, and I would like tower over everyone, and it was the best. So it made me feel very, you know, more grown up. So a lot of things felt really good with 2012, and now 12 is like my lucky number. I think it has a lot to do with 2012. So that isn't to say there's so much better things from childhood, but I know that was a good year. I know 2013 was like one of the worst years. 2017, absolutely terrible for me. A lot of bad things happened.
Apparently 2017 is just not a good year, period.
Yeah, no, seriously, I say 2017 was cursed. 2017 was a bad year. Now 2020, there were a lot of good things for me. I had the best job I ever had, started book 2. I had a lot of really positive things. I also had a lot of really negative things. So part of 2020 and 2021 was like a collective awful. So it's, you know, some of these years are a little like, ah. So I'm hoping things get better. But I think what's good is I'm really trying to have a better mindset and trying to more control my life or be like in the driver's seat with my life instead of just letting life happen to me, you know?
Right.
Like with what's happened with some of my birthdays. They've been disappointments. Well, this year I wasn't going to let that happen. So I made plans. I set up this little thing, and it's really great. So I'm hoping things like this and my skincare routine and booktube and my movie channel, like, I think I'm doing really good with, like, I'm sticking to something, which is really hard for me. I've never been like a flaky person per se, but I've been a procrastinator. I've been a late person. So, like, there's definitely things where I kind of more lag behind what I could be doing. I don't hit my full potential sometimes. So I think I'm doing pretty good at, like, actually doing the right thing. My life has kind of been the same since I was 12. Interesting. Like, the joy in doing nothing has worn off. Oh no. Same. I was very tall in middle school compared to other people, and I kind of just stayed that height. Yeah.
That was always
That's what got me. I was so irritated. I was so tall, and then everyone just. Oh yeah, not everyone. There's still plenty of people shorter than me, but it was like, stop growing.
But
just let me grow.
When I was in second grade, I was held back, and I did end up graduating the year I was supposed to, because in 7th grade they let me do 8th grade online during 7th grade, so I was able to go to the year I was supposed to. So and that was surprisingly my best school year ever. Yeah, because I was doing some of it online, and I do so much better at my own pace, like, seriously.
Yeah.
But so in elementary school, I was older than everyone in my grade. I was older than all my friends, but I was still the shortest. Usually, I feel like my best friend was about my height, but other than that, all of my other friends were all taller than me. I was like, aren't I older than you? This should be against the law. Okay, I feel that way with. So my mom is short, and we all get our height from my mom. Then there's my dad, who is very tall and very built, and then there is Silver, who just turned 15 last month, and my mom likes to say she's the perfect combination of the two of them, because she looks just like my mom did when she was younger, and she also has that really long and dark hair like my mom has, but she is also extremely tall and super built like my dad, and she has finally surpassed all of us except for my dad's height. He was still a lot taller, but she has surpassed all of us now. She's even taller than me and mom, and yeah, I'm like, you're 15. You're not allowed to be taller than the rest of us.
I know. What I hate is, I wish height was based on, or I wish sibling height was based on who's oldest. Oh, you have no idea how annoyed I was. For so much of my life, I was here, my brother was here, and now it's a little like this, and I'm like, nope, I don't like that. Nope.
I feel that. I mean, I'm the tallest besides Silver out of everyone else. I'm taller, because we are a bunch of munchkins. Fantasia, she's the one that's a year younger than me. She's like barely smaller than me. Like, you can barely even tell unless we put our backs to each other. That because if we're just standing like a few feet from each other, you'd think we're the same height. Like,
yeah.
But if you put our backs together, you'll notice I'm like a hair taller. But so until Silver had her growth spurts, they say that men like grow, like have this growth spurt. They'll be gone in summer and they come back super tall. And then women, they just grow gradually. Not Silver. First of all, she eats like a guy. My mom likes to say that because she always eats. She has my dad's appetite for sure. She'll eat just about anything. And she's also super tall. She grew like out of nowhere, I swear. It's like one day she was smaller than us, next day she was taller.
How tall is she?
Huh?
How tall is she?
I don't know how tall any of us are. I know I'm either 5'1" or 5'2", I think. So and my mom is
you were that short.
Oh,
tiny.
My mom is like 5'3" or 5'4", I think. So she has to be at least 5'6", 5'7".
Okay. Not to discount it, but that's not that tall. I thought you were saying like she was like 5'10", 6 foot. I was like, Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if she
I
got
do
that tall.
understand what you mean. In comparison, I do understand. Yes.
She's taller than the rest of us, yes. I'd say
Yeah.
my dad, I think he was about 6 foot. I might be wrong, but I think he was around that because he's tall. And I wouldn't be surprised if she got close to his height, if not his height.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, technically she could grow. I remember there was this girl in high school. She was talking about, I know she was over 6 foot. I can't remember how tall. You know how some people that are over 6 feet, they're built into their bodies so it looks healthy, and
Yeah.
other people look the scrawniest, like kind of anorexic, you know? Unfortunately, she kind of looked like that. I don't know if now, like, she's getting more, you know, food, the proper food that she needs for her body weight. I don't know. But she talked about the fact that not only was she taller than her mom, like she surpassed her dad, and they're both tall. So she was really, really tall. I could be wrong. I could have sworn she said they had to do something to make sure she didn't keep growing, because obviously that can be kind of an issue to grow too tall. I could have sworn they said like she had surgery. Could be wrong. Maybe I was thinking of someone else, but definitely
She
some
might
great.
have had like a hormonal thing that just she
Yes,
didn't.
yeah, it was a hormonal thing. You're right. Yes. Besides
That's
the fact her
wow.
genetics.
I've
Yeah.
never met anyone like that. But I've heard of it that it's like the opposite of like, when people are very short, where they don't have the growth hormone, and then there's other people who like the growth hormone won't shut off.
Right. Yeah.
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 So that sounds what she went through.
Yeah. I'm the shortest in my family. Every one of my siblings is taller than my parents except for me. Oh,
You got the
interesting.
short end of the stick, Tina.
The short end of the stick.
Yeah.
I see. I see.
Wow.
That's a good one.
I think I'm gonna head out, because I'm getting a little sleepy, but this was a lot of fun, and I hope we can do this again sometime soon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. Well,
definitely.
thank you so much for coming for the birthday celebration. I thought this was really cool. I didn't know how long this was going to go for. I was like, man, I hope this doesn't only last like an hour or something. I'm
That's
glad
what I
we
longer
really
than I
had.
thought it would.
I'm glad we really had really good long chats. I'm looking forward to our watch long, whatever we choose
Mhm.
for that to be. I
Yeah.
think that could be really fun. And also, just an FYI, guys, I still have to figure out like my work schedule. I'll try my best to make sure I can still do our lives, but I might
Oh,
be
yeah.
working more like um the later shifts. I still have to figure it out, but I'm gonna have to decide this, in this new week. So,
Oh.
I'll do my best to still have it so we can still do these lives. So, I'm gonna have to figure it out. There's a lot I'm gonna have to adjust to with this new job. So,
Yeah.
thanks again, Robin, and
Yeah.
I look forward to next time we chat and what your thoughts are on Wednesday whenever you watch it.
Yeah. But yeah, guys, send photos of like your birthday tomorrow, any presents that you got that you want to share, or like your cupcakes that you're gonna get, Joharra. I'd love to see them. So share that in the Twitter chat, please.
Definitely.
All right. And I'm gonna head out. So thanks for hosting and hanging out, and thanks to everyone in the chat. Have a good night.
See
You
ya.
too. Good night. Yeah. I just can't believe it. It's 43 minutes, and we will be 1 year older.
Well, for me, it's an hour and 43 minutes.
Oh, sorry.
I'm a bit behind in the time zones.
You're right.
So technically, you'll be 22 before I'm 23 by an hour.
Well, that's what's funny because I know like my birth time. So while obviously it's a birthday, obviously the birth time really makes it so it's like that is when you're officially your new age. You'll be the same age for like an hour. That's funny.
Time zones are so confusing. It's weird because our birthday's the same day, but technically you'll be older you'll be your new age for like an hour before me, and it's very weird. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah. No, it is funny. Yeah, same age. Very.
Yeah, the only hour of the year will be the same age.
Oh yeah, so my plans for the birthday, one thing I'm definitely gonna do for the birthday is because I'm turning 22, I'm definitely gonna listen to Taylor Swift's 22 at least a couple times. I'm like, gotta do the anthem, gotta do it. Yeah, I have some good plans for the day, so I'm really looking forward to it. Um, so like, do you have like any like place you want to go to that you're gonna do? I know you said cupcakes. You plan for your birthday. Like, do you
Yeah.
guys go out for dinner or events?
We would we sometimes order food to come here, especially since we don't have a car right now, so we're not really gonna go anywhere. But yeah, I don't really have anything special. I mean, I have the cupcakes, and we might order some dinner. I'll have to see. But yeah, I don't know. I love my birthday, but I don't think I've gone all out for my birthday in
Yeah.
years. Even though I do love my birthday, I do. But I don't know. Usually I just hang out with my family.
Yeah.
It's a little different this year. Uh, and it feels so unreal. Like I
Yeah.
still
Surreal.
don't
Very
Yes,
surreal.
I still
Yeah.
don't really believe it'll happen. Like there are still days I wake up being like, my dad will call me today or something. I don't know. But he always makes sure to at least call if he can't come over on my birthday, and I know I'm gonna be waiting for a call from him or a text or
Oh,
something, and it's not gonna happen, and I'm afraid I'm gonna end up crying on my birthday, and I don't wanna.
I'm so sorry. Man, that really, really. Oh, it's just awful.
Yeah, I just I miss him, and I mean, I was reminiscing the other day about some memories of him. Like I remember a few years ago I got him. He loves puzzles, especially 3D puzzles. So a few years ago I got him a 3D puzzle of the Statue of Liberty but I chose that one for a reason because I remember when I was younger, we had this basement, and he would always do his little trinkets and stuff down there. And I know he had this like huge monster truck, and Fantasia and I would get on it, and he would just use the controller to drive us around the basement. And my pillow fell. Okay. I went back to grab it, but it had already fallen. But he would do these 3D puzzles, and I used to love watching him do them and helping him with them. And the only one that I actually remember is a 3D puzzle of the Statue of Liberty. So I got him that as like a remembering of the past. And
Yeah.
so yeah, I know when they were clearing out the house, his trailer, I saw this bear that I had given him a few years ago for Father's Day. It said he was holding a heart, and he said Happy Father's Day. And um, after the fire that happened in September, I think it was September, right? I think so. And it was like all dusty and dirty and soot and everything, but he still kept it. And I find it hilarious because when we got to his trailer, um, because he has owned a trailer, I the restroom door was open, and I went in there to put like some stuff in there, and he was sitting down giving the bear a shower to
Aw.
get the soot off because he wanted to keep it. And I thought that was so hilarious at the time, but when I saw the bear, I started crying again, and I was like, no, because it still doesn't feel real. Like I know he had a lot of health issues, and I know he
Oh,
yeah, he had a lot of health issues. He's been in and out of the hospital for a few
oh,
years.
that's terrible.
Yeah, he had like a heart condition and stuff, and he had to walk around with a cane and stuff
Oh,
because he couldn't walk around too long. But I don't know. I guess I just wasn't expecting this. Like he had held out this long, and he just turned 60. Like his birthday's the day before Halloween, so he just turned 60, and so yeah, it's been hard, but and this is gonna be my first birthday without him since I was like 4. So
Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's just rough, and I'm so sorry, you know?
thanks.
Well, at least there's, like for me, when something awful happens or I'm super down in the dumps, like for me, I always try to find a relief, like a comfort. So at least there are some comforting things for you, certainly being around friends. I think I'm hoping this, kind of more brightened your day.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, this
Yay.
live show did help because, with my birthday being so close and Christmas and then Thanksgiving, and he did just die not even a month ago, so he's always on my mind these days. And but this live show did help brighten me up a little bit, so thank you.
Yeah.
I'm glad I ended up joining.
Yeah, I was a little, because I was, not to take anything away, I totally understood if you couldn't make it, because it's I get it, especially with what you were talking about, where you didn't really feel like celebrating because of the fact that this would be the first without your dad. So obviously, but I was like, should I do it on the 3rd? Should I wait? But I think this was a good call. I think we did a really good time and everything, and we kind of could reminisce before actually turning our new ages.
Yeah.
And I thought I think, doing this kind of thing is just really fun. I do still find that funny, though, how we always have the serious conversations,
Right? It's we cannot go through a live show without having one of our serious conversations. And it's always different. And sometimes they can be shorter, sometimes they're longer. And it's but it always happens at some point in the show.
I don't think I would add this, but it would be kind of funny if whatever subject becomes the serious conversation, we put that somewhere in the description or the title of the video. It's stay tuned, where we talk about whatever vague way of saying it without saying it. That way people will stick around. Yeah. But I know, 4 or 5 hour long videos, some people are like, nah. But it's it's fun.
Let's be real. These people come not for these sprints or the chatting, but for the serious conversations.
Occasional ones when it happens. I know. No, that's funny. I was nervous for a second, though. I was a little will anyone join in? And I'm so happy that people did join in.
Yeah.
And also, I don't know if you did, because you retweeted it. I worked really hard on the thumbnail so many times. I was like, should I change the color of this? Should this be the background?
It looks great.
Should I include just myself? Oh, that looks empty. Oh, let's do this. There were so many things. I spent longer than I wanted to. I don't know how long, but it was a little come on, let's be done. But unfortunately, I figured it out, and I think it looks good. So, yay!
It does.
Thank you. Yeah, I do like making thumbnails, but it can be so hard. Where it's if I find multiple variations of it's almost the same thumbnail, but it's slightly different, and I'm like, what will get more clicks? And I don't know. And it's what should I pick? Or especially if it's a totally different thumbnail, but both are good. And it's I wish I could have both, but you can't do both.
Nope.
Yeah, I did really like that thumbnail. Yay! You like the thumbnail. Thank you. Yeah, I do really enjoy making thumbnails. I just remembered Photoshop. I've been considering Photoshop. Maybe I could get into Photoshop.
Yeah.
That could be part of my Christmas present.
And
trials.
You missed it, but Tina said, yes, I can confirm I'm here for the serious conversation.
Oh, I did miss that, didn't I? Right on, Tina. Oh, nice. No, I think it is really cool with these communities online, how we all can be friends and stuff like that. I mean, obviously
we've never met in person.
Sorry?
Even though we've never met in person.
Right. I was just gonna say, obviously you got your haters, but you got your good pals and great stuff. You know, one thing I'm wondering is if we'll ever meet. I hope so at some point. I mean, I know we're such in different places. I mean, for me, I've definitely gone to Illinois before. I don't know
I've been to
what
Florida.
Robin does, but you know.
Considering you grew up in Illinois and I did live in Florida for a few years, we
at least with that we have that.
But we always miss each other.
Right, literally. I mean, who knows? Maybe next year. Who can say?
Yeah.
I don't know. I know the past 2 years, we've gone on a trip back to Illinois. I don't know if we'll do it next year. We might still. Sometime, like this past year, at first, my parents were like, "Nah, I don't think we'll go," and we did. So I think we'll go.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, 1 year is fine. You know, like that's not too much of a commitment.
And I would like to go back to Florida at some point to visit my friends and stuff, because I haven't seen them in forever. And depending on where you live, maybe I could always, be like, "Hi, it's nice to see you in person."
Show up. Yeah.
Yeah. You can text me if you don't feel comfortable saying it on live show, obviously, but like where, like in a vicinity where you live, and then I can see if
it is a little like we don't need that creepiness for stalkers.
Yeah, but we trust each other. We can do that in the private chat. But like a vicinity, like maybe what town or county or whatever you're in, and I can see that coincides where my friends live or where I lived when I lived in Florida. So and if it does, that means next time I go to visit my friends, I might be able to see you.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I still find funny though? You know how like for a lot of the people we've met since 2021 on these live shows, a lot of them are so far away. So it's not realistic to meet, really. Yeah. But then Tiffany from the Beach Bum Bookworm, we're like an hour plus away. Like it's not that far, but we've never met. So I was like, okay. I mean, I know we don't really talk now, but it is just one of those funny that's like I have an issue where I can't see someone because of distance. Oh, well, I could see this person because distance is not an issue. Well, we're not talking enough to meet. So I was like, okay. No, but that's no problem. It's been a while since we talked, and that's fine. But I'm glad with our chats because I think I mentioned this one time earlier this year. I feel like now I understand why. They like cozy mysteries. A lot of the people that were involved liked cozy mysteries, and they talked about cozy mysteries. But that was kind of the thing. The subject was the cozy mysteries. I was like, I don't have anything to say. Hi, I'm here. And at least with you, me, and Robin, we have much more to talk about. More than close-knit buddies.
We all
common.
Yeah, we all read different genres, but we don't just talk about our preferred genres. I mean, I read fantasy, Robin sci-fi, you're mostly contemporary, even though you are trying to get out of it a little bit now. But still, I mean, I don't read contemporary or sci-fi. She doesn't, it's like, but we still have plenty to talk about. We don't just talk about our genres. We talk about TV. Sometimes we talk about our serious conversations, which is the light.
Yes.
We talk about whatever comes to mind, honestly, and it's a lot of fun.
Okay, bye.
Yeah.
Good night. Thanks so much for joining in. Go ahead.
Yeah. So definitely, I agree. But I have a question for you. So, who would you consider? There's no limit to
hold on. Just happy birthday, Tiffany, and happy birthday, Joharra. I hope your birthdays are amazing. Thank you so much, Tina. That means so much. And have a great night.
Have a great night.
Okay, go ahead.
What was the question? Okay, so like there's no limit to how many answers you can have, but who would you consider are your best online friends?
You guys?
Us. You don't talk to anybody else?
There's not really anyone else I like. Is there anyone else I talk to online? No, not really. I mean, I know like I have like mutuals, on
Yeah.
Twitter, but I don't like talk to them,
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, yeah, it's you guys, like I
Aw.
don't really have right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but I'm really happy that this worked out because Tiffany had reached out to me on Twitter.
Yes, she
I
reached out
didn't
to
even
me too.
follow her. I didn't even know who she was, and she just was like, "Hey, do you want to
Same.
do these reading sprints?" And at first, I was so scared, so anxious. I'm like, "I'm probably gonna botch it. I'm totally gonna
Me
mess it up."
too.
I was so scared, and I'm so glad I did it because it really worked out really
Yeah.
well. And
Definitely.
also, not to just not to make it like a selfish reason, but I like that not only does it have more community and friendships, I also like how much watch time this does for my channel when we do lives, and obviously when we go to other channels, then it helps whatever channel is hosting, and it's nice, I
Yeah.
like it.
Yeah, definitely. It's funny how Tiffany reached out to both of us and we never talked about our experiences of her reaching out to us.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how we first met. We both did live because she reached out to us.
Yeah, like I think I mentioned it once, but it's been so long, so I understand that it's like been forgotten. But I do remember mentioning that. But it is just so wild how things go. I'm just glad I didn't say no. You know,
Yeah, me too.
like I probably would have said something like polite. But it wasn't because I didn't want to do it. It's because I was too scared to do it, and I'm glad I faced my fear and did it anyway.
Yeah, I was honored that she asked me and I was nervous. Um and I think I was mainly nervous just because I'm not tech savvy and I thought that and I had no idea how to do it. Like I didn't know how to do any of this. But now I'd say I'm an expert. But
Yeah. I mean, I would kind of hope so. We've done so many live shows.
right?
It'd be kind of bad if it's like, now how do you end the live? It's like, dude, you've been doing this 20 plus times.
Yeah. But yeah, I'd say you, Robin, Tabby are my closest online friends as well as this one girl I talk to. I talk to her like pretty much every day online. She lives in the UK, but we talk all the time and she's a great friend. She helps promote my books and YouTube channels and I try to help her promote her stuff as well. So, yeah.
Nice.
So I'd say you guys.
Yeah.
I
Awesome.
love this friendship group we formed.
Yeah, I think it really works out. And this is what I mean. We had a bigger friendship group
We
for
did.
our live shows. And for the way some people act that the more friends the better, that's not really true. You should really be with the people that you really connect with. And
Yeah.
I think that really works out with us having more of a tighter knit live show friend group.
Yeah, definitely. There was a lot of us. I mean, I don't really talk to the other Tiffany anymore.
Yeah.
And I don't really talk to Lee anymore either. She sometimes comments on some of my YouTube videos. And if I see a new video she had uploaded on Twitter, I'd retweet it, help her get more viewers. But we don't really talk either. I do still talk to Jessica sometimes, but not as often.
Yeah.
We were actually just texting a little bit ago. So, yeah. So, um, I still talk to her. We're planning on when Shadow and Bones because we buddy read Six of Crows and Shadow and Bone. So when Shadow and Bone season 2 comes out, because I was seeing it all over on Twitter saying it's gonna come out January. So I got so excited and told her. So we're gonna like watch it and message each other about it and stuff. So that'll be fun.
Yeah.
We could even do a watch party because why not?
Yeah.
But
You guys tell me what you think of the show. I don't think Shadow and Bone is for me. So I'd like to I'm curious to know, but I don't want to invest the time to know,
yeah,
So I'll
definitely.
just watch someone else's opinion. I'll hear about your perspective or something, but I think I'm just gonna
Well, I feel like it's one of the better book to TV adaptations. First of all, the casting was perfect on almost every character. I mean, seriously, the casting was amazing. Like, so many fans were like, "That's exactly how I pictured the person in my head." Like, seriously,
Yeah.
they were. I think the only issue people had was with Nina's character because she was supposed to be a bit of a bigger character, but they cast a skinnier actress, so people were
I
saying
saw
that
that.
hating and
Yeah.
all that. I'd say that was the only real issue when it came to casting, and then for storyline, I was a little bit nervous just because there's only so much you can do with TV versus book, and they were incorporating the crows, but at the same time, I do prefer the crows. So I was like, I'm afraid it's gonna go against the Shadow and Bones plotline, from taking time away from the plot for the crows.
Yeah.
I feel like they were able to incorporate both perfectly, which I was really nervous about that. I say besides Nina's casting, there was only one issue with the storyline I actually had issues with. I don't know if you care about spoilers. Well, you said you don't, right?
So,
But it's near the end of season 1. They gave the Darkling a sympathetic backstory, and don't get me wrong.
wait a second. I watched season 1. I was just saying I don't think I'll watch season 2. That's what I said.
Oh, right. Well, I don't think I knew you watched season 1. I
No,
thought
I
you
told you
started.
I did, but go ahead.
Okay, well, I don't remember. But and they gave the Darkling more of a sympathetic past, and I don't always mind that because I like complex characters where it's like it's not all black and white, you know? Like, I don't believe, like, with a lot of things, it's not that they were born evil, they were turned evil, and most of the time I like that. I like to see how they became the person they became, but then there are some times where they are just psychopaths. Okay, the Darkling is
Yeah.
one of them. He wasn't a character you were supposed to sympathize with ever, and now because of the Shadow and Bone show, people are starting to ship Alina and the Darkling, and that's a toxic relationship, the worst toxic relationship. And no, just no.
Can you guess how I'm covering my mouth? Can you guess?
Huh?
Oh, you were just saying how there are people who ship the Darkling and Alina.
Oh, yeah. No. No, because no. And it's because the Darkling's hot. And I'm like, so what? You can think an actor's hot without thinking that the character deserves sympathy or that he's actually a good guy. No, the Darkling was never made in the books to be sympathized. You know, he was supposed to be this evil dictator, basically, and who didn't really care about anyone. And they even gave him a name. They hardly ever call him the Darkling. The point is that he's supposed to be reserved, and he's supposed to basically manipulate Alina to trick her into being with him romantically, to use her light power for his own doing. But in the show, they're trying to make it seem like he actually might have had real feelings for her. And it's like, no, because I don't think he's capable of love. That's the whole reason his mother's against him.
That's
So
so
that was the only real issue I had with the show. Other than that, I feel like it was one of the best book to movie or book to TV adaptations I've ever seen. Because there are some bad ones. Look at Percy Jackson.
Yeah, well,
Or
we're
Avatar.
about to get the good one, right? You know, whenever it comes out.
Well, I have high hopes for the TV show, but apparently they're supposed to be done filming in January. So sometime
Yeah.
next year the show should be coming out.
Well, I could have sworn they said they would anticipate early 2024 for it because special effects and other things, reshoots. So I guess we'll have to see. I mean, I know there's like certain rules, you know, child labor laws, so it might take longer than if they had adult actors. But who knows all the reasons why? But you know, could be.
Yeah. Who knows?
Yeah, I was it last month? Maybe it was. I did start reading a little bit more of Percy Jackson. I'm still in chapter 1, but I was getting a little bit more into it. So that was good. It's just at that point I just couldn't read all that much. So
Yeah.
I still have it on my TBR. I still plan on reading it. I just don't know when, you know?
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. Trying to figure out what I was gonna say. So, you have now watched. You've caught up to the Owl House now.
Yes, unless a new episode came out, I just don't know about it yet.
No, like if it's season 3, episode 1 that you're caught up.
Yeah, I didn't know if a new episode.
Then you're caught up. You're
came
good.
Out, yeah.
January something is when episode 2 comes out, and then April
That's
is
forever.
when the episode comes out. I know, but it's also like I kind of like that it's more staggered. Even though I wish it was longer, I wish we got a solid 3rd season.
Yeah.
But at least this way, I don't have to say goodbye next month. You know.
True.
At least I have a couple months before I have to say goodbye to the show. But I'm just so like, I need more from this show, you know? Makes me sad. But I do really like the show. So what did you think of the finale of season 2? And what did you think of the first episode of season 3?
There were some parts that had me screaming, squealing, crying.
No one's here. Just spoilers. Go.
I mean, whenever I thought it was a nice twist that they were stuck in the human world, and I thought, oh my gosh, the scenes with the people from the demon realm were trying. I didn't understand certain things.
Oh
but
yes,
they were hilarious. Like they were also. Oh my gosh, it was hilarious to watch. But I love Luz's mom and how she was supporting her and all that, and how she went with her back to the demon realm. I did think they were gonna be at the human realm longer, but I forgot that we weren't getting a full season because for whatever reasons they were stupid. But so I thought they would like be there longer because you were at you were at the demon realm for so long. Let's explore the human realm a little bit and watch these demon realm people not understand it because it was hilarious. But
it was so funny. Yeah.
It was like when the alarm clock came out and Amity threw it and then Willow did the plant thing and I was laughing so hard. I was like, wow.
Yeah. Also, man, Amity is so graceful. Falling straight on her face twice. That poor girl.
But oh my gosh, I love Luz's mom. She was so supportive and she was amazing for Luz coming out as bisexual, for her wanting to be a witch. She just turned out to be very supportive about everything and I loved it. But I hate Amity's mom. Like she was downright.
I know.
I always hated her, but I guess I thought that when things came down to it, she would choose her family. But no, I was so angry.
The fact that she said what Bellus's business, like it's none of our business, or like what he does is none of our business. I want to make sure our family is above the rest. You're welcome. Like, come on, girl. Get real.
I feel so bad for Amity. I mean, not just for what her mom put her through those episodes, but what she put her through her entire life. You learn a little bit about it, about the fact that her parents never really, I like when Amity went off on her dad about not even knowing that Luz was her girlfriend, about them trying to force her into this coven life when that's not what she wants anymore. They don't even know the daughter they have now. I mean, like when Amity dyed her hair and her mom liked it the old way. Like seriously, like her mom was literally trying to control her. I at least grew some respect for the dad when he turned on his wife for his daughter. Like that was amazing. But Amity's mom is the worst. She betrayed her own family for the Emperor.
I know. It is crazy. There were so many good parts, and the first time I watched the new episode, I was freaking out, so happy with the new content, with the story, all that jazz. I watched it a second time, and I just felt so sad because I was realizing this thing is ending in 2 more episodes. And I just got real down in the dumps. But then I watched it again and it's like, it's okay. It's okay. But it is like, come on. This is outrageous.
Yeah, I mean, and then I sent you, I think I sent you that thing, right? Where it's like they're regretting doing this whole thing with the Owl House because they finally realized how popular it
I've
was.
seen it before you sent it, and it just, while it feels good to have that validation, it's also super frustrating. But I did
Yeah.
see this one where this person did talk about when they did it, when they canceled it, was during like the start of COVID or the peak of COVID. So possibly that's the reason why. And apparently, lawyers were able to make it so they could not cancel all of season 3. So, in a sense, they saved those 3 episodes for us. But at the same time, it's like, come on, we need more than that. It just makes me sad, like that good shows are cut short and really awful shows stick around forever and ever and ever. Grey's Anatomy.
Right. Grey's Anatomy. I mean, shows sometimes don't know when to stop.
I'm
That's
serious.
the problem with Grey's Anatomy. It
Like
doesn't.
people, I was just gonna say, like people have said, The Simpsons and Grey's Anatomy is only continuing because they want to see how long it can go for. It's more of like a streak now than actually wanting to keep it going.
And I mean, Criminal Minds hadn't even been off the air that long, and they already brought it back for a 16th season. They had canceled it, and now it's back, and I'm wary. And I haven't even started season 16 yet because I'm wary.
Yeah.
Like, they hadn't even been off the air that long.
Yeah, like, that is a little suspicious. It's like, I don't know about that.
And pretty much everyone that was on at the end returned except for the one of the characters that's been on the entire show's run, and he's also the most popular character. That he's my second favorite character, but he's most people's favorite. So I'm pretty sure it's gonna lose some fans because of that. I mean, I understand this actor not wanting to come back because he was really, really young when the show first started. Not like kid young, but he was just a lot younger than everyone else on the show when the show first started. And and that was his first acting job, fresh out of college. He apparently wanted to go into producing, but then he got this job and took it and was on it for 15 years. Wow. So he wanted to do something else for once, which I can understand. But for fans' point of views, he was the most popular character, the one beloved character everybody loved. So yeah, I'm pretty sure there's some fans are not going to watch it without him.
That makes sense. You know, it is a little like, that's the one we follow, man.
Right. He's my second favorite character. My favorite character actually left at the end of season 7, but she came back in season 12? Yeah, 12. And became a main character again. She ended up becoming the boss character, and she's back for this reboot as well. So.
Nice.
Yeah. But I'm still wary.
You're like, I don't know about this. Yeah. No, I just don't like it. Here, I know you have your own opinions about Stranger Things. Didn't you say you liked season 4?
I do like it. It's not my favorite season, but it's not my least favorite either. And you know the one issue I really had with it.
Yeah. Yeah. They're like, how dare you? The audacity. Yeah. I just feel like just season 1 was so well done, so excellent, and they just can't do better. I know people have their own opinions and say they loved season 4. I didn't. I did not. I did not.
I liked things about it. It's not my favorite, but it's not my least favorite either. Honestly, I'd say out of the 4 seasons
season 2, I know you really don't like season 2.
Yeah, season 2 is my least favorite. And I don't even know why. I still do like the season. It's just my least favorite out of the 4. But I'd say
there's just something about it that
Yeah.
just doesn't work.
Right. And with season 4, I'd say it's not that much above season 2. And season 1 is my second favorite because it was a great way to start the series. But I do just love season 3 so much. I know that's apparently unpopular coming from you and Robin, but I love it.
Now, I really did enjoy season 3 the first time I watched it. I tried to watch it again. I've been able to rewatch. Okay, I haven't done any rewatch of season 4, but even season 2, which at first I really hated, I've been able to rewatch then and again. I just couldn't rewatch season 3. I think the Russia plotline just really didn't appeal. And some of the new characters, I just like, meh. So.
Yeah. I mean, season 3 is not perfect. What season is, really? Let's be real. I mean,
season 1 is! Season 1 is!
You sure about that?
But yes! Yes, I am! I've watched it a million times! Yes! I am very confident.
I'd say season 3
is perfect.
I say season 3 is the one I rewatched the most. But I lost what I was saying now.
We gotta fight. Which one's the best?
But I mean, I guess season 3. I know you guys said you don't like them being like all the different groups, and I do feel like it's starting to become too much because with adding all these new characters, then there's new groups, and it just does become a little bit messy. I will give you that, but I do love it as if it's well done. I don't think it's as well done in season 4 as it is in season 3, but I do love the scene when everyone comes together in the mall. That's one of my favorite scenes where they're trying to get that thing out of 11. Yeah. Plus, when Dustin shows up right before it, and then Hopper and them shows up right after it. It's an awesome scene. I just love it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do. I love it, and I love the final fight, and I'd say season 4 did help me with some. Okay, so my least two favorite. Okay, let me try that again. My least two favorite seasons. Shut up. So season 2, no, never mind. So season 2 is when Max is introduced, as you know.
Right.
When she's first introduced, she was kind of a meh character. I didn't think she was gonna last, honestly.
Yeah.
But then season 3, she had this whole feminist streak and showed 11 how to become her own person. Even though I do love her relationship with both Hopper and Mike, I'm glad she was able to find herself without either one of them. And Max was a big part of that. And her whole feminist streak and saying, we don't need a guy, we can do this and that. I loved her in that season. Like, she was awesome. And then season 4, despite all his flaws, it made me ship Lucas and Max because season 2, it just seemed like a childhood crush. Like, I didn't even feel any sparks or chemistry. Season 3, yeah, exactly. And then season 3, did they even really talk except for a few lines? And
they fought. That was about it, you know?
Right?
They all sassy. Like, there wasn't much to it. And I understand why plots, but also, like, how are we supposed to appreciate these characters?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
See, they still didn't even need that much time to make us care about their relationship. But they did in season 4. While there's a lot about season 4 I don't like, they did such justice for Max. They did her so well.
Yes,
and Max, the relationship with them was done so well. And the end, when he's crying out because she's dead, that was so well done. That was so good.
Yes, that was bogus though. Like, you say, so they became this like couple in season 2, but let's be honest, neither one of us shipped them, at least. And I know I didn't in season 3 because they seemed more like a bickering siblings. Did they seem like a romantic interest to each other? But in season 4, I finally saw that chemistry and the passion and the love, and I fell in love with the two of them and their relationship only for that ending. And it's like, it was a good ending, but it still makes me so mad because I finally care about them, and then you do this. That was not okay.
I mean, the good thing is she's gonna be okay, but how okay is she? You know,
Yeah.
we don't know. There's still so many stakes that are left unresolved that we have to find out.
By season 4, I have high hopes for season 5 just because of some things the director said. Like, one, they're gonna focus on Will because because it did kind of start with him, but he doesn't really have much of a character. Let's be real. And then they also said they're not going to add any new characters because they want to focus on the characters we already have, which I know is an issue you and Robin have. So
yeah, and with what you said, that wasn't my opinion about the groups. I think Robin was the one that said it about the groups, but here's because the whole show has been multiple groups, you know, so that's not the problem. The problem is all these characters, and especially characters that don't feel like they're really necessary, or plot lines that just I don't personally like. Just the show has not done proper justice, and that's just my point, that there's really excellent shows like The Owl House that die way too soon, and then shows like Grey's Anatomy, like Simpsons, that just stick around. No, I was never a fan of Simpsons, but I'm just making the point of the same kind of thing. And I feel, even though I do appreciate Stranger Things, shouldn't have lasted this long. The quality is just yikes.
And I mean, for most shows, there's only so much you can do with it.
Yeah.
Like, only so much storylines you can get through.
Oh, wait, pause. I'm 22! Yay! 22! Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
There's only so much you can do. So, I mean, with shows like Grey's Anatomy and Criminal Minds, it's understandable why they would last a little bit longer than the average show, like at least 10 years. Grey's Anatomy should have ended after 10 years, honestly. Criminal Minds, I think, could have gone on a bit longer if the main cast stayed. Like, I feel like there was so much more you can do with that one, considering all they do is solve crimes. There's so much you can do with that. One of the few types of shows you can do a lot with. But the problem is, people watch for the characters, and later on, when characters started leaving, they started bringing characters that the fans just didn't care about as much. So there was that. But I do think they shouldn't have brought it back. But with Grey's Anatomy, it should have died after season 10. But with shows like Stranger Things, there's just so much you can do with it, and you can say that about pretty much any show. There's only so much you can do before it gets either repetitive. I can't speak.
Repetitious.
Yes, repetitious, or becomes just not as good quality because you've run out of all your good quality ideas.
Or it ruins the characters.
Yeah, the characters start to go downhill as well, or the relationships, whether it's romantic or friendship or whatever, because you've already done everything you can. So you're just doing whatever else that comes, even though it's no longer good ideas. Honestly, you should end on a high note instead of dragging it out to the point where you lose all those fans.
Yeah.
Because then it will end on a low note, and people will look at the show and be like, yeah, I like that show. Too bad it went downhill, instead of, oh my gosh, that show was so amazing. I loved how it ended.
Yeah, no, literally.
What you want to say.
Yeah. And what gets me is, it's either, I mean, obviously there are good shows and good finales, but a lot of the time it's either they didn't get to have a proper finale, so there's no closure, or it's the worst finale you've ever seen and it just sucks. And now the show now leaves a bad taste in your mouth. You're just like, ugh, you know? You don't like it anymore.
Yeah, I feel that. See, so we were talking about the Vampire Diaries earlier, and I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion or not, because I'm pretty sure liking the last 2 seasons more than the rest of the show is an unpopular opinion, and I do feel that way. But with the finale, I feel like it was a good finale. Not only, I mean, I have mixed feelings about Stefan dying, but did you know about that?
I knew that Caroline and Stefan were together. I didn't know he died.
Oh, well, he dies like 5 minutes after they get married. So he sacrifices himself. But I sometimes like when they bring back a character and then sometimes not. It depends on how well it's done and how significant the character is. And I feel like bringing back Catherine to be the last villain was brilliant because she was the main villain for the first 5 seasons, and her attachment to Stefan and her wanting to ruin the wedding was perfect to stop her. And her becoming the queen of hell was perfect because it's her.
What?
Basically, that's what she became. Okay, and that's why she's mad.
Crazy. Oh
yeah, but I just thought it was brilliant because it's Catherine, and she always made a comeback, and it was perfect for her to be the last villain of the show.
Yeah.
But then I don't know if you've ever seen the show Pretty Little Liars.
I did watch. How long did I watch it? I think I might have finished season 1, or I was in the middle of season 1. But go ahead.
I love it, but I have issues with so there's 3 A's throughout. Okay, there's the first.
Oh, yeah. I feel that. I mean, I guess that makes more sense that there would have to be more. Oh my gosh! I just opened Twitter and I got the little balloons to celebrate my birthday.
But the first A will always be my favorite. I don't know if you plan to continue, so I don't want to spoil anything.
Oh, I'm done. Go ahead. I was just saying, it's like, what? There's more than one. Okay, I understand why there'd be more than one A, because they have to figure out different plot lines, and then it doesn't make sense if this character's there, but then they're there as A and whatever else. But at the same time, it's like, well, it's a little bit harder to do a mystery like that, or for someone to predict who it is, you know?
Yeah, well, they're all different time periods. Like, there's one unmasking and then another A returns, sort of thing. But well,
this is some sort of supernatural show. I thought this was real. It's supposed to be contemporary, but a mystery.
Well, it is, but it's not like someone dies and they come back. Although, I mean, well, it's
complicated. Wait, I know about her, Allison. Right?
Yeah, it's not that they actually come back to life. It's just that they never died in the first place, and you thought.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know what they say with TV and movie logic: if you don't see a body, they're not dead.
True, and I used that logic to prove that this one character was alive, but she never came back. I was like, that's bogus. But anyways, but anyways, the first A will always be my favorite. I did like the second A though. The first A turned out to be Mona. She was Hannah's best friend.
Friends?
She was Hannah's friend. The kind of mean girl.
Oh, okay.
She turned out to be the first A, and her reasoning was because after Arya returned, she was afraid that the 4 of them would get close again, and then she would lose the only friend she's ever had, which kind of happened. I mean, Hannah did push Mona aside a few times for the other girls, so I understand why she was upset. But she did go a little far, let's be real. But the second A, you don't meet the person that the second A is until season 3, so you don't know who she is, but her name is Cece. And there's this whole storyline that's a little confusing, but turns out they had another son who ended up being trans and turned into and had a transition into a woman who's Cece. And she so she was Allie's sister, and she hated the girls because she thought they were happy that Allie was gone and dead, so she was tormenting them because of that. And then I do not like AD. So after Cece is unmasked, it's 5 years into the future, and everyone comes back to Rosewood because Allie, who forgave Cece, wants everyone to plead to the court to let Cece go, even though they are all still afraid. Which I don't know who your favorite character was, but mine is Arya. and I loved because she was the only one that spoke the truth. Everyone lied for Allie and be like, yeah, okay, we're not afraid of her anymore. But Arya was like, no, I am still afraid because she put me through hell, so I don't want her free ever. And so that was an iconic moment. I loved it. But my problem with AD wasn't just her reasoning for doing it, but the fact that we don't have any connection to her. Like with Mona and Cece, they're unmasking. We knew these characters for years. Okay, we developed feelings for them, whether they were good or bad. We knew who they were. We had an attachment to them, and so there was some shock value that these were the bad guys, right? AD turned out to be Spencer's secret twin who got
I knew about that. Yeah. What's up with that?
She got the raw end of the deal when they were both adopted, and so she wanted to get payback. And I'm like, that was so stupid. I wanted anyone else, somebody we've known for years, somebody we had an attachment to, so that the reveal could matter. Like that reveal was worthless, was pointless, it didn't matter because we don't know who you are. So why are you doing this? The viewers want to know who you are. We want to know who the A is. That's why we watch, because we know this person. We just don't know who they are. So everyone's a suspect, but we don't know who you are. So how could we ever have guessed you? Part of the fun
very suspicious.
Part of the fun of mystery shows is being like, ooh, this person's acting suspicious. I wonder if they're A. This person's acting suspicious. But with AD, if the reveal fell flat because we didn't know who she was, so all this time we were pointing out who we thought could be AD, but it was pointless because we didn't even know who she was in the first place.
No, that's literally what gets me. I hate with mysteries when it's someone you didn't even know. It's like, that's not why we engage in mysteries. We want to figure it out. And also
at least try to guess.
Yeah, I know that's what people said about Lost, that apparently the creators would look at fan theories online and change the script because people were correctly guessing things. And that's how you do a mystery, right? Instead, they screwed it up and rewrote things and changed things, and then no one likes the ending of Lost. So it's like, you could have had a good ending to your show, and instead you botched it up because you wanted to, I'm trying to remember what they said, like, to trick the audience, to outsmart the audience, instead of it being, this is about having evidence to decode a mystery, and instead they're like, no. We want to always shock you, even if it's the stupidest thing you've ever heard.
Yeah. See, I don't watch mystery that often. I do love Little Lies though, at least before the AD part. But I don't watch to try to guess who it is. I mean, at least I don't try to guess correctly because I don't think I'm gonna get it right. It's just fun to guess and to have these theories like, ooh, this person did this, they must have done this too. You know, it's just fun to guess. At least it is for me. And that's why the AD reveal fell flat, because at least with the first two A's, it's like the person that was revealed, they were on your radar because you knew who they were, and there was also that shock reveal, like, oh my gosh, this person ended up doing it. How did they slip through my fingers? How did I not guess it? And then with AD, it's like, how was I supposed to guess it? Like, who are you?
Yeah.
It just gets
literally, those can be just so frustrating, you know? It gets me. I just don't get it, you know? Like, I understand wanting to keep a secret, but with a show that, like, you're supposed to encourage the audience to be smart, the fact that they get so up in their ego and stuff, it's like, come on, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I think this is a good ending point because we've been doing the show for 5 hours.
Yeah.
I finally turned 22, so right on, you know?
I'll be turning 23 in like an hour.
Yeah. And obviously, too, is I have to get some sleep because I have a big day ahead of me for
Yeah.
my birthday. So I'm very excited. But this was fun, and I hope we do
Yeah.
the watch along. And whenever we do our next sprint, I think that'll be fun. I'm really gonna have to figure it out. You know, this work schedule, getting this work schedule. I'm not gonna be so available anymore. I don't know. I'm gonna have to see what happens. You know, gonna have
Yeah.
to figure it out because I think it's options. Like I could do a morning shift, or I could do more the later shift. And I'm usually better at like um being awake later, so that might be better as a work schedule. But it might be I might not be able to join for as many live shows. But I can't say for certain. Hopefully, we can figure it out. You know.
Yeah, definitely. And we can always help. I mean, if we're free during like your days off, then we could try to schedule one then.
Yeah.
And so we'll just have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I think 12:15 is a good time to end. So, I know. Oh wait, so much you're up. Hello. Actually, we're ending the show. So, this was a super awesome birthday celebration. I think this was really great. I'm glad you were able to come on, Joharra. I'm glad Robin was. I'm glad I was able to come on for my own show. But yeah, this was great.
This was nice. I needed this.
Yeah, I'm so glad. You know, like it's kind of hard to like. I'm not saying we're tiptoeing around the issue, but it's one of those things where it's like when it gets on the subject, it's like, what's a way to get things lighter without being insensitive? But
I
no, of
understand.
course. I think we made it work where you really got your fun times in, and I hope you do have some good old exciting things that happen for today because we got to get some exciting birthday shenanigans, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, I think this is a good time to end. So, see you next time, and I'm sure we'll be in the group chat basically today sharing how our birthdays went. So,
Yeah.
goodbye.
Yeah.